no, I'm on the wrong mic. But welcome back to the OCA podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector, and joining me tonight is Reze.
Hello. I'm Reze.
And now I'm on the correct microphone. And also with ESP.
You're not on the correct microphone. You're on the wrong microphone. You're definitely on the wrong microphone.
No, it's just way over here. How's that?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And Green Line. Looking
Hello,
good.
everyone. Oh, thank you.
And Randy.
Hello.
All right. Here we go, fools. Okay, so wasn't gonna do a show this week. I mean, I wanted to, but a lot of shit happened. Kids dumped their. I have homework due on Tuesday, and you work until 8 p.m. on Monday, so we have to do it right this minute. Got that done somehow, some way. AI was involved.
So, I mean, what part of that was your school project and not his?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So last time this happened.
Up on that.
Last time this happened, I was just as busy. Like, fuck, I got to do the show. So, Sonny, sit down. We're gonna do this in an afternoon with AI, and that you got to make sure your children know when you do that. This is not how things are gonna go from now on. That's the key mistake I made, because I put into his mind that it is always going to be this way. At the last second, Dad's going to use AI, and magic, I get an A. But no, never again. You're doing this on your own from now on. Anyway, so let's get started here. So if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, you can head over to OCApodcast.com/support to help us get back into the black by 2030. Now, clearly something is wrong with my formula, because even though we did not reach the threshold we needed to hit in order to become profitable by 2030, the numbers still went down. I'm not sure why, but I like it. So, now we only need $103.55 to become profitable by 2030. So if you guys could find it in your generous hearts and wallets. Yes, to give us some moolah. You guys can donate to us directly via PayPal on the website here, or you can head over to patreon.com/OCA podcast. By the way, if you were wondering how we already made $28.92 this month, it was our patrons. Thank you, patrons, for being so awesome. Also, you guys can head over to the Anime Collector Patreon at patreon.com/Anime Collector. This will charge you by video and not by month. And it'll only be content that is not related to the podcast. So that's another way you guys can support
never
me.
Come out, by the way.
Yes. As things are going right now, it ain't looking good. But if the podcast got into the black, by golly, I tell you, like, the chances of content coming out goes way up. Because right now, I'm being pulled in about 1 million different directions every week. And what that means is that I basically work all the time and stand still and don't get anywhere. So if you guys would like to change that, funding the Patreon at OCA Pod for the patreon.com/OCA podcast, that's a fucking great way. Now, I'll also remind you, we did just start a Subscribe Star and Ko-fi. Subscribe Star said, hey, listen here, young man, we don't know if you even exist. Please prove it. So I had to link them the YouTube channel, which is definitely not going to backfire one bit when they try to watch the podcast and realize we are trash. But Ko-fi, on the other hand, is ready to accept your money and transmute it into funds into my account. So that'd be awesome. All right. Lastly, you guys could shop at Tenga using this specific link, which is hard to say. Copy the link. Buy yourself a damn tango, why don't you? There you go. Click that link and bust one out for us.
Pour one out for the boys.
Bust one out for the boys. Okay, all right. Now that it's awkward.
We need that on a shirt.
Oh, fuck. Foul. I'm glad you're here. You're going to enjoy some of the things we're going to talk about tonight because you submitted them. But first, in honor of the Cool 2T, a article from 2016. Aldi scraps the name of rape yellow paint after complaints from sexual assault victim. You know, it's just like those victims to think that the words association in their life has to be the only way it can be associated, and it's ruined for everybody else. Hashtag bring back rape, right? So Aldi has changed the name of one of its paint colors after a sexual assault victim said it made her choke. Listen, your PTSD is our responsibility. Show us on the doll where the paint touched you. Rape yellow paint caused an Aldi woman to become furious and upset when she saw it in a store in Coventry. The customer, who cannot be named for legal reasons, told the Coventry Telegraph, quote, "I looked at the paint and thought it can't possibly say that. You have got to be kidding me. There is no way they would sell that. I started choking." That's why. No. You can't sell that. I like to think that the sexual assault that occurred was her choking and someone giving her the Heimlich, which she misinterpreted as sexual advances. You have got to be kidding me. There's no way they would sell that. I started choking. I got straight out of there. I was furious and upset, but also so poor that I have to shop at Aldi, right? I thought maybe I was being sensitive because of my situation, but I sent pictures to my friends and they were all shocked by it. They couldn't believe what I was saying. The customer said she contacted Aldi afterwards. Quote, "They assumed she was being sensitive because I was a rape victim," she said. They assumed she. Who's she? Who's she in this situation? Is she the same person as I? Because fuck you and your misuse of pronouns. You can't use first person and third person. Fuck you. Can't do it. Second person. Sorry. Yeah. I would, but too late. Mayonnaise it is. And hot sauce. And Tabasco.
Real undercover brother over here.
Yeah, see, unfortunately, I am in the process of fasting until Anime Expo. I'm intermittent fasting right now. I fasted from April 1st until Friday, which was 4 days long, without eating anything. And now I will be intermittent fasting until Anime Expo because, quite frankly, I don't have time to work out before Anime Expo.
Why are you going to be a sexy cosplay?
No, I just want to dramatically lose weight by the time anime. I do this every year. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I usually start at the end of April after my son's birthday. This year I started early. But I like to fast before Anime Expo so that I lose a crap ton of weight so that once I go to Anime Expo and do all the walking, it just isn't as brutal on my ankles and shit. You know what I mean? So
Speaking
I usually lose
April,
30 or so pounds before.
It's quite fitting that we cover the rape yellow in April.
In April, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm bummed. I ran out of ChatGPTs. I was gonna make a rape yellow suit. A rape suit.
Oh no, so sad. Instead, you just look like a fucking clown. All right. Anyway, okay, where was I? So JT says, "Hello, breaking news: Nick Rekieta pled guilty. He is done for. Good night." Okay.
JT is like 4 months behind the times.
On that. Yeah.
Like he pleaded guilty in January.
JT, your parents called. They want you to come back.
Oh no.
Now the sentencing hearing is coming up. If it isn't,
Love you.
I think it's.
I'm not
in May,
complaining.
though.
See, the best part about fasting is that the only thing I eat is steak. The only problem is the only time I eat it now is after 6:30 p.m. Fuck yeah! My wife can cook. Damn.
That's misogyny, sir.
No, sentencing is this month. Dave.
Cool. Anyway, so where was I? The customer said she contacted Aldi. They assumed she was being sensitive because I was a rape victim. She said the glossy paint, which cost $4.99.
It was glossy, just like his coom.
Pounds?
It should have been
What is that symbol?
$6.99.
That is pounds.
Yeah, that's pounds.
They have Aldi in Europe.
I want to say Aldi came from Europe because it
Like
seems...
her attacker, pounded her into the.
Oh no. The glossy paint, which costs $4.99, is listed online as rapeseed yellow. But in stores, the name has been abbreviated on the tins. No.
Nice.
Is this where it would say rape? Because I can't read it. I need a can of this paint. This is the new studio color. Like, all right.
You should just paint your wall rape yellow.
Well, while
Yeah.
I love the meme, like yellow is a disgusting color to paint your walls.
Don't knock it till you
Yeah.
try it, bud.
So Aldi said the color is widely referred to as rape yellow in the industry, which refers to rape seed, where the color comes from. Well, why don't we just call it seed yellow? In a statement, the budget supermarket chain said, quote, "This paint is a color widely referred to in the industry as RAL 1021 rape yellow, which refers to rapeseed. The color name will be altered to rapeseed yellow for all future production of this paint." Damn.
Well, it's nice of them to at least keep rape in there.
You know what's also nice about rape is that now we get to go into pickups. And wouldn't you goddamn know it, my Media Blasters exclusive copy of Boeing Lectures, Big Boob Lectures, has arrived.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Did
there's
you
rape in
get
this, but there
that?
probably
Slipcover?
We need you to check
No.
out the interior art to see what's in there.
I haven't even opened it, as you can
Oh,
tell.
is
I
it
said
a
we need you
alternate
to.
like
We needed
alternate cover then? Is it an
I have no
alternate,
idea.
Like... okay. 'Cause
Anyway.
I thought they were advertising a slip cover for it.
No, that I was
Media
talking about
Blasters.
that regarding Nanako.
Okay.
I mean, which has a
I
slip
could have
cover,
sworn they
but
were
there isn't really a non-exclusive version of that yet. So
doing it for their hentai as well.
yeah, no,
yeah.
I think
I
for
could've
that
sworn they
one
were
it
doing it
has
for
an
their-
exclusive interior, like inner. What do you call it?
Oh, it is
cover.
reversible. Excuse me. They're reversible covers. My bad. Okay. Damn.
Anybody else before we move on?
Nope.
Cool.
I'm good. And let's be real, it is just me. Nobody else shows their pickups on camera anymore except you and I.
Where the fuck?
Keep going.
Here we are.
There you go.
Enriv picked up Wolfenstein and Wolfenstein New Order and Sonic Battle for a Game Boy Advance. You know what game I played that I can't believe I like? This is how stupid you are as a kid, right? All it takes is slapping the thing you like onto the thing, and a kid will be like, "Mom, I must have it," right?
Yeah.
So, like my kids, look, Dad, it's a creeper air freshener. Can we get it? No. $5.99? Are you insane?
Today we were
No.
watching the ball game and they advertised like a Blue Jays Minecraft creeper hat, and it's like, ugh.
You're not
Yeah.
gonna even use the air freshener. Like
Right.
what? Like what does it even smell like? Like what the... I assume like lemon or lime. Like
So the
maybe
reason I bring
forest.
that up is because when I was a kid, I once picked up a Game Boy Color, I want to say. Actually, I don't think it was Game Boy. I think it was a regular Game Boy game for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Fuck. Worst Game Boy game port ever. Awful. Dramatic disappointment, but also simultaneously, I wasn't as disappointed in the game as I was in myself for actually thinking it would be more than pixel art going down a half pipe, failing on tricks repeatedly, right? Awful game.
Just view from the top, kind of always.
Not even view from the top. Like,
It was
horrible
it was
game.
isometric.
Yeah. All right, Reze, you picked up Summer Wars Steelbook.
This is the 4K from G-Kids.
Nice, he said while slicing the steak piece off.
Yep.
Enriv went to Kinokuniya and probably overpaid. Wow. I feel like the police are about to show up. The top left one. You picked up.
FBI, open up.
Yeah, what is this?
Kivono?
Kimono
Kimono
Jigen.
Jihen? Yeah.
Yeah, Kimono Jigen.
Never heard of it. Also, Bleach. Imaizumi brings all the gals to his house, and Yu-Gi-Oh!
Where have I heard that one before?
What an assortment!
Yep.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Mar
on manga form. Nice.
Oh, is it the manga? I couldn't. Yeah, it is the manga. Okay. I feel like the DVD also looks very similar, so I was like, is that
It does,
the
yeah.
DVD?
And then Bobby Hill picked up Idiocracy. There you go. And then Anime Fan 007 picked up Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works complete box set. Nice.
This looks like the Aniplex of America one.
And Randy picked up.
To the surprise of everyone here.
I got. Was it worth it? Yeah, I think so.
Do you play the Bedrock version of Minecraft?
I do now.
What?
So these are the McDonald's adult collector figures.
Are they adult now?
Oh, they're adult toys from McDonald's. Okay.
That explains Grimace.
I was just about to say, yeah. Yeah, Grimace is looking like something.
Yeah, he's an egg.
Oh, yeah.
Those
vibrating
kinds of
egg.
Yeah, we can also sell you eggs if you go to OCA podcast / Tango.
I have 4 of the 6. I'm missing Hamburglar and the Big Mac brick.
What's the bottom of Grimace look like? Is it just a hole?
No, it's just flat.
Oh.
So, like, you're into collecting Happy Meal toys? No,
Some
this
of
is
them.
actually a serious
Where have you
question.
been?
Like, well,
Some of
I
them,
thought
and-
like it was a one-time thing when he like
This-
bought like.
This is an adult collector toy.
Okay, I'm not shaming you. I've
This
got
is
some
not-
pickups coming up where I don't have room to talk about pickups. But like,
This is not the kitty
I
Happy Meal.
just didn't know you were into McDonald's collectibles. That's all. Are there some you're missing? Because I know they made some like VHSs back in the day.
I have not. I do have a cassette, not a VHS. But that was also not an adult thing. That was just from when I was a kid. But anyway, each card comes with a code in the back on the back of it to unlock a skin in the Bedrock edition of the game. So
okay. Well, that actually is kind of cool. But no, like I mean, like I know McDonald's also has like glasses from like the night. Well, I think you picked up some glasses actually too. But like I thought that these were like one-offs. Like, oh, I picked up a glass here and there. Oh, I picked up it. But like the more you pick up, the more I'm like, so have you just picked up like every Happy Meal toy too? Like,
no, every Happy Meal thing that I've ever picked up, I've put in pickups, so you know exactly which ones I've picked up.
So do you like put these behind like detolfs, like glass shelves, or like?
No, they go in a box and sit in it.
Oh,
Right.
boo.
Just
They're in a
collect
safety
those.
deposit box.
Yeah, safety deposit.
So in like
They'll
30
be worth
years,
millions.
Hey, see, click on that thing in the bottom right corner.
so
just
did
to
they
see it.
combine? Like, what's with the McDonald's? Like, oh wait, that's the. Oh, never mind. That's
No.
the new fucking gas thing, right?
What?
The fries. The fries are like.
That's a helmet.
Yeah.
No, the fry thing is a helmet. Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
it's,
It
not,
looks
it's
like
not
one
the
of the-
gassed.
It looks like the ship
I thought it was the
in
new.
Tron
I thought it
Legacy.
was at first. I thought it was like the new gas.
These
thing.
are all cosmetic things, right? In game.
Well, in game they're all skins. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or well, actually, that the everything else is a skin except the fries. They're just the helmet.
Okay.
and they're a
So,
helmet that looks like French fries.
That looks exactly like that
Yeah.
toy as
So
a helmet.
even the Grimace egg isn't like an in-game item. Even the the potion isn't an in-game item.
Correct.
Wait, so
Wow.
the potion. I
Hope
don't
you
even
don't
see
ever
how
lose
you could.
that helmet.
The egg I could see because there's dragon. There's the ender eggs. Is that
Yeah.
what that basically is?
No, the dragon egg. The Ender
Okay,
dragon egg.
Yeah, it is the ender dragon egg. Okay. Okay. And then
Sorry, when you said Ender egg, I assumed you meant an Ender pearl at first.
yeah, so I well
Gotcha.
no, I meant the ender dragon egg.
No, you're
my
right.
bad. Like
Cool.
it just so and then the I forget the girl's name is a skin is like an actual like
Birdie.
skin for your
Yeah,
birdie thing.
go to the next. I just posted the picture of all the skins.
Oh,
Wow.
God. Oh, that is
Wow. You're
horrifying,
telling me
actually.
that if I got a computer with Windows 10 and I wanted to play this, that I could walk around as this disgusting, what is that, a bottle of ketchup with a straw in it?
No, that's
yeah.
that's the potion.
Yeah, but I get
Yeah.
that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's supposed to be
What
a
does that have
drink.
to do with McDonald's?
It's supposed to be a drink, not ketchup.
I
Uh-huh.
thought it was like looked like a cola bottle or cola.
So
Yeah,
are you
yeah.
gonna put those cards in like a binder? Or are you just gonna throw
No.
them in a damn box? Are you gonna save them at least?
I'm gonna save them. They're gonna go in the box.
The best part of this is that you can put the helmet on top of any of these weird, disgusting things.
I don't think you can. I think the way it
Oh,
has
lame.
it set
It
up
has
is
to be specifically over a black man's face, so it
no.
See,
It
it
could be
would
over
make sense
anyone's.
to me if the helmet was just a skin change to your texture pack for you when you wear any helmet or something.
Correct. That would be cool, but no, it is
But
a
instead, it
specific.
literally just gives
helmet.
you something in your stupid inventory.
Well, no. So the way the Bedrock edition works is like the skins and the outfits are all outside of your save file.
Yeah.
And so yeah, so outside of your
Java
save
works
file
too.
when you're building your thing, it's not like the jack-o'-lantern helmet, which is an actual item, right?
No, I would imagine it's like a diamond helmet, like an actual helmet.
No, it's not an
It's
item in
literally,
the game.
It's literally just the okay, I see what you're saying. So it's the head covering skin.
Correct.
Not okay, gotcha. Wow.
It's basically like hair.
Wow. All right. Well, I hope you have so much fun.
And the rest of them are all like they're called classic skins, and as soon as you put one on, you can't like edit any of the other skin
Right.
options.
Random 11, have you heard of this thing called texture packs and mods?
No. So that's the thing. He's playing Bedrock. Okay. So for those of you who aren't familiar, Minecraft has like the PC one where it started is it's called Java Edition, and Bedrock is sort of like it's a heavily optimized version of Java that is what they have on the console version. So
Yeah,
if
we
you
have
play
the-
Bedrock, you can actually cross play between people on console.
Yeah, but the console one sucks.
Yes, wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah, I
My
know
bad.
because I've played it, and
Yeah.
that's the one that I only can play. And I played a little bit on others' PCs. My friends like PCs, and it's like this is so much better. Damn it!
Yeah, which is why I said, have you heard of texture packs and mods? Because Random 11 said, I started playing Bedrock. In other words, he started playing it for this.
Yeah.
Instead of texture packs and mods on Java.
Yep.
Yes, I could cheat and get all the texture
Cheat.
packs, but no, I am going the legitimate route.
Wow,
Okay.
you're such a hero.
So Cool to T says sentence. He already has the plea deal, referring to Ricada. Yeah, I think JT is very behind on the time.
No. I said his sentencing is in April, and so the Cool to T is saying he has a plea deal.
Okay.
I don't know exactly the details. The sentencing is this month, though. That's
Okay.
I know that, and he pleaded guilty. So,
Yes, as we expected.
and because
That's part
it's
of a plea
Minnesota,
deal.
well, if he took, I mean, he might not have taken a plea deal. I don't know. I honestly don't remember. But also part of Minnesota's thing is like, on your first conviction, it will probably be like swept under the rug kind of thing with probation. So that's kind of what I think people are expecting. I don't know. I haven't really been following that much of Ricada's shit recently.
Yeah, me neither. Lady Phoenix says, I just got the Hamburglar one today. Hamburglar.
What I'm missing.
That's the
zombie Hamburglar.
That's this one over here. Oh, Hamburglar. Oh yeah. What is this one? The Big Mac one?
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah. Anyway.
Man,
all right. Anyway.
cheese.
Luigi missed the paint topic, but I know rape is a plant. I know Natane is a Pokemon gym leader from Shino is based on the rape plant.
So you can fight
Okay.
rape in Pokemon? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, fight against rape.
Can you? I can't come up with a term. Can you collaborate?
Can you team up with rape?
Do a double
Can
battle.
you join rapes team rape?
Oh my god.
Bethany used pepper spray. It was not effective.
If only that was a real team, like
No.
team in Pokemon, because then you have team rape.
Merch. Team Rocket, Rapeseed Yellow R. T-shirts.
What?
Team Red.
He wants me to make a Team Rocket shirt with the Team Rocket R, but the color instead of red will be rapeseed yellow, which we happen to have the hex code for, so we can do that.
That'll be a bit obscure, but I prefer that Team Rape would have like their mission is to rape Pokemon and have like a sex cult.
That's the Power World team. Team Rocket.
True.
All right.
Brings a whole new meaning to
Mitch's ideas to power. Come on.
brings a whole new
Blasting
meaning
off
to
again.
prepare for trouble, make it double.
What would instead of Meowth, what would Team Rape's Pokemon companion be? Licky Tongue or
I guess so, yeah.
Machoke?
Paired up with my chicken.
Thank you. Look at that. On demand, a second steak. Wow. What did I do to get such a lucky
A second steak, is that going to counteract your calorie intake?
I can have as many calories as I want, as long as the calories are all protein and fat. Okay, Cool Titi says, Green Line, toys are clearly for adults. The fact that they have to specify adult will. Random's toys is a bit of a cope, in my opinion.
What the fuck? No, they have separate toys for the kids' meals.
Well, yeah,
The
what
adult
random
meals.
means is that these are toys that don't come in the kids' meal.
They
And
are
you have to
clearly
specifically
You
collectible.
come in the toys.
Leaving that alone.
They're
I thought
clearly
my-
collectibles.
That's the Java edition. You can do that in. Sort of. I'm familiar with Bedrock, and Java comes with Bedrock when you buy on PC. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I have Java.
They're-
I've been playing
they're
a while.
action
It's just,
figures.
well, I mean, I stopped playing a long
They're
time ago, but
collectible figures. At least at times, you never need to pay to get Mew for Pokemon, for example. Okay. The gym
unless
leaders.
it's part of the Pokemon Let's Go where you needed to pay to get it from the Pokeball,
See that?
like the controller.
The gym
Oh, yeah.
leaders and Heavenly
Exactly.
Kings and
Yeah.
Pokemon are named based on plants. All right. I only really care about when they're named based on rape. Sorry. You lost me. They make it double. You would get behind that.
Make it double on the back of the shirt. That's great.
Yeah. AI will fail in art as art is a creative expression made by people who are inspired. Machines can never be inspired. Yeah, but you know what can be?
You can
The
artificially
person writing the
inspire them.
prompt. I feel
inspired.
unbelievably
You should see all the
inspired.
stuff I pumped out this
Yeah.
last week.
You know what inspired me? AI inspired me to do my kid's entire project. Gasp Luigi with an on-topic comment. Microsoft owns Minecraft. Yes, JT Microsoft censor. Oh no. Yeah, it's true. You can't say the N-word in Minecraft chat anymore. Pour one out for the ends. All right. Segueing perfectly and effortlessly into our next topic, an
Wonderful.
AI CEO claims that ChatGPT is, quote, burning through a fortune because of the Ghibli trend. In late March 2025, social media became inundated with a viral new trend thanks to ChatGPT's image generator going public for all users, which took the internet by storm almost immediately. Folks flocked to the AI with requests to create photos of themselves as Studio Ghibli characters in a fad that was impossible to avoid on basically any platform. TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, and even Facebook. What? Even Facebook? I can't believe that. Became swamped with profile photos and avatars of people in the style of Hayao Miyazaki's famous film protagonists. However, the craze gained just as much pushback as it did popularity. AI critics condemned those using ChatGPT to generate images that they felt violated Ghibli's IP copyright. I don't give a fuck. You people are so stupid. Calling it a veritable slap in the face to hardworking human artists. Can I hit you again? Despite this discourse, folks continue to hop on the trend to an almost frightening degree. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman revealed that the biblical demand on ChatGPT was so high that it was literally melting the company's GPUs. Hear that, anti-AI enthusiasts? You gotta join the bandwagon to melt the whole system down. Meanwhile, you got addicted. Sorry, idiots. Asking users to please chill so his team could sleep. Yeah, I'm sure. While it might seem like such a popular product would generate big bucks as a matter of course, experts in the field say otherwise. In a surprising twist, Corpora.ai CEO Mel Morris revealed in an exclusive interview with Dexerto, or whatever the fuck you're supposed to pronounce this website's name, that all this hype is likely costing OpenAI tons of money, more than they could ever hope to make back in the short term. Guess the fuck what? Randy bought an account. So poo on you, they're making money off of this. There are more concerns here than ethical ones. An AI expert says ChatGPT is, quote, losing lots of money amid Ghibli fad. Oh, why don't you think of the CEOs and all the money they're losing? Pick a goddamn lane, people. Corpora.ai is a tool that helps professionals research by creating precise, distilled insights from the breadth and depth of global content. As the company's CEO and an expert in the AI field, Morris is well aware of the financial toll such tools take on companies and who really profits from them. This guy right here is giving this interview so that one person at least will learn that their company exists. Quote, they launched this type of service, and no matter who you are, it's fun to play with. Wow, Morris began. You see people creating images just for the fun of it. They share it with their friends. Everyone gathers around at their desk, and they all think that it's a funny way to look at this person with a nice avatar that's been created, or a real-looking person, but it's based on them. And so it's fun. Okay. Wow. God, thank you for explaining to me the concept of having fucking fun. There's a hype factor that gathers
this is fun,
momentum.
right?
Yeah, we're having fun, aren't we? Like,
Did they get the AI to describe fun?
I'll ask it right now.
It's funny because like the images aren't even that great in terms of like picking up what is actually in the photo. But every once in a while you'll get like a good one, and it's those ones are the ones that get shared, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's just funny to take like, Tiananmen Square, Ghibli,
It's not, do you think?
good.
Do you think they could? Do you think chat would do the assassination of JFK? Did you?
They did. We looked at it last podcast.
Oh, they did. Oh crap! I missed
It was in the "We Didn't Start the Fire" song.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. I mean, it was less the assassination of JFK and more
the aftermath. Yeah.
Jackie Kennedy trying to escape from the shooter who was in the front seat.
It's like he was reaching for the part of his head out of the trunk.
So anyway, there's a hype factor that gathers momentum very quickly. I had a phone conversation just last night about this, and someone said, yeah, these guys are burning through GPUs doing this. Literally, they're burning through GPUs. They're almost catching fire. They're having to run that hard to do it, and that's taking away the capacity, he explained. At any fucking moment, they could simply make the cooldown time twice as long if they thought this was going to be a problem.
Or lock the image generation behind the paywall.
Fucking concern trolls over here. Like, pardon, it's the first time I ate all day.
I do think that they are I mean, it makes sense that they're trying to get people on board to become paying customers, but like they are nice that they let free users generate stuff.
3 images a day, right? Right, Reese?
Yeah.
I'm getting a lot more than 3 images a day now. I think it's three upload references.
I think it has to do with the supply and demand. Like it must have been so demanding the other night where you could barely get like even one.
Yeah.
I
generated like 80 images for my kids' project, so.
You're also paying though.
Yeah,
we're talking about free.
Yeah.
For like today, I think I got maybe 5, maybe 6. I have to wait till tomorrow, like 10 a.m.
So the same sort of. He's still free. The same sort of models that we're running for doing GPT and those sorts of things, running on the same hardware and probably in the same cloud-based server form. So all of a sudden, now we're putting another demand on the GPUs. But if OpenAI isn't making money off of ChatGPT, then who is? Why would you assume they're not?
They have 2-3 paid subscription tiers.
Well, I mean, I think they are making money, but I don't know if they're profitable, and I think that's their point. They're probably not profitable.
They're probably still, largely existing off of the investments of venture capitalists and whatnot. Well, according to Morris, the biggest winner of the viral Ghibli trend are companies like NVIDIA, Intel, and Apple, who host cloud storage and services that are being used by AI models like ChatGPT. It'll be the cloud vendors who are saying, wow, where's all this demand coming from for all of these GPUs? Wait a minute. So you're telling me that Apple, NVIDIA, and them are the ones whose GPUs are melting, right? So ChatGPT isn't having any, or OpenAI is not having any trouble, huh? Meanwhile, service levels for the rest of the things that are probably closer to making revenue are going to decline because of the pure supply and demand economics. Using the same basic type of hardware to support a massive intake of workload is bound to have a knock-on effect on the bandwidth on the GPU value that we have. from a point of view of economics of the from a point of view of the economics of it, it looks great. We've had millions of people start using this thing here. Bad news is, let's not talk about how much it's costing us, because we're absolutely spending a fortune and probably losing lots of money servicing that demand. AI vendors cannot, at the moment, make profit because the models they develop currently are too inefficient for the application that people are using it for. So you hear Sam Altman coming out with comments like, well, we've launched this plan, and even at this price, we won't be making money. Yeah. I think it's funny, too, because it's like, DeepSeek exists. Like, I could run all this shit locally. I can use Stable Diffusion. Like, I don't know. It's amazing the amount of concerned trolls who are trying to, like, manipulate AI enthusiasts to stop using it over, like, bullshit reasoning like this, you know? And of course, the real reason they want you to stop using it, it creates a mockery of so many things. Of course, this conversation only touches on one side of ChatGPT's viral Ghibli trend. The fad saw plenty of criticism, even from those within the anime industry, such as One Piece anime director Megumi Ishitani, who said she was in despair over the craze. Gasp. Oh no, I don't give a fuck. The vice president of G Kids. I'm gonna play a little violin for you.
Did you click that link?
Which one? In despair over the craze?
Despair?
No, you want me to?
Bring up the actual tweet is what I'm trying to get at.
I don't. Let me grab it. They don't link it here. Hold on.
If you need, I can find it quickly if you need me.
Are there any Japanese people using Ghibli AI? I'm in despair. This is an act that could tarnish the value of the Ghibli brand.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, that wasn't the tweet that I was thinking of. I'll grab a tweet. Oh, okay, that's why it wasn't. Yeah. Okay. There, I posted it in private chat. So scroll up. This is kind of giving you spoilers, but so this was someone reporting on the artist saying, you know, you've tainted Ghibli, I won't forgive you. Apparently that's what she said. And there's an image of she's one of the animators from the One Piece fan letter anime that episode that came out, which is animated really well. And so that's a screenshot of that from that anime. And someone put the post in Grok. And I was like, oh my god, it looks so bad because it's from, like, you can see the little Grok thing.
Yeah.
And I commented on this guy's post. I was like, it looks like shit because
you're cheap and use Grok.
Which is actually, I had actually forgotten that ChatGPT lets you do them free. So he could have even gone to ChatGPT and got it free still.
Did you go and make one?
I did. I didn't post it, but I did.
Do you have it and you can post it in the brand while we...
I could.
Oh, okay. So this image was 2 images, not one image post, like 2 images posted side by side or whatever. All right. Anyway, back to this for the time being. The fad saw plenty of criticism, even from those in the anime industry, such as One Piece anime director Megumi Ishitani, blah, blah. Vice president of G Kids, the company who distributes many of Ghibli's films, had a similarly damning take on the ordeal. Quote, in a time when technology tries to replicate humanity, we are thrilled that audiences value a theatrical experience that respects and celebrates Hayao Miyazaki and Studio Ghibli's masterpiece in all of its cinematic hand-drawn glory, he wrote. This doesn't diminish the value of it one little bit. Not one little bit. The value of the trend is on the back of the value already contributed to society as a whole by Hayao Miyazaki. This is an endorsement of that value. These are people celebrating the existence of Miyazaki's work, right? That's what this fucking is. You know, there's a bunch of mediocre artists who are concerned that the value of their work is diminished by the fact that AI has surpassed them already. That's the only area where this matters. And it's for a bunch of whiny babies who cannot compete. That's all. That's where we're at. All right, there you go. Much better. Fantastic work. Comparatively.
That's
Thank you,
ChatGPT.
AI.
Looks Nami's face is actually a face.
Mm-hmm. It'd be funny if you sent the Grok one through.
Yeah. It was giving me problems because I guess Nami was too lewd for it. So it kept saying like you're not allowed.
Yep.
And then which was
violates of content policies.
Yeah, which was weird because on one of the first ones it generated her with a bikini, no problem. Like top and bottom bikini. And I was like, no, she's wearing she's wearing jeans. And then it was like, no, can't do it with jeans. Why not?
It's scandalous, man. Careful what you're asking for here.
So I did have to go through a couple iterations to get that, but
all right. So when we asked Morris about the implications of AI in creative fields and what this could mean for the future of many industries, and his response surprised us. First, Morris explained that it's getting increasingly more difficult to clock content as AI generated, which could lead to some scary consequences in the future, such as forged evidence in court cases, for instance.
Oh my lord. Hold on. I saw this idiotic TikTok where this woman is like, oh my god, with ChatGPT you can now commit tax fraud. And I don't even think she said it that way. She said like you can fake receipts for tax purposes.
God,
you could already do that with Photoshop theoretically.
Yeah.
Not even Photoshop. You could just print out a receipt.
Oh God.
She's like,
don't let her know about Xerox. Holy shit.
Yeah, she's like, oh well, you can fake.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. She's like, you can fake a photo of a receipt. And it's like, bitch, you could fake the receipt, print it off, and hand it to someone. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, the funniest thing about the world is that all of the systems that keep the world running, like, they're significantly less sufficient than people just assume that they are, right? Like, when I was a child, I have a distinct memory of thinking that the second you put a dollar bill through a photocopier, the cops would kick in the door, right? Like, I had a distinct feeling as a child that is how wired in the police were, right? And when I was in college, I had a professor who, I don't even know why he felt the need to bring this up, but he described cop shows as the intention behind like reality cop shows is to create a false perception amongst the general public that if they commit a crime, they will get caught. And the honest truth is that if you murdered somebody who you never met, you had no connection to, the chances of you getting caught if you weren't sloppy is next to none. Because the only way that they normally find somebody is they look at who would have had motive, right? Who do you interact with? Did you owe money to anybody? You know what I mean? Like that's how they figure out who the suspects are going to be. And if you just killed some homeless person, right? The chances are that they would not find you, right? Unless there were, cameras
and
and
stuff.
like and it's
Cameras,
definitely
you somehow left your hair
increased.
behind.
Like the surveillance state and stuff has definitely increased since I was in college. But it really just made me stop and think, like, I can understand the logic behind what you're saying, but I don't like the implications for what it means about literally everything else I just trust works, right? Because once you actually stop to think, and it's, it's like they say, the first thing you get upon receiving your diploma is a drop in value for people in your field. Because if it was easy enough for you to get one, then your perception of how hard it would be for the people, the titans in the industry, to get to where you now are drops dramatically. So your respect for the industry as a whole falls as soon as you become a part of it, because you realize it wasn't as difficult as you assumed it would be, right? And so, yeah, truly, honestly, that going back to your point about the receipt, it's like people have no fucking idea. It's incredibly easy to fabricate stuff. You just assume that there's a way to be caught, so you won't try it. And I'm not suggesting anybody do anything criminal, but I'm just saying, like, truth be told, it's your fear that keeps the world turning on its axis the way it does, Anyway, so back to this. So, quote, at that point, what happens? Anyone in a crime scenario is in court and they just literally produce their own fake video that says that wasn't right. Here's what happened. And that creates a mockery of so many things. I can't wait. I guarantee that will happen. But I can't wait until it's fucking obvious how they did it, right? That literally, they'll create a system sort of like YouTube copyright, right? Where you just feed the fucking video back through chat, and then it's like, yep, we did generate this, or whatever. Like, I don't think it's going to be that ridiculous. Plus, forensically having data structure that shows that it was created by a camera, like, again, people's understanding of codecs and whatnot, on a forensic level, you would not be able to fake this easily. The level to which the sophistication that you would need in order to pass something off as accurate and legitimate would be far beyond the average criminal's ability. I mean, to a level where if you're getting away with it, you kind of deserve to get away with it, right? Because the amount of effort put into doing it is so dramatically high that you're paying the price for the crime in covering up the fucking crime. I mean, it's ridiculous. So they say anyone in a crime scenario is in court and they just literally produce their own fake video that says that wasn't right. Here's what happened. And that creates a mockery of so many things. We've seen this issue with digital photography where people can create really perfect digital photographs that are very small and people can't detect the differences. One extreme is this could bring about very, very bad circumstances, real world issues upon us. Motherfucker. The same class that I was just talking about was it was a class about storytelling from the perspective of the subtext behind storytelling, right? And the idea that movies made every year reflect the time that they're being made in, right? Versus like there really aren't timeless stories. And one of the reasons that you do a remake of something is so that you can tell the same story, but through the lens of current issues or things that will resonate more deeply with the audience today than the story when it was told 20, 30 years ago, right? And so in this class, this is where like the teacher said that the movie The Matrix came out in like 1999, right? Or 2000 or whatever.
99.
And the subtext behind The Matrix, according to this teacher, was Photoshop, right? Photoshop had just been invented. And for the first time, humans could no longer trust their eyes because Photoshop was introducing a world where things believably could be fake, but you would believe that they were real, right? Well, hello. AI is doing that, and it's doing it effortlessly now, right? So I don't know. I just really don't think it's going to be the same. I don't. I think people are fear mongering over stuff they don't understand because they don't understand it, right? Truth be told, forensically, if you submitted security camera footage into a court and you said this was filmed in the camera in the corner of my building, then they would look at that camera model and look at the film grain being produced and say, that doesn't match. That's not how this looks, right? They would look at the codec. They would be able to see in the metadata how the file is structured and recognize that it's not accurate to how this shit is created. Right?
Let alone when the file was created.
Yeah, I mean, you can alter that kind of data, but it's just like the level of complexity to create something. You might as well just go fucking reenact it with your buddies and then change the date. Like, it would be easier.
Yeah. There's also something called Maine's Hum. I don't know if you know about that, but it was used to catch a few cheaters of speed runs. It's basically like the electric grid creates this noise.
Yes.
That recordings can pick up on.
Yeah, so you can tell if something's been cut out for to shave off time or whatever.
Yeah. And I'm sure AI is not going to make that.
Oh,
perfect.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Also, AI video is nowhere close to being like for a person sitting down at a camera, like a news thing, or slightly editing a video. That's one thing, but like whole cloth creating a video to like, look at this is a video of him like stealing that thing, and he was never in the store. That's years away.
You know, it's funny. There's an item you can buy. It's a ring that when you put it on, it has another finger sticking out like this. And the joke is that if you commit a crime wearing this ring, you're like, nah, that's AI. Look at the hand. Look how many fingers are on it. You know what I mean?
Like, hand. But I do want to say, like, yes, it is a problem, and yes, especially
human beings will evolve along with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. With the boomers who are on Facebook, they might get fooled.
So I bring this up all the time. There's that TikTok of the grandma going like, oh my God, those people. And what she's watching is a clip from Grand Theft Auto that's like a news bulletin in the game of a stampeding car hitting a bunch of people. And she thinks it's real because she's an old grandma and her eyes aren't that good, right? Yeah. Or she's got perfect eyes, but she's a fucking boomer. Just like when they debuted the first movie in a theater, you know, they projected it onto a screen, and people in the theater were sitting there, and the film that they were projecting was of a camera having been placed on train tracks. So a train was coming to and goes over the camera, and people literally dove out of their seats in the theater to avoid getting hit by a train that was just a TV screen. You know, it's stuff like that. Like, obviously, the first time you see it, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Right?
Yeah. There was a video of a pullover, like a drunk driver pullover, where like at the end of they ask him to keep doing stuff because he's like drunk and he doesn't want to admit he's drunk. So he's doing the sobriety test. And at one point they ask him to like start skipping and start doing a little jig and doing a dance. And then I think they ask him like, how do you say, the last thing was like, how do you say something backwards or something? And he's like, oh, I wouldn't even be able to do that if I wasn't drunk.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and the bit is from Reno 911 or whatever, the TV show. It's like a cold open, but it was filmed.
Yeah,
it's filmed as a real thing, so people thought it was like that clip got posted online, and people thought it was a real clip. And it's like, okay, so like this issue is there regardless of AI. It's not an AI issue. It's just a media literacy issue. And just people have to learn that it's not what you're seeing that matters. It's okay, what's the source of this? Are there other people corroborating this? You know, that is what matters when you're checking to see if something's true.
Yes. And I don't know. Sorry, you brought that up. It made me think of that Schwarzenegger movie where he's speeding and he gets pulled over by a cop, and the cop thinks he's been drinking, so he's like, "You're gonna stand on one leg." Thank you so much. You're gonna stand on one leg and recite the alphabet, and he starts to do it, and the cop goes backwards, and he goes Z, and then the kid that cuts to the next scene, right? Like he couldn't even do it, right?
I can do it.
Yeah, I could do it too. You know why? The Lucky Charms commercial from when I was a kid.
I think it was an alphabets cereal, not
Maybe.
Lucky Charms.
But you know what I'm talking about, right? Where they say it backwards. Yeah. Anyway, I endeavored to do it after seeing the Schwarzenegger thing, just in case a cop ever pulled me over. So I had already been able to do it, but the commercial made it way easier.
I practice it even though I can't drive anyway.
So he went on to point out how quickly technology was adopted in fields like TV and movies, many genres of which have become rife with CGI special effects that use physics engines to create the movement of snow or hair or any number of elements in an animated film, for instance. Quote, I don't know how you rein that in. Is it fair? No, it's not fair. Is it right? Is it ethical? That's borderline, isn't it? It is borderline. That's the best you can say. But I'll tell you what, AI is not going to go away. And I think that, particularly in the States, it's very unlikely that people will get away with court cases trying to pursue those sorts of issues. There will be some landmark cases, and let's hope they fall down on the sense of reason and fairness, because if they don't, then that door is already closed. The value of human art versus AI-generated content. However grim the future of AI might seem, experts say that not all hope is lost. Dexerto also spoke with Shovik Paul, the COO of CopyLeaks, a company that offers tools to help protect businesses from AI plagiarism and detects if AI has been used in their own work. According to Paul, it's highly unlikely AI ever truly replaces human creations like art, music, film, and more, due to the inherent value we place in human creativity. People are going to place...
it's not good with very specific things.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you want something, if your vision is like very specific,
yeah,
it is not good at giving you exactly that. If you have a vague idea, it might give you something that you're happy with. But if you have a specific thing, it's not good at that. I've been trying to make this stupid fucking video forever with two things. 2 times I've tried to use AI video, and both times, honestly, so far it would have been faster for me to manually like do the animation myself.
Yeah.
And the one I did animate myself already, and the second thing it's looking like I'm just gonna do it myself anyway, because it's fucking it's not working out.
So I went to the bathroom. One of the problems with fasting is that it goes right through you. I'll be right back. You guys catch up on the chat.
All right. Can art style be copyrighted, and would Ghibli draw custom art for individuals? No, an art style cannot be copyrighted. So that's answer
Ghibli
1.
making custom art for individuals would be really cool.
Ghibli is a company. I doubt they as a company would do that. Some of the artists...
that's the idea. The artists.
Yeah. Some of the artists that have worked for Ghibli may do that kind of thing. Like the style for Ghibli, there's been other studios that have taken that same style, and some of them have also had artists that had worked at Ghibli but had moved to different studios and have kind of taken the style aesthetic from Ghibli movies and put it in their new movies. So like the style itself is not copyrightable. Anyone can make you, any artist can make you a Ghibli style picture, if they want. Obviously, if you're thinking of like collecting art, it would matter more about who the artist is. But if you don't care about, if you just care about the looks, then it could be some random guy on Fiverr. Like nothing legally would stop them, unless you included copyrighted characters. If AI is losing money, doesn't that prove AI is not taking money from artists? Or at least that those artists would not be profitable in the first place. Yeah. I mean, there's an argument there. The AI takes less time to produce content. There's no way artists were producing this content. Yeah. Artists also have boundaries and wouldn't make the subject matter. Artists also cancel
A
themselves.
lot of AIs also have boundaries, but they do have AIs that don't have boundaries. For sure.
Yeah.
It's a case by case basis for each and every single one of them on both sides of it. So I don't think it really.
I've been having the hardest time getting ChatGPT to draw Spider-Man. I think we talked about that last time. It's just like no.
I've been trying to get it to draw me freaking Dr. Evil's rocket ship, but no.
Team Red Rock. Gross, JP. Gross. People toss out receipts that can pick them up and then file them. You can pick them up and file. Yeah. Yeah, that would be against the law. Not condoning that. Like, you can do a lot of things that is illegal. Like that is, you don't need AI to do illegal things. Get away with being under 11 in Sweden. What?
It's like get away with crimes and murder.
Oh no, I think there was something that said people under the age of 11 is like it's
like they're exempt from prosecution, I think.
Yeah, they're exempt from like crime or something like that. OCA
yeah, we talked about this where they used CGI. They recreated a crime scene in like a VR.
Yeah. Remember that. Reminds me of Pocket FM Vampire Skill. Okay, is that an anime? I don't know. The grid is at 60 hertz, but modern electronics are DC and use much better isolation. No, that's true, but so yeah, it might not come through. I don't know. I know it catches speedrunners, so it might be useful. I don't know. PS3 did a commercial where guys saw Madden and thought it was a live football game. Yeah, sure. Running Man movie.
Yep, referring to the Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah. I gotta say, I really tried to get through this topic before stopping to use the restroom, but I had a flash of my future becoming the new JT, and I wasn't going to have any of that.
Wow.
So if I leave again, you know why? No, kidding, of course. All right, where were we? According to Paul, it's highly unlikely AI will ever truly replace human creations like art, music, film, and more due to inherent value we place in human creativity. Honestly, the thing is, AI is just going to be a tool like a paintbrush. It's like this. Like, imagine you're a writer and you write manuscripts, right? For novels and shit, right? And then somebody invents a typewriter and you're like, click, 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 click. You're not a real writer. You'll never be a real writer, right? I write pen on paper. That's what we're dealing with here, right? And then from the typewriter to the computer, you think you're so cool with your computer. Clack, 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 clack. You know, like it's the same fucking thing, right? And then like they were talking about CGI getting into movies and TV shows. Like when I was growing up, my dad, to this day, is a stuntman, right? My field as a VFX artist replaces his field. Because when a stunt is too dangerous to do, it's CGI. Oh, and now AI is replacing my field. Am I fucking butthurt about it? No. The opportunities, like the amount of shit you get, like let me put it this way. I saw a post recently on Reddit that said, are we done? It was like on r/graphic designer. Oh fuck, are we done? And it was like, it was a sketch. Like I actually had my son do a bunch of sketches for his assignment with the intention that we were going to just have chat, make them more high fidelity. But my son is not a good artist when it comes to like framing things cinematically. So I just said, you know what, we're going to let chat figure it out. But somebody drew a picture of like a YouTube thumbnail that had a baseball player hitting a ball, and then the ball was on fire, and it said 1,000 miles per hour with an arrow pointed to it or something like that. And the post said, fuck, are we done? As in like, is graphic design over? And it's like, bro, I use Photoshop at work on a daily basis. All that AI has done has made my work so much fucking faster. That's it. I get way more shit done way faster. I have more free time. As I said, AI is the only AI. Sorry, just saw he's coming. AI is for the first time in my life, technology is making my life easier, faster than its natural progression makes it harder. This is a goddamn gift. I'm the new JT by your admitting that. It was the desperation JT liked. Oh no, not the actual act. That's right. Oh no, your desperation not to become JT sealed your faith. You mean my fate?
As a writer,
I'm not in some poop cult.
Like as a writer, you know, AI has made my job easier as well. Mm-hmm. Like I'll just, you know, bullet point, take examples from like, okay, what do I need for my YouTube script? This, and this, and then I'll take from that, and then I'll write out my thing.
You know what the best thing that AI has done for me? Like, and look, I know we always joke, like, oh, don't even bother funding the Anime Collector Patreon because you'll never get charged, right? Truth be told, the thing that takes the fucking longest when it comes to editing videos is when I talk about a different show than the thing I just saw in a first impressions, and I don't know where the fuck that clip I need is in an episode, a show that's 300 episodes long. But you guys know what the greatest invention ever for that is? Fucking AI. Because all I have to do is say, ChatGPT, in what episode of Attack on Titan would I find a clip of perfect, thank you. And in the manga, what chapter and volume would I find that in? Awesome. Fact check done. You know what I mean? Like, it is so much faster. And truth be told, it's not usually correct. I mean, let me rephrase that. It's not always correct, but when it's wrong in the chapter number, every single time it's only been off by one in which chapter the event actually happened in. And granted, I'm using Attack on Titan as an example. There's a shit ton online written about Attack on Titan. Okay? It's going to be different depending on what you look at, but everything I've looked at so far that I've asked, like, hey, I need something like this, or like, I have a bunch of videos that I want to produce, and I have largely edited 90% of it. But there's a part where I think to myself, in order for me to feel like I'm not giving up, I need B-roll right here. And I cannot, I know B-roll exists of this thing. For example, something I've been looking for a long time is a visual representation of when two straight guys are assumed to be gay just simply because they're someplace together. And then the visual recoil, like, whoa, like, we're not gay, kind of that sort. I know I've seen it dozens of times, but when you actually try to search for something, you're like, why is this so fucking hard to find? You know what I mean?
Get out of the first episode of Sherlock. There was an episode of Ron Cornelocki's.
Yeah, so the thing is that when I first started looking for that shit, I found like 4 examples. I was using like tvtropes.com. and whatnot to try to find stuff. But then I got to find that episode on YouTube or whatever to just even confirm, or I got to pirate it and download it or buy the thing. And I can't tell you how much shit I've bought that I ended up not using because it ended up not fitting the thing. And now, like the speed at which I can find out, all I need to download is episode 27 of this fucking CW show, and then not in there, great, get rid of it, and let's move on to the next thing on the list. You know what I mean? Like, it has saved so much fucking time. And truth be told, like I said, life is getting easier faster than it's getting harder for the first time since I was born. Right? Anyway, so people are going to place a different value on human-generated content versus AI-generated content. Absolutely. If you watch a YouTube short and you've got a shit ton of obviously AI voice, AI-generated, 100% of everything about it is AI, eventually you might humor a few of them in a row, but then eventually you start, I just want to see people get hit in the face with rakes or something. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to see something else. Give me somebody tripping and dropping a pie, you know, like...
I do want to mention, I don't know if you guys know the channel called JCS or JCS, Jim Can't Swim. It's a YouTube channel that got popular by analyzing police interrogation videos from a psychological perspective.
Sure.
And they would have a hired voice person to do the narration, all of the voiceover, and they would link to his channel. I think he operates on Fiverr or whatever. And his voice like makes those videos. And they've had some problems over the years because apparently, I don't know, some issue with YouTube. I don't know. Okay, so their uploads have been spotty, but a couple months ago they uploaded a video where you could tell they made an AI out of this guy's voice, and I'm like, well, that seems kind of silly. Why don't you just use him? And it was noticeusly worse quality. And then halfway through, whether I don't know if it was intentional. Some people on Reddit, I think, were inferring that the AI just went rogue and no one bothered to check it. I don't know. I have no clue how this happened. I don't know if it was intentional. But about 3/4 of the way through, the AI version of the narrator guy says, "Okay, and now I'm going to pass it off to this other narrator who will take it from here." And then from then on, it's this even worse AI, like generic female voice for the rest of the video.
Wow.
And it's horrendous. They ended up deleting the video, or at least privating it. And then they just released their latest episode over the last couple days since then. And I think they're back to using, or if they're using AI, they've got a lot better one.
A lot better.
I think they're back to using the official guy. But,
yeah, and you know, like for me, like let me give it to you this way. If I could 100% generate a first impressions video with AI, and it would be completely indistinguishable from the videos that I actually physically get in my car and go to the movie and pay for a ticket and stuff. If I could do it indistinguishable from that with AI, I wouldn't even want to. Like for me, the value in producing the video is that I actually did something. Like I have an attachment to it, right? And so like nobody become like, you know, I had my cousins are both artists on my mom's side. And I remember my cousins really impressed me when I was a kid because they drew with pen, right? And they were fucking great at it, right? And they would draw something. And I just remember one time, just like they were always sketching, right? And my brother and I were always sketching too, but like they were sketching in pen. And I just remember being like, how do you not mess up? right? And my cousin took his pen and said, "Who fucking cares?" and just scratched out the thing he drew. And I was like, jaw hit the floor, like, what the fuck, dude? For me, I would never do that to a drawing. But to somebody who's supremely talented, the thing that you sketched in 5 seconds that you could do again easily has no value. The thing that you spent 5 months of your life painting at till midnight every night, like that's the thing that you have blood, sweat, and tears go into that has value. And the funniest thing about that is that from a YouTube perspective, the shit that you shit out quickly, that's the shit that goes viral. The shit that you invest tons and tons of time, even if you plan it specifically, like this will go viral, I can feel it because the quality is so fucking high that there's no way it won't. And then it gets 10 views. You know what I mean? So I don't think.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that it's going to matter. And to Greenline's point, I think before I even left to go to the bathroom, you were talking about as a writer, right? Using AI to help you. Fuck, dude, that's a goddamn game changer when it comes to trying to figure out how you want to say something. And
because my thoughts are always like scattered, like papers across the room type of like where ChatGPT.
So here's something like spoiler alert. Right now, I am working on a ridiculously complicated thread about Attack on Titan and my theories for what's happening at the end of the series, right? It's extremely complicated. And I have so many ideas for things that I want to talk about that I actually counted, and I've got like 30 separate chats going between Grok and Claude and chat, right? So I actually painstakingly went in and I transcribed all of my tweets with a bracket representing every time there was an image or a video with a description of what's in it and everything. And I submitted that to each of these chats and said, here is what I've posted so far. What have I talked to you about that has not yet been posted? And then I had it give me a report of all the topics that I wanted to bring up that at one point I wrote up or said into my phone about things I wanted to talk about. And I basically had it give me a report. And then I said, in as much of my own words as possible, give me back every single thing that I told you about the topics that have not yet been posted. And then I aggregated all of that together. Then I combined those. I took those into a new chat and I gave it to Claude, Grok, and ChatGPT. And I said, here are my thoughts about, blah, blah, like aggregate them together as best you can. And then I read through my own thoughts, which reading them mostly in my own words refreshed my memory. Oh, that's right. I wanted to bring up this point, or, and that helped me organize my thoughts. So like Greenline says, papers all over the fucking place, right? And just being able to automate the process, having your papers digitally in these different chats, even though it's just as messy over a course of like 10 windows and 30 different chats, getting them aggregated together quickly and getting your head back on straight versus the process, the simple process of looking across your room and being like, there are so many notes everywhere. I'm too overwhelmed to even start picking them up. And then you go do something else. I'm going to go eat a pizza or something. You know what I mean? Like dramatically, this increases productivity, right? And look, yes, people are looking at it only from the surface level of hit a button, produce something that somebody else slaves for. Yeah, I get that. I get that that's frustrating and annoying. But dramatically, the stuff that's going to be produced by the people who are creative. The thing is, artistic talent is nowhere near as valuable as creativity. And creativity with the brush that is called AI is going to make people who are truly gifted, because you've seen a shit ton of people, oh yeah, they can draw, but their shit looks exactly like the person they're copying. But to see somebody who actually has a creative eye utilize AI and be able to iterate faster and speed up the process, then when it comes to figuring out what you want to put pen to paper and draw, you've already had AI help you iterate through 1,000 things that otherwise you wouldn't have even thought of. And now you've come up with an idea that's even better. You know, so like for me, writing this thread, just real quick, I might have like 4 different ideas, and I know that they could be connected as part of, they could be said together in one paragraph, but I don't quite know the best way to do it. And I'm pretty verbose, as you can tell, based on me talking for the last like fucking 30 minutes here. But I can give the ideas, and I can fucking talk into my phone for 10, 15 minutes straight as chat is transcribing everything. And then I can have it distill everything I wanted to say down into like one paragraph, right? And then that, even though largely I never even use what they give me, it'll give me one phrase that perfectly encapsulates what I wanted. I'm like, that's what I was looking for. And I would have spent weeks in the past trying to get there, right? And I wouldn't, because I'm fucking stubborn as shit. I would not have given up until I effectively got to that same level. So like, for example, one example, the term rendering the abstract concrete. This was an episode we did. I think it was episode 60 of the podcast when we watched Dimension W. That phrase from that show has saved me so much heartache because it accurately describes a concept that otherwise I wouldn't know how to explain, which is when you make something more comprehensible, easy to understand, that is otherwise not easy to grasp due to the fact that it is an abstract or difficult to identify on your everyday life sort of topic, right? Anyway, back to reading this. We're almost here. There's this psychological element of it. I can go generate music with no instruments or whatever else, and it'll sound really good, right? I do think that we probably will appreciate AI generated music potentially. Do I think that AI generated music will win a Grammy in the future? I don't know, because as a human, we will place a different value on something that's human created versus AI created. Same with art, by the way. I think that if I went to an art gallery and I saw a painting that was created by AI, it's not that I wouldn't appreciate it. I might be like, this is beautiful. Would I pay $1 million for that? Probably not. I think where we are today is that people will place a different value on AI generated versus human generated content. See, but this is the problem, is that humans are generating the ugly ass models in video games. You know what I mean? Like, this is the problem we have, is that modern art is fucking bullshit. A banana taped to a wall is not intrinsically of more value than shit I get ChatGPT to do on the daily. You know what I mean?
I think this person just hadn't heard BBL Drizzy yet.
That's why
BBL Drizzy.
Despite they haven't heard your penis,
BBL
your butt
Drizzy.
isn't your penis or recent.
That one I don't think is going to win an Oscar. I don't think, or not an Oscar, a Grammy.
That's why
definitely not an Oscar.
Despite the viral rise in popularity of AI generated content and the despair surrounding it from artists like Hayao Miyazaki himself, it's unlikely that we're near the end of times. By nature, humans will always value what they create with their own hands over something generated by a computer, which is why, according to Shovik, AI created books on Amazon hardly sell any copies, while decades-old animated films like Princess Mononoke continue to rake in millions at the box office to this day. Absolutely.
So there's still going to be a market for, like, if Miyazaki puts out a new movie, I will go see that way quicker than some random person used AI to make a Ghibli style movie, right?
Yeah, let's just say that copyright be damned. Movie started hitting the theater, and they were like, clearly like AI inspired Studio Ghibli film, whatever. And it's like, and you could see it, and you could even see the trailer. Nobody's gonna fucking care. You know what I mean? Like you're going to want to see the original, not the copy of the original that lazily got slapped together. You know, especially when it's an obvious cash grab, which most of the AI content being produced was, especially the early shit, because the AI starts hallucinating after only a few pages, and then it stops making sense. You know?
And I was talking earlier about, I mean, it might have been while you were in the bathroom, but some Studio Ghibli artists have moved on to other studios and have taken the art style with them.
And
others
failed. Studio Ponoc is trash compared to Studio Ghibli. Just because you have, and that's an excellent point. Miyazaki, Studio Ghibli's artists are effectively the AI, and the person directing is the one writing the prompt, right? Like Studio Ponoc might have an art style almost identical to the stuff they used to do at Ghibli, but there's no soul in it. There's no heart in it. It doesn't scratch the same itch because the person wielding it isn't wielding it as effectively as Hayao Miyazaki does.
I forget what I was going to say now. Damn it.
Sorry. I'm trying to remember the name of this person we clicked on. What was the name of this person? Oh, the One Piece person. Megumi Ishitani. I'm just going to throw this in the doc before I forget because it'll be easier. You want to catch up on the chat before we move on to the next thing?
Yeah. Give me a second while I try
I
and
think we've
recall
turned
what I was
into the
trying to say.
we've turned into the Open AI podcast.
It is the topic of the times. And it is being used in anime now, you know? Reese, you want to pull up those like 3 comments that we haven't covered yet?
Yeah. Pocket FM uses AI, tell stories, an audiobook style radio show app. One theory, Go2T says, one theory of why low effort clips go viral is that intuitively taps into your primal thoughts that most of humanity share, while planning out videos diminish the universal appeal. AI won't kill artists any more than VTubers killed flesh tubers.
Ouch. I remember
That's
what I was.
A weird way to put real life YouTubers, flesh tubers.
Yeah. I remember what I was going to say. Is I'll go see a Ghibli movie, right? But and it's not going to replace like creativity in that sense. But for like a random meme, right? I was talking to someone the other day, and they had posted a little cartoon of a cat. And they were like, "Oh, cool cartoon of cat." And I said something along the lines of like, through the topic, convo, I was like, "Oh, well, that cat, like your cat would like be in the bath." It was a picture of a cartoon cat in a bathtub. That's what it was. And I said, "Your cat would like jump out of the bathroom or the bathtub, and like shit all over the walls and like knock the imagine like a freestanding pedestal sink. They would like knock the sink over while they're darting for the door, right?" And so I was like, without AI, that's where the convo would end. This is what your cat would do. With AI, I go to AI and I make the cartoon image of the cat jumping out of the bathtub, hitting the sink over and jumping through the door. I'm not paying an artist effort to make that for me.
Oh, no,
right?
Absolutely.
But I'll get an AI to do that.
Yeah. Moving on. I saw this post. It says, if you know, you know. I didn't know, but I assumed. I scrolled down and somebody recreated this. Draw this photo of me biting my bed sheets because I have a disability in Studio Ghibli style. right? So they like kind of like recreate as a joke.
Hey,
or
wait a
whatever.
minute.
Yeah. And so somebody was saying sexualizing the art style of a creator who never sexualized anyone is fucking disgusting. And it was that original tweet I showed you. You know, I don't know why it says the post is unavailable because it is. Somebody said, you guys actually just talk bullshit on here. Interviewer, Nausicaa, the girl, is so attractive. Miyazaki, Nausicaa's breasts are rather large, aren't they? Interviewer, yes.
Hey, laughs. Yeah. Giggity.
Turns out Miyazaki's been a horny old man this whole time. All right. If you guys would like to support TerrorBytes before it ends, you've got another week. Just a reminder, it is a documentary series about the evolution of horror gaming that goes from the very first like Atari 2600 style game all the way into at least Silent Hill Remake. So definitely, if that's up your alley, you should check it out. But and then also we were talking about another one, but it doesn't start till tomorrow, so we'll talk about it next week. Anyway, moving past that. Boom! What? Sydney Sweeney is in final talks to star in live action Gundam film.
That's gonna draw the gooners to the theater.
Would you prefer Sydney Sweeney as a character from Gundam or Sydney Sweeney as 02 from Darling in the Franxx?
Asking the important questions.
Kotuchi says, Reese, I meant no offense with the term flesh tuber. It's just a phrase that VTubers use.
I was going to say, yeah,
offended. I just thought it was
self-describe.
That was yeah.
Entertainment news journalist Jeff Schneider reported on his In Snyder newsletter on Monday that actress Sydney Sweeney is in final negotiations to star in Sunrise and Legendary Pictures live-action Gundam film. Entertainment industry news services Deadline and Variety also reported on the casting talks. Deadline reported last October that Jim Mickle is writing and directing the film. Mickle is also producing the film with partner Linda Moran through their Nightshade company. Bandai Namco Holdings USA Inc. is establishing a wholly owned subsidiary named Bandai Namco Filmworks America, LLC, on Tuesday, under the control of Bandai Namco Filmworks. The new subsidiary's goal is to expand foreign licensing business and brand management ahead of the planned live-action film. Bandai Namco Filmworks and Legendary Pictures signed a joint investment agreement for the film in January. All this is fucking recap. God damn it.
I think it was just a headline.
Wow. All right. Well, I'll take it.
Thinking back on your question, I just remembered that one scene of 02 jumping on the dude's bed. If they recreate that, then yes, 02.
I was just thinking about, like, you know, how they have to do like the cockpit and everything with the
yeah.
Darling in the Franxx, watch party
like
win.
CG a man jaw on her, like the Netflix Gundam.
Well, I hope these are actually going to be live action, as stated in the.
I hope they bottle the Gundam after her.
Yeah, but they could CG a man jaw on her because they want to be activists. That's what I'm saying.
I doubt it.
Or they could just put actual practical effects.
Look, man. Here's the thing: you don't hire Sydney Sweeney you don't hire Sydney Sweeney if you're going to just CG her face differently, right? Might as well hire a man, you know.
And then put CG.
I know. I'm just saying. Do you think? I'm just saying because their Netflix was the way it was. It's like I don't know. Are they going to mess this up?
This isn't Netflix, right? This is Legendary Pictures, so.
Yeah. This has nothing to do with Netflix.
So yeah, but you're right. The Netflix
I
one
don't
is
care.
trash.
I'm talking about the Gundam brand.
All right. So Ultraman Fast Channel launches on Amazon Prime Video. So Mill Creek Entertainment and Super Riot Productions have launched a FAST, which stands for free ad-supported streaming. Not sure where the T is coming from.
The ST and streaming.
Yeah, Fast channel for the Ultraman franchise on Amazon Prime Video on Sunday. That must be today. The channel will feature more than 80 films and series, including Ultraman, Ultra Q, Ultraman Mebius. Is it Mobius? Mebius and Ultraman Zero, The Revenge of Belial. Super Riot Productions stated that good job, Adrian Hazra. Several shows and films will be available in English dubbed versions for the first time. Now, we haven't covered it yet, actually, but now that I think about it, Amazon is testing out AI dubbing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that's what they mean by available in English dubbed versions for the first time. That it's going to have a real-time AI dub going on.
I don't think they would do that.
We'll see. The Rose of Versailles anime film has been previewed in a subtitled trailer. It's a Netflix, right? The feature film will debut on Netflix in worldwide markets beginning on April 30th. A Netflix
Imagine
film.
the poster was made by that dude.
Marco Albiero or something like that. I still follow him. I still see him tweet from time to time. All right. Anyway, moving past this, we're making up for lost time at a neck-breaking rate. Chainsaw Man, the movie Reze arc, has announced the United States release on October 29th. Yep. There you go.
It'll be handled by Sony Pictures for the role.
Kaiju number 8 drops season 2 trailer featuring debut of fan favorite defense captain and confirms the international theater dates for Recon mission recap film.
I think we covered this last podcast.
Nope, we didn't. This is the release date.
Yeah, we had the release date last podcast.
I don't know why you told me to throw it in there then. What was the release date?
It was sometime in April. Sometime later this month.
The film will hit North America for just 3 days, with sub and dub screenings currently planned on April 13th, 15th, and 16th. Further, it will also have a release in Australia and New Zealand beginning on April 10th, as well as a run in the UK and Ireland starting on April 16th.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why you'd want to go see it because it's just a recap film.
No, it also has that OVA special, Hoshinu's Day Off.
Cool, there you go.
We also covered that too.
All right. In news that matters, Lupin the IIIrd, the movie, Fujimi no Ketsuzoku, which is the what bloodline?
The
Immortal Bloodline?
Yeah.
Is going to debut on June 27th, which tells me I'll get to see it at Anime Expo.
I don't think you will.
I bet I will. It's from director Takeshi Koike, from same as the other ones. So they've all been fantastic. I actually haven't watched this video yet. Is it an actual trailer?
Yeah.
What seems like, so first one was Jigen's Gravestone, Goemon's Blood Spray, Fujiko's Lie. This one's going to be a Lupin specific one, I'm guessing, because it's the Immortal Bloodline.
No, I don't think it is. Everybody's there. I mean,
everybody was there in the other ones too.
Yeah, well, Goemon
except for Goemon wasn't in Fujiko's Lie.
Or Jigen's Blood Spray.
I might even have a recording of it, but I went to see Christina V voices Fujiko in these movies, and she was at a premiere at Anime Expo where they showed Goemon's Blood Spray and Fujiko's Lie back to back. And she, after the movie was over, she's like, I don't want to get morbid, but did Goemon die? Why wasn't he in that movie? Oh, it was pretty funny. All right.
I don't remember seeing Goemon in the trailer though for this.
Oh, he's in the poster right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
and
don't-
it looks like they're going to be going back to Mr. Mamo, right?
Yeah.
Based off the trailer, the initial trailer that we saw, I assumed it was like a Zenigata
Yeah,
centered film.
that's what everybody was wanting, like something focusing on Zenigata this time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
It'll be interesting though.
Spoiler character who shows up at the end of Jigen's gravestone. You know, it explains why certain character shows up later on in Fujiko's Lie.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like they're going to Spoiler Characters. It looks like they're going to Spoiler Characters Island, and that would explain the title Immortal Bloodline.
Yeah.
Because spoiler character.
All right, moving on. Ketchup Entertainment has acquired Coyote versus Acme and will release it next year. So for those of you who've been living under a rock, Warner Brothers produced a film where Wile E. Coyote sues Acme over all of the shit that happens in the Wile E. Coyote cartoons. And they shelved the movie as a tax write-off, right? And in my opinion, even though seemingly everybody who's seen a screening of it has, liked the movie, I think that the movie is going to do a lot better than it should have, only because people are FOMO'd over it, right? Regardless, it's still, I'd still rather have it than not have it. I don't know what the fuck happened here.
Right.
Refresh the page, it'll probably look
No,
like.
it's been like that. For
I do agree with you on the whole FOMO thing. Because honestly, there's a part of me, and I don't know if it's still in theaters, but there's a part of me that wants to go see the Looney Tunes movie. That's not in theaters right now.
Is that
Oh, the day that Earth blew up.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Sorry, what'd you say about that, Green Line?
But I
wants
wanted
to go see it.
Yeah.
It's the first full-length 2D animated Looney Tunes movie.
I think so.
Probably the other one would be, and I would say Space Jam.
No, Space Jam was
fully
live
animated.
action.
Yeah. Well, this one's not fully animated, but the other you're
I
talking
know,
about the
no,
other one, right?
The one we're talking about, that
Yeah, yeah.
Line's talking about, is the first fully animated, full-length animated feature for Looney Tunes. Full-length movie.
They've had other ones, but I think it's been like
They're like
They've
an hour long or something.
yeah,
Not
and
like full length.
they've inserted like classic clips into them as well too. So anyway,
Cool. Look at
Don't
how
do
much
that.
anime news we have to get through. Look how much games news.
No manga news either. That's a bummer. Oh god.
Don't worry.
Everybody's favorite section is the biggest one.
Yeah, that's why. Everybody loves it. Notice how many of them are just tweets and shit. I need to close this door because the fucking dog opened it. My daughter's playing piano, and just in case she's a little too good, I don't want to get a melody strike. You know? All right. So, let's go. Dawn to Dawn, Season 2, release date, visual, and Evil Eye cast revealed. Okay, so they're doing the same thing that they did for Season 1, where they're putting the first 3 episodes of Season 2 in theaters on June 6th. Okay?
Yeah.
He's coming. So that's what they're calling Dawn to Dawn Evil Eye.
Yeah.
And again, that's coming out June 6th. And everything else about that is kind of unimportant. Season 2 is coming, no doubt. All right.
Yeah,
Also,
season 2 coming out in July.
The Apothecary Diaries Season 2 has a new art core. Reese, you're watching this. You like it?
I liked it. This is good. Great. I think
The
your
duality
wife
of man.
I think your wife would probably like it too.
Yep, I bet she would. All right, moving past that. A couple of Cuckoos Season 2 anime premieres in July 2025. There was nothing to talk about.
I was surprised about this because I watched this as it aired. Until I saw the news about this, I didn't even realize that there was a Season 2 coming. And so it looks like they got looks like they had a different studio, different staff, unfortunately. But yeah.
I want to say I remember there being something about this specific anime where it seemed like the studio doing it originally was really getting pressed hard about doing it. I don't remember. Anyway, I just highlighted this. On the way to meet his birth parents, super student Nagi meets brash Erika, who needs a quick favor. Poses her boyfriend at dinner so she can avoid an arranged marriage. But things get tricky once they realize they're heading to the same spot and her parents still want them wed. How does he ask out his school crush, keep his grades up, and hide his pending nuptials? Huh. No one said love was easy. So she wants him to pretend to be her boyfriend so she doesn't have to get married to him. Is that what's going on?
No. So they were swapped at birth by accident. So they were each raised by two different families. And so he was going to meet his birth parents and his, and his sister so the girl he runs into is actually the baby he was swapped with. So she didn't realize they didn't know that they were who they were.
Here's your son. Why does he have a vagina?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Sure.
Whatever, go with it.
Right.
But yeah, so they're together. Oh, this is my boy. Oh, perfect. You already know each other. Great.
Wow.
And then
what a coinky dink.
The sister that he was the sister that he was raised with, who isn't blood related anymore, is also kind of into him. Like at the end of the first, Oni-chan isn't my Oni-chan, is she?
Is this the Wincest you guys were discussing before we started?
No, that was Fujimi and his brother.
The loose cest, as he called it. Did you have one of those moments like in that episode of Naruto when he accidentally kissed Sasuke?
No, I'm just saying that I think I got sick. That's what I mean by lose.
His words were, "I got AIDS from my brother," and he ran with it.
Okay, yeah, I walked in the middle of it, so I don't know. All right, anyway. Shangri-La Frontier. Why does the dog keep thinking? God damn it. Shangri-La Frontier Season 3 anime announced, so let's get a third season.
This is kind of interesting. I mean, we got Season 1 last year, Season 2 this year. Both of them 2 core series or seasons. So This is just trucking along.
Yeah, that's something.
I don't see that very often these days.
All right. In a world full of zombies, I'm the only one who doesn't get attacked. Anime premieres in 2026. Now, if you looked at this thing, what would you assume that the story is about based on the title and images?
Lonely girl who wants to get some zombie dick doesn't get zombie dick because they want to attack her.
Because zombie dicks are gay.
If you want. Turns out, see, I would have thought that too about the zombie dick, right? No. Turns out, the story follows Yusuke Takamura, a former salaryman with a selfish personality who discovers that after surviving a zombie bite during a worldwide zombie apocalypse, he is the only person remaining in the crumbling ruins of civilization that zombies won't attack. So the women have nothing to do with it. Unless they're the zombie.
Wait, is this so it's a Sentai film works. We're gonna trick you with cute anime women, but they've got nothing to do with it.
Seems like it. All right. So next article here. Toei CEO confirms One Piece Super Sentai studio now focusing on overseas markets due to Japan's population crisis. Fucking traitors.
No.
You know what we do to traitors in the U.S.? We hang their asses. So before we cover this, I just want to address this one because it's really short. Chinese censorship is having a chilling effect on anime. Anime has become more popular internationally. Overseas revenue is up, but unfortunately, that means overseas markets are having more influence on anime than ever before. This increasing international influence can be good sometimes. Recently, English-speaking fans of Love Bullet saved the series from cancellation. However, there's a darker side to this: the censors of the Chinese Communist Party. According to Monton Web, investors and studios are growing increasingly considerate of the stable Chinese market. In order to ensure their shows can air in the authoritarian country, producers are completely avoiding anything that could run afoul of their censorship policies. Most notably, this includes romance and stories of rebellion. While violence, imagine a shonen series where the shonen protagonist's entire life mantra is everything for oh great leader. While violence and death have always been a difficult sell in China, just look up how World of Warcraft had to censor their undead for China. Now, literary themes and genres are on the chopping block. Quote, stories about overthrowing the government and works depicting middle school romance are now no longer allowed.
Damn.
Said one source to Montan. China is notorious for how it integrates media and government propaganda. Businesses in China are required to support the party's activities and may be compelled to provide data and other resources at the party's command. Earlier this year, the United States declared League of Legends owner Tencent to be a Chinese military company. Remember that for later. Back to this. Oh, wait. No, not that. This. So yeah, again, Toei CEO confirms One Piece and Super Sentai Studios is now going to focus on overseas markets due to Japan's population crisis. Now, if you didn't know this, Japan is an island. So literally every other market is overseas, right?
That I hate the wording of that title. What the fuck? It implies that they're focusing on, like, One Piece is going to, focus on but the news is Toei is going to focus on overseas markets. Throwing in One Piece and Sentai just for the SEO on the title is crazy.
They should tell them that you probably actually aren't going to get Germans with the Hitler salute in your Super Sentai show because they're afraid of that salute now. So, according to Toei company president and CEO Fumio Yoshimura, where once the studio's various film and television projects, such as those related to Super Sentai, Kamen Rider, and One Piece, were developed strictly with local audiences in mind, the shrinking of Japanese audiences due to the country's ongoing population crisis has now forced them to shift their economic focus to overseas markets. Established in 1951, following the purchase of the Tokyo Eiga Company and Oizumi Film Studios by the Tokyo Film Distribution Company, Toei Company is perhaps best known to our readers for their popular tokusatsu franchises like Kamen Rider, Super Sentai, and Metal Heroes, as well as their majority ownership of Toei Animation, whose production output includes such popular anime franchises as Dragon Ball, Digimon, One Piece, Sailor Moon, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Don't like any of that going into catering to China. One of the most prolific media companies in the whole of Japan, odds are, if you've watched an anime in recent years, they likely had some level of involvement in it. Yoshimura, who was appointed to his current dual role in January 2023 following the sudden death of his predecessor in Osamu Tezuka, detailed the iconic media production house's forward-facing plans while speaking to Deadline's Liz Shackleton for the outlet's International Distributors interview series, itself focused on spotlighting, quote, key executives and companies outside of the US shaking up the offshore marketplace. Speaking to his previously announced plans to have international markets make up 50% of Toei companies' revenue by 2033, maybe we should go that route. A boost from their current contribution of 30%. The studio boss explained that the reason for this shift in focus was, simply put, the fact that the amount of customers available to them in Japan has been shrinking by the day. In the past, Japan had a large population and therefore a market for entertainment content. So we didn't see the necessity of going overseas. But now our population is declining, a trend that is not likely to be reversed. So now is the time for us to create new strategies. Like fucking traders. Imagine. Like, yeah, well, Japan's great and all, but we want money. So we're not going to fix the problems at home. We're just going to cater to elsewhere. You know, like, per data collected by the United Nations, the fertility rate in the land of the rising sun has been on a dire downward trajectory since the end of World War II, with the national births per woman having fallen from roughly 3.43 in 1953, the first year the organization began the records to record such data, to an abysmal 1.37 in 2024. While the reason for this trend are varied, the most common factors are poor job market prospects, the rising cost of living against stagnant wages based on a declining currency, and a disconnect between Japan's highly rigid workplace culture and a rise in parents wanting to spend more time with their families. Combined with an ever-passing number of elderly citizens, Japan's population as a whole, to say nothing of its markets, are facing a slow but seemingly unstoppable collapse to the point where the Japanese government itself considers it one of its top concerns. As such, the president detailed that in service of finding new economic footholds, their two main markets of interest were their fellow Asian countries and North America as a whole. Quote, Asia accounts for more, so I guess you're going to see more black people in anime due to North America and less black people in anime due to China. Right?
So it just balances out.
It balances right back out. We're safe. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, we'll go global if that's how we're going to get in the black by 2030. Except for in Belarus, Russia, and all the other places we keep getting banned in. They should probably research the overseas market before committing to servicing it. I fear that that they labor under falsehoods. Yeah, for sure. Asia accounts for more than half the world's population. Local contents are growing in nearly every Asian market, and the region is closer to us culturally, so it's an obvious place to start. But North America is also a huge market, so of course we would want to roll out there as well. Well, tariffs are going to make that difficult. We'd like to work on partnerships and affiliations, trying to bridge the gap we have currently. We're starting with production, so we're looking for partners that we can co-produce and create with. The idea is to produce content that can work in the North American market. Though the CEO refrained from providing any specific details as to what sort of content they want to produce for either Asia or North America, he did note that overall, quote, we also want to look at how we can expand our existing tokusatsu special effects franchises, Kamen Rider, Super Sentai, and Power Rangers. This has always been Toei's forte, and we're hoping to expand these properties. Further, in terms of the former region, Fumio also noted that Toei was looking to, quote, work with Chinese producers to create local IPs, which will be regarded as Chinese content rather than imported Japanese content. Yeah, but that's just going to be way harder to get out to the North American market who doesn't give a fuck what China's doing and views it as the enemy, right? Production capabilities are improving rapidly in China, and Toei wants to co-produce both animation and live action with Chinese partners, he added. Damn, can't wait for that to backfire. Japanese anime adopting Bollywood musical style. Oh no. If Japan wants to end tariffs, all they need to do is stop tariffs on the United States. Yeah, true. Do Mexico and Canada tariff Japan? I don't know. It's a good question.
Probably.
All right. In games news, Final Fantasy VII cast goes to a Japanese high school, and maybe it's not an April Fool's Day joke. I don't know. I just want to show you that apparently Aerith is a delinquent. There she is. Would never have expected it. Also, I think it's kind of funny. I don't know what weapon. Oh, because she uses a staff in the game, right? Like she used like a bow staff type of weaponry, right? So that's why she has like the double-ended kendo stick. Ah. All right. And that's Sephiroth, if you can believe it.
He got a haircut?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe it. That's not Sephiroth.
That's supposed to be Sephiroth in the high school setting.
That's
You just know that
Augie.
he would definitely live by the rules of the high school in regards to hair length. That sounds just like Sephiroth. They did so many characters, I've never even heard of half of these. Anyway, I didn't read the thing about what means it might not be an April Fool's joke, but we're just going to assume it is until we know otherwise. How about that? Cool. Reese, you want to talk about Panty Party Perfect?
I think I'll let you handle this one.
So we've talked about this game in the past. It is a game where you play as the panties. And I don't know what you call it. It's like a third-person shooter.
Yeah.
It's going to Switch.
Okay, so the perfect version is there's a regular version that came out years ago. This is like a remastered perfect version or something. I don't know. And it comes out in like October.
Can I get the sequel on Steam where you play as the characters that aren't wearing the panties?
Oh. Why would you want to do that?
Well, what do you want? Do you
gay?
want girls in panties? Or do you want girls without panties? Or do you want to play as just the panties?
I want the scratch and sniff version.
Oh, okay.
Gross.
I'm going to move past this.
You took it too far, Reese.
Anyway, who wants to talk about the Nintendo Switch 2?
Randy does.
Should I just read this, or should we look at the pictures? You want to narrate?
Yeah, you can read it. It's
All right. So Nintendo had its big direct presentation today to fully showcase the Nintendo Switch 2. The presentation revealed all the launch titles and provided more information on specs and pricing for the new hybrid console, which will launch on June 5th, 2025. What makes it a hybrid console? Just like
hybrid as opposed
Is
to
it
Portable
handheld.
and
Yeah.
So it's not now a hybrid. It's always been a hybrid, and now this is just the version 2.
Yes, the original Switch was also considered a hybrid.
Okay, just making sure. The Switch 2 has multiple new features and functions, starting with the Joy-Con C button functionality that allows game chat to communicate with other players in-game using a built-in mic that can pick up sound from a distance. In addition to game screen sharing options, players can chat while playing different games.
I don't know if you really like that microphone sitting next to your TV in your living room.
Yeah, it's
And
gonna get feedback all
Microphone
the time.
and camera. I should
Microphone
say.
and camera? Yeah.
Yeah.
The Switch 2 camera will also be available at launch, but it will require a Nintendo Switch Online membership, which will give you free access until March 26, 2026. The Switch 2 screen is 1080p. Oh! And will support up to 120 FPS. Wow! really bringing it into the new world of gaming, aren't we?
Well, Switch 1 was 720, so it's double the size.
720, 60 hertz.
Cool 2T is daring us to use AI to build a game that's our version of Please Put Them on Takamine-san, where the game objective is to put the panties on the girls.
Damn.
There you go.
When you put the panties on, doesn't that make time reverse? I still haven't watched the show. I don't know.
No, I think that the character is able to undo previous actions by removing them.
Yeah, and the panties disappear.
Can
so
it
she has to
undo
have
me putting the
spare.
panties on? So they're no
Yes.
longer on?
She'd have to take
I
them
feel
back
like
off.
this could be a good game, you know. Every time you want to undo, you got to take your panties off.
Yep.
But
I
considering
think
it's a
I think
Japanese
this is a
property,
great
it'd be
peripheral for the
censored.
Switch 2. It's like the new Prince of Persia for Switch 2. You have to take off your underwear to rewind time.
Where
And
you
the
spit
camera's
out of
always
the wind
watching.
tunnel.
That's how it knows.
The come of time.
This got weird.
I put that one link you were asking for in the private chat. So you can, after this article.
Okay. The Switch 2 camera, we're going to do with that. Switch 2 screen is 1080p and will support 120 FPS. The LCD screen has HDR Sport, whatever that means.
Support.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But the more notable upgrades come from the magnetic Joy-Cons that can be used for mouse controls. Whoa! Imagine that people are going to throw away their computer mouses and just use their Switch. Like, come on.
So that, I mean, it's going to mention it later, but there was a game called, I don't know, it's you play as a fucking wheelchair guy. And
Paraplegic basketball.
Yeah, the movement to go forward is you push
the Joy-Cons.
Wait,
forward.
and being
forward.
represented in a video game? Hell yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
Drag X Drive?
Yeah, that game.
Wow.
So just imagine you have a table in front of you. You have to put the two
Wouldn't
Joy-Con.
you rather?
You can do it on your legs,
just
too.
do this to play Elden Ring?
You have to put the Joy-Con in front of you on a table and push forward.
You can push them. You can put them on your pant legs. too.
Okay, I don't give a shit. You got to push forward, lift them up,
Reese is gonna
Hold
be
them
rubbing
back.
and forth.
put them back on the table.
I'm
Like
just gonna be
that's-
spitting. I'm just gonna be spitting on the spot like so fast.
that circular motion of trying to do that while you're sitting in front of you, like when you're actually doing a wheelchair, like it's at the side. You're grabbing the sides, right, of your frame. You're not pushing out in front of you in this weird.
No,
awkward-
you're pushing the wheels forward. That's what it's trying to.
No shit, Sherlock.
But yeah,
Pushing the wheel. You're pulling the wheels. Yeah, you push them forward, right, to go forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
but you're pushing the Joy-Con forward on a table in front of you.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and so you now just do it. Like sit in a chair and do it. And it's not like a normal mouse where you put your hand out and it's like, you know, index or middle finger is pointing forward. To hold these stupid Joy-Con, you're like cranking to like think of a Joy-Con. Hold the virtual Joy-Con in your hand, rotate them 90 degrees, put them on the table so that you have the thumbstick on the inside, and now push those. It's so awkward of a movement. You're going to give yourself carpal tunnel doing that.
This is the new N64 Mario Party ripping your palms scandal, right? Like you're gonna give yourself carpal tunnel in Mario Party, whereas
You'll also probably fuck up your
Yeah.
back because it's such an awkward like you're
They
putting
want
your
to make you immersively crippled, okay?
it'd be cool
Yeah.
is if they had a
player game so that you can wind up in a chair just like the game.
Air peripheral where you could really just like own everybody else because you're doing it like you would normally do on the court, right? With your wheelchair peripheral. GameShare will also allow local play with other systems. Players can share up to 3 systems, and it will also support online play. What does that mean?
So scroll up. So this is 51 games or something, classic games or something. So in the past, if you wanted to play multiplayer with people, everyone had to have a copy of the game.
I see.
Yeah,
But
every
now-
single
Now
one
you
had
can
to
share
have a
it with
copy of
3
Party Party.
up to 2 or 3 other people that
3
don't
other
have
people.
It? Wow.
Yeah. Now I don't know if that works online
That's
or if
kinda
it's just
cool.
local.
I imagine it would be like DS download play or something.
That's
Yeah.
kind of cool though, because like if you're a kid, you know, okay, Timmy's buying the new yada yada. I'll buy the new.
Timmy got Smash Brothers. I want to
Yeah,
play.
exactly. That's cool. That's a good idea.
Oh, it literally says and will support online play. Okay, so yeah.
Yeah.
So I assume that supports online.
So you have to be
What, we
friends,
can share
obviously.
games?
And yeah, basically. You have to download it. You have to basically download the full game.
Oh, this was fucking hilarious. You have to pay for the welcome tour.
Yeah.
Right.
What's the welcome tour?
It's basically like a digital
manual.
manual with
Yeah,
like some mini games.
It's like
to
a
show you
fucking
what the Switch
tutorial
is.
level to
Yeah.
how to use the stupid Switch and all the functions.
It's probably
Now
like way
my
less than
understanding
Wii
is it's going to be
Sports.
like $10, but like roughly
I
six,
just can't.
6 to 10
It should
bucks.
be free. It should come
It
with
should
the
be.
stupid console, right?
Yeah,
Mm.
it's kind of silly.
So a welcome tour game was also announced. It will essentially be a Wii Sports-like game for the Nintendo Switch 2, mainly used to explain and show off the new console's tech and with tech demos and mini games.
Honestly, I think that's a disservice to Wii Sports, but sure.
The Nintendo Switch 2 will also introduce new game key cards that are different from regular game cards. Unlike regular game cartridges, the game key cards don't contain the full game data, but instead act as DRM. They're a key for downloading the full game to the Switch.
So
Wow.
to be clear, is this like all Switch 2 games are
No.
going to use
Yep.
this format or just
Pretty
some?
much.
No, not at all. Go to that one of the things at the very end that said the game key card, like the Nintendo site.
Screw that.
Yeah, so they have the little banner at the bottom. Any game key card game will have the banner explaining that it is a game key
That
card.
it is
game.
literally just there as DRM.
Yeah.
And you might as
Well-
well just get the digital version, right?
Well, okay, so now here's the thing. Two things happened in the Switch's lifespan because the cartridges cost money, and there was different types of cartridges, like sizes. You could get, like, as a developer, you could publish your game on like a 32 gigabyte cartridge, or I think they had 64 gigabyte one. I don't know how many different variations they had. Some developers, like Bandai, were cheap as fuck and didn't want to pony up the cash for the bigger one. So they would do things like release Mega Man Collector's Edition, which had Volume 1 and Volume 2 in the box, but only Volume 1 was on the cart. Volume 2 was a digital download code.
Well, that's how a lot of collections do it, like the Batman Arkham Trilogy, Assassin's Creed.
Okay, well, I don't know about any of those.
Busters 2016.
But other games also started just doing here's the cart, but it's not on the cart. It's a
For
100%
the love
download.
of God, Luigi, I would absolutely appreciate North Korea being Mexican. That'd be fucking hilarious. Can you imagine the bread lines are actually Taco Tuesday lines? No, come on. Everybody knows this and agrees with it. Final Fantasy going to high school means Asmongold will not play it. Okay. Don't know what that means.
Wow.
I'd rather play as a cute human character in video games. Okay.
Wasn't Randy explaining a thing?
But
I'll
are
get to it
but
when we're
are
done
the
with
humans wearing panties or not, Luigi?
What did you say the other night, JC? How did it go? I don't condone something, but I understand.
I forgot to include that. We have to save that for next podcast. I forgot to include that in the doc. Video game consoles and handhelds should have been designed if they are PCs or the Apple Pippin, whatever that means.
Never been designed, he said.
Okay. Well, it made as much sense the way I read it. It is rather fine to have a few separate devices with their own functions and never spend a lot of money for one thing. Okay. May I ask the host who was DragX Drive made for? I see no excitement for it. Isn't this Nintendo's Concord?
No. It's Nintendo's Rocket League targeted to cripples.
It's Nintendo was like, let's give a reason to use this mouse
100%.
and they're like, well, what about a wheelchair? Okay.
I don't know about you guys, but I
Super
would rather
exciting.
use a wheelchair in a video game than play Mario Kart. Okay.
Go back. I was not.
They don't even really look like wheelchairs.
They have a horrible aesthetic. I think that's the worst part of all.
They are kind of like that's like the seat part, right?
That's how like basketball. Like if you play wheelchair basketball, that's what the wheelchairs look like.
Right. Okay.
Well, not with,
So, and they have like a half pipe.
Obviously.
They have a half pipe for dunking.
Yeah.
Is that how that works? No, really? Is that how it works in wheelchair basketball?
Oh, not in real wheelchair basketball. No, I don't think there's a half pipe.
No. I was sleeping on wheelchair basketball.
I just
Damn.
need an image of a guy dunking.
If you want,
AI, get on that wheelchair basketball dunk off a half pipe. Sorry, you were saying about this?
Just read the rest of the comments. May as well get over them.
Okay. I prefer the key cartridge to download codes because you can buy and sell used key cartridges. True. As long as the key card is not linked to your account.
You have to have the key card in to use the game.
Okay.
I mean, it's like not really that different.
Well, the difference.
Pippin is a failed video game console / personal computer. Too much money because of the computer parts. Okay. What were you saying?
I think this is the difference, Reese, is that with the key card, you can have Mega Man 1 and 2, whereas if you sold your Mega Man 1 and 2 thing with the other cart, they'd only get Mega Man 1. With the key card, it's just like, here's your authorization or whatever.
So, what I was trying to say before we went down the comment rabbit hole, we have Switch games that were half game cart, half download code. We had Switch games that were not all of the game is on the cart. You have to download a bunch, like digital download required. That was the banner at the top of the Switch game. Okay. Because the game was too big for the cartridge, like Doom Eternals. And then we had games where it was just 100% nothing's on the cartridge and digital download
just a
required.
downloaded.
Yeah, the Metal Gear Solid collection.
Then I'm not sure about the Metal Gear Solid collection, but then there was download code only.
Yeah.
Notably, Mario Rabbids, the Ubisoft game. They originally put the game out on the cart, but towards the end of the life cycle, they re-released the game as literally just a download code in the box.
Sorry. So the entire reason that the new Switch has a USB-C port on the top and bottom is to plug into this stupid webcam?
No, you can also charge.
You can also charge.
Yeah, you can. Instead of having to charge, like having the thing come out from the bottom when you want to play it while it's dead. You can have it on top, so you're not having. You can actually just rest it.
So you can have it sitting right on your gut.
So you can have it in tabletop mode and charge at the same time.
Yeah.
So the DigiKey card or the game key card fixes the problem of the people that want to sell the games that were doing this anyway. This just makes it more official as okay for all those Switch games that were doing this anyway. This is what we're going to call it. We're going to call it a game key card. It's basically a rebranding of what was already happening on the Switch.
In one sense, it's kind of nice that you can visually see before you decide to buy it if you're getting cucked.
Do you think that they're going to be the red ones? Or do you think that they're all of them are going to be red?
Okay. Yeah, the Switch 2, they're distinguishing the Switch 2 cartridges as the red one.
As the red ones, got it.
Now, there is a question.
If they don't taste like death, then I want a refund.
There is a question because there are games like Metroid that are coming out, and I think maybe it's getting covered, but they're coming out as a Switch 1 game, but then there
Right.
will also be a Switch 2 version. Now that Switch 2 version, if you read the fine print at the bottom, basically says it's the Switch game plus the upgrade pack that you can buy
Enhancements.
separately. So we don't know yet if you buy the Switch 2 branded version of Metroid, is that going to be a red cartridge or is it going to be a black cartridge like the original Switch?
With the code
And
for the enhancements.
We
and buys.
also don't know if the upgrade pack is going to be a download code. People are assuming it is. There was some rumors about a customer service rep saying that it will be a download code. We don't know for sure yet. It's possible that it's baked into the cartridge. I'd say it's less likely. It seems more likely it'll be a download code. We'll have to see though.
Okay. Where did I leave off on this?
Keep going. Keep going. There you go.
The DigiCard. One more down.
Nintendo Switch 2 will also introduce new game key cards. We read that. Nintendo Switch 2 will play 3 types of games: Switch 2 games, compatible Switch 1 games, and Nintendo Switch 2 Edition games, which are essentially good.
No, we'll just finish this.
Essentially upgraded versions of the games with improved visuals and unique ways to play.
It's kind of stupid because it's like it's saying, well, there's 3 types of games, but there's really 2. There's Switch 1 games and then there's Switch 2 games, and then I guess you can
Switch
count them
1
as
games that are just
there's a
now been-
subcategory of Switch 1 games that have this upgrade.
That the developers have like for instance Hogwarts Legacy, on PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4, it's entirely open world. On Switch 1, you have to load basically every time you open a door or whenever you go from one
I
to
see
the
what you're
next.
saying.
Well,
So, but you
who
just
thought
mean
it was a good
it's
idea?
instant loading. It's not really entirely open world. It's just there's no load
but
time
However,
between.
for the Switch 2 version, they've explained that it is now entirely open world. No load times between going.
I like how
Yeah.
it's like it's a
But
feature that you get to play the game that everyone else got to play on every other platform.
Right. That's what I think. Yeah.
But not because it's gonna be an actual upgrade, not just like
Yeah,
obviously also visually it's gonna look a lot
The
better.
upgrade is going to the baseline.
Different games are getting different upgrades. Like I think Zelda is getting
Zelda's
better
going to be the
performance.
biggest one.
Yeah,
No, I don't think so.
Because of the app. Yeah, because of the freaking app that they're adding to it, it's gonna be. Huge.
I mean, they are adding an app functionality that lets you have find the Korok seeds.
And
adding
also
the
anything
performance.
else like the freaking map, the map that you can find all the shrines and all that. That's gonna be on all of it. It's gonna integrate into your game, so you'll follow along. It's like, hey, there's one over this way. Keep going.
Yeah. Metroid is obviously going to get one. The game's not even out yet, but it will have an upgrade.
Okay. Yeah, so here's some highlights of the launch titles and other games coming to the Nintendo Switch 2. Mario Kart World.
That's entirely open world.
I don't think so. I think there will be a free
From
roaming.
the look of the trailers and how it's described, yeah, it looks like it's an open world.
I'll probably buy it. Well, I mean, I don't know if I'm even going to get a Switch 2, but if I do, I'll probably buy it and I'll probably play it once and be like, hate it as much as Super Mario Kart 8 or whatever.
It's got free roam, and then the courses are 4 consecutive things in a row, so it feels bigger each time you do a course instead of just 4 separate ones.
So it's basically like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, where you ride up to the mission, right? Super Mario Party Jamboree, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Jamboree TV, whatever the fuck that is.
That's the thing where you
use the
a
camera.
video will be later where you integrated with
okay.
chat,
Yeah.
where your face shows
where
up on
had the
screen.
people coming up out of the pipe and dancing.
What's enhanced about the Zelda thing? Is that what you guys were just talking about?
It
Yeah,
actually
the app.
runs at a solid frame rate, and it's going to be at least 60 FPS.
Yeah.
So
better
that's going to be really nice.
It's so
frame
lovely
rate.
that I already own almost all the games that are going to get.
So what but the thing is, like, we were talking about the upgrade.
Mhm.
The upgrade is probably gonna be like 10, 15 bucks or 20,
Yeah.
20 bucks.
I'm just
maybe.
saying, it's nice that they upgraded all the games I already own.
Yeah.
I think I don't know if it
God,
covers
I
it,
can't
but the
wait. That's awesome though. Like you get to use the mouse function to aim in first-person shooters.
I'm pretty sure in the remaster for the first game, you could either use the thumbstick or make it like the mouse, not mouse
lock-on?
controls, but like the
Gyro.
Wiimote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the idea of locking on, like Z targeting. All right. There's also Elden Ring, which seems retarded to put on a Nintendo console. Hades 2, who gives a fuck? Street Fighter 6, I don't give a shit. Don't care. A new James Bond title. Whoa, I don't care.
Yeah, they're also
care.
adding a bunch of Hitman stuff.
Don't care again. Ooh.
Care very much.
Nintendo GameCube expansion pack for the Switch 2.
Oh wait, sorry, it's the expansion pack. I thought it was the controller. So, I mean,
We'll
both
talk
are cool,
about
I
that in a
guess.
minute.
well, the control. I don't know if it's going to come up, but the control. Well, yeah, probably in the next one. They're releasing wireless control.
Mm-hmm.
In the thing.
Should we talk about this first,
Escape.
real quick?
We can talk about it now that you pull it up. It's going to be switching to micro SD Express cards.
EX cards, yeah.
Express, yeah.
So you will not be able to use the same SD card that you use for
What
the
the hell
Switch.
does XC stand for if it wasn't some sort of express?
You know, it's just more acronyms and labels to put on the
Micro
thing.
SD XCEX YZJJ LMNOP.
Okay.
BBQ.
So is that all we needed for this? Oh, goody. You get
Yeah.
a 256 gig Mario licensed one.
Yeah, there will be branded ones.
I'm pretty
They
sure.
also
Like,
I can't wait to stick that in my camera, like
they also just announced that the 1 terabyte, like if they, as far as I understand, 256 was the max.
Mhm.
These kind of cards, but they just announced that there are going to be 1 terabyte cards coming soon.
Just
It says up there that a capacity up to 2 terabytes are supported.
The spec supports up to 2 terabytes, but no one makes 2 terabyte cards.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of like a dumb little thing.
Oh,
Even
just
like
the data
old-
cables are up to 6 gigabytes per second, but you're not going to get that if you just put it on a normal hard drive.
Yeah. Even on the old spec for the SD cards, they were up to 2 terabytes, but literally no one made 2 terabyte SD cards. I still don't. I think there might be one that exists. That's like $2,000.
2 terabyte SD cards?
micro
Yeah.
SD cards.
Yeah.
Micro SD cards.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, they make them.
Are you sure? Well, maybe
On
they do
Temu?
now. I don't know. Yeah, on Temu. Back in the day, no one made them.
Yeah. Yeah. SanDisk Extreme 2 terabyte micro SD 176.57.
Okay.
200
What?
bucks.
Fuck. That's cheaper than the non as the micros. It's like yeah. Sorry, I was just looking at what I had in my camera, which is
They got
regular
SanDisk Extreme
SD
Pro 2 terabyte for $279.
All right, anyway.
For the longest time, they didn't make them.
So
So
yeah,
now
because the
we can
games
talk
are going to
about-
be more demanding.
Yeah.
The Nintendo
we need that.
GameCube Switch 2.
Yes. So they are going to be including GameCube games, and if you scroll to the bottom, you can see the little.
Can we get these for this too? Is this the thing? We're gonna get to play freaking because I don't want to play Ocarina of Time without a fucking N64 controller.
They already
Yeah.
sell
They've
them.
always
That's
had
the thing.
these.
Cool. That's awesome. I like that. I love this
They've always
Game
had
Boy
them.
one. That's a cool thing too.
So they don't sell Game Boys, unfortunately, but
No.
so
But yeah,
as you
this
can
is
see,
platforms with the expansion pack. Like we had to
Yeah,
buy the
so-
expansion pack to play the N64 games.
as a
It's heavy.
reminder, there are two
Yeah.
different types of subscription. There's the basic plan, and then there's the expansion pack. The basic plan only gets you Super Nintendo, Original Nintendo, and Game Boy. And the expansion pack gets you Game Boy Advance, N64, and for Switch 2, the GameCube as well.
But only
GameCube
Switch 2.
games.
Also
I believe so.
Sega.
Oh yeah, and Sega, it's not listed there. Also, if you have a subscription, it entitles you to buy the controllers, because all of the controllers are also sold on the Nintendo website.
Oh.
They are all wireless, so that's good.
Are they all Bluetooth?
Yeah. Well, I assume they've all been Bluetooth up until now. I'll put it that way. I assume the GameCube one will.
If
also
the GameCube one is Bluetooth, I will explode.
I am planning on buying 5 of them.
Like, this is the best announcement of the whole Switch 2 thing, in my opinion, having the GameCube Classic controllers.
Yeah, but the GameCube is unfortunately locked to the Switch 2.
Reese, men use Dolphin.
Honestly, Reese, you're the only one that has said that. I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I saw. I was seeing elsewhere.
Yeah.
It was.
I mean, it makes sense, I suppose.
That the GameCube.
Oh, I mean, it says it in the little infographic, so I guess that makes sense. Exclusively on Switch 2 at the bottom there.
Mhm.
Game Chat, GameCube, and the Switch 2 upgrade packs or whatever. Oh yeah, so that's the other thing. The upgrade packs for some games are free if you have a subscription.
So far, they only have the 2 Zelda's games, and then they have like 10 games listed that are free upgrades, which includes like
there's
Mario
ones that are
Odyssey.
completely free for everyone.
Yeah.
What do the hosts think about paid upgrades? When I upgrade a PC hardware, the games just get better, plus the upgrade Switch 2 will not be on the cartridge. Yeah, okay, so I mean,
so what's cool?
Some of them are free, so there is that.
Yeah, and what's kind of interesting about this is the idea that like you can now go and buy a used Switch game for like $3 and then upgrade it, and then Nintendo is, they're basically, what's cool about it is that Nintendo is figured out a way in order for themselves to recoup the loss of their console without you having to pay the price for their new games, as we're about to look at, which is going to be.
And actually, I do want to take issue with your analogy here. So on PC hardware, games just run better. No, they don't. They run better because you have a faster CPU, and that's fine. But like, they don't run at higher resolutions, right?
And it doesn't always run anymore. If you upgrade, to Windows XP, all of a sudden that Windows ME games stop working right.
Some games will break, but assuming it works, right? It doesn't get any better. It might just perform faster because you have a better computer.
Yeah, the load time gets slower or faster, right? Like that's
and you can still play your Switch 1 game without the upgrade in your Switch 2. Like, it's not like you need to buy the upgrade.
Overheating your machine as fast, right?
The only reason you would buy the upgrade is if you want the better performance and higher resolution and new features. So it's not mandatory.
So JT Vega says microtransactions card, 256 gigabyte. These are flash memory, no Twin Snakes game. So you can't play the Metal Gear. Oh fuck! The remake for Metal Gear Solid 1 on GameCube isn't going to be one of the classics.
Not yet.
Bummer. Sorry,
they announced a few notable ones that are coming Pokemon soon. Coliseum. Are the Pokemon Coliseum games and
XD,
DX or whatever? Yeah, XD.
Wow, Cyberpunk. That seems like something I'd love to play on a Switch. Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. Wow, on the Switch, I'm spoiled.
You realize for some people this is like an opportunity to play this portably.
Oh yeah, I get that, but who cares?
Wow.
And so they've already Super Mario Wonder, Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, Kirby Forgotten Land, right? they basically already kind of hit their IPs. So now they're like, all right, what's our launch title? Donkey Kong Bonanza.
The art style looks.
You're all right there, buddy.
I am not a fish, bitch. He said, speaking to his own body, which would not behave otherwise. And it worked. Magic. Just like that. Damn it.
I mean, I've been waiting. So we kind of skipped over Kirby Air Riders. Apparently, that's a big deal. People have been waiting for Kirby Air Riders too.
This is Kirby
I never
Air
played
Riders
the original.
one.
No, the
Air
first
Ride
one was
is
called
the GameCube game.
Yeah, Air Ride. This one's called Air Riders. It was 20 years ago that the first game came out, so I don't know. I didn't play it though. But Donkey Kong, the last 3D Donkey Kong was Donkey Kong 64.
Yeah.
And that game was made by Rare, and it was made after Banjo-Kazooie. I think they nailed the collectible like 3D platformer with Banjo-Kazooie.
Mm-hmm.
With Donkey Kong, they went crazy with the collectibles, and it was like the annoying type of shit that they would do where, because there was like 5
like
different
a
characters
mobile
that you
game,
could play.
Like a mobile game where you have to collect like 15 different types of collectibles because each different one is how you spend currency in game.
Well, I mean, there were tons of different collectibles. I
Red
don't remember
banana,
what the hell
blue
they did.
banana, yellow banana.
Yeah, and the annoying thing was, like, you'd have to play each level like multiple times because you'd get there as Donkey Kong and there'd be a yellow banana, and okay, I get the yellow banana,
somebody else.
but then there'd be a red banana right next to it, and it's like that one you need Diddy for.
Yeah,
and it's like, oh, I don't have Diddy yet, so I have to go unlock Diddy, then come back here to get Diddy's thing, and then next to that there's a purple banana, and that's you need Dixie or whatever.
yeah,
Tiny
Dixie
Kong or whatever. I think it was Tiny Kong, whatever
There's
it was.
Tiny Kong? You mean Kitty Kong?
No, it was Tiny Kong. It was specifically
my
for
God.
that game. It was a little girl with.
I can say with full
Tiny
certainty, I'm not going to play this game.
I
So when
I
you
think
say
it has potential.
when you say full 3D, are you referring to like a Donkey Kong mainline versus
Look, man,
country?
The way I see it, we're just getting further and further away from the goal because in this game, Donkey Kong is wearing jeans, and we want games where you have no panties. So we're getting too far away.
That is odd that they gave him jeans. It makes it more weird that he's naked in every other game.
Right?
That he's got pants on now.
He only had a tie on before.
Yeah. What do you mean, Footnum, by mainline versus country?
Well, I don't know, because as far as I could tell, like there's that, like, is that Wii game a remake of that 64 game or
The
whatever?
Wii game?
Didn't
Well,
you
he's
buy that
talking-
Switch game that is like the Wii port or whatever? That's a remake of a Donkey
So yeah,
Kong?
so they made Donkey Kong Country
Versus
Returns
the 2D platform.
and
right?
and Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Those were 2D games.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
the,
okay,
the
so like
assets were
side-scroller.
3D. Yeah, so the assets were 3D, but it was a side-scrolling game.
Yeah.
It wasn't a 3D
Okay.
game.
Gotcha.
So this is the first time that they've released a 3D Donkey Kong game.
So the
since
Nintendo
N64.
Switch 2 and its launch titles will be released on June 5th, 2025. The console itself will cost $449.99, and a bundle, including Mario Kart World, will cost $499.99. Moving forward, games are expected to go for $80 to $90 MSRP for higher-end titles as the new standard. In Japan, the console will only cost 49,980 yen, and the bundle will cost 53,980 yen.
Yeah, so that's kind of a little bit misinformation. It's $80.
Yeah.
It's $70 to $80.
Yeah.
Depending on the title, not 90. As far as so far, not 90.
Well,
So
I
with
think
that, today high end was like, taking Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. That was $70. That was high end. So basically just adding.
Well, I think they're thinking more about games that are not even first party will be the ones that go up to 90.
Yeah.
When they release Grand Theft Auto 6 for the Switch 2.
Well, yeah, Grand Theft Auto will be different.
All right, so I got a video here. Did I upload it? Yes.
You can also check the controls for each title and customize them to your liking.
So per game, you can customize the controls. Although, if you're playing a GameCube game with the GameCube controller, why the fuck are you changing the controls?
Yes, if you're playing a GameCube game with the GameCube controller, it's less likely that you would need to change the controls. But for playing it with the Pro controller, it could help.
I just talking to my coworker Nick about playing. He was talking about playing Ocarina of Time on the GameCube when they made that version where they removed the mirror shield emblem, so it didn't, and like the Islamic chant or whatever in the Spirit Temple.
Yeah.
And we were talking about how that game was designed around the N64 controller, and fuck, man, playing the stupid songs on a controller that doesn't have the C buttons is a nightmare. Like, I don't want to play it anymore.
Playing those songs with the C stick is not fun.
Yeah. So what's new with the Nintendo Switch Online and Nintendo Switch 2?
So this is just basically talking about how that they will also go back and, which is amazing because the GameCube controller kind of mostly maps onto a normal controller, right? The buttons are a little different spots. They got the big A button, the B button's a little off to the side. And so, if you map that onto a new controller, the placements are different, but all the buttons are the same, right? It's got the C stick. That's the right analog stick now, right? But the N64 controller is fundamentally different because it has 6 face buttons, and it's not an analog stick, right? It's 6 face buttons. And so it's a lot harder to map controls from that onto a Pro controller. And so they're now going back and changing the old N64 emulator that they have had in the Switch so far to also support per game button mapping, which is great because while it's cool. Appreciated for the GameCube, it's so appreciated on the N64. They're also going to be adding a CRT filter effect if you care about that.
Kind of neat, I suppose. Cool. All right. So now let's talk about the chat function. So if you guys can look here, you can see that the people playing the game, their faces are visible, even though they're only using one camera. Like, it's recognizing where they are and applying them based on who's holding what controller, I'm guessing, right?
I actually don't know about that. They might all be on
that's what it is.
Consoles. I'm not positive.
I doubt it.
Well,
no, they're using one.
It does show them all in one room, so yeah.
Yeah. And so the way that it works, right? It's like your face is there now if you want. Like, it's not.
What if they had 4 cameras and you just don't know?
You push the C button.
Well, I mean, the film is showing one camera,
and then you can also see down here that like it does like a zoom style, like remove my background kind of thing. So you can be seen down here when you're.
I guess this would be good for streamers.
Yeah, for streamers, pretty much. Yeah, I really don't see this catching on.
Oh no!
I bet you this is going to get abused as all hell. When you, like, more ways for pedophiles to show their penises to your children.
They
you have to be friends to. You have to filter out your friends.
Please, like, pedophiles aren't going to friend. They're not going to like on the internet on forums get kids to friend them.
They have a parental controls app. You can set it to whitelist people that you approve. Like, they've set up ways that if you are a concerned parent, you can
completely disable the entire function of it.
Yeah.
Or just, not buy camera.
That too. I personally don't like this camera. I think it looks kind of silly, and I don't want that sitting next to my TV constantly. However, there is a different camera made by Hori. It's a third-party camera. Still don't know the specs. This one might be like less of a good camera. I don't know. Like, the other one might be 1080p. This one might be.
I like the idea that this one's motorized and it like looks around the room. I
don't think it's motorized, but
when it's off, the mouth closes.
Yeah, that would be.
I don't think that's. I think that's a manual thing. I think
Probably.
I
Yeah.
think it's a manual thing that you just close. But
That one looked
I
pretty.
very much appreciate the fact that you can
Oh,
cover the camera.
you can stick it directly into the top of the.
Yeah, that too. It
That's
pops out of the
cool.
the plant so that you can.
Fuck, man,
if
I
you're-
like that.
Yeah, if you're using it in handheld mode, it's a lot easier too, right?
Yeah, totally.
So yeah, I think like Hori beat Nintendo's. If like normally I'm all for Nintendo official products.
Yeah.
This is an officially licensed product, I should say. But like I'll take the Nintendo made one. But in this case, no. If I don't, I'm still not sure I'm gonna get a camera. But if I am going to get a camera, it's gonna be this one.
Well,
If you
got
get
those
a camera,
McDonald's
it's gonna
toys,
be an
but-
Elgato with your fucking Spider-Man VTuber thing.
Avatar.
I'm just gonna print off an image on my printer and hold it up to the camera.
Just tape it to your face.
You're gonna
Yeah.
use the camera, but the camera is gonna be looking at a screen of your avatar. All right. So, how much are Switch games? $80 for a Switch game? $80 for a Switch 2 game, Mr. Squidward. All right, Switch 2 release date announced. Skipping over all that. And right here. In an odd footnote for the international community in Japan, Nintendo also said that it will be releasing 2 versions of the hardware within the country. A Japanese language Japan-only Switch 2, which will be offered in a bundle set that includes a downloaded version copy of Mario Kart World, and a multi-language Switch 2 for players, quote, requiring languages other than Japanese. To clarify, both of these versions of the Switch 2 are going to be sold within Japan, but with the multi-language version not available at retail stores and only purchasable directly from Nintendo through the My Nintendo online store.
Do they? Oh yeah, they don't have the price.
We
The
looked at the price
Japanese
Mhm.
for the Japanese only one.
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
Like
it was in that first
$133
article.
left.
It's
yeah,
a
it
lot
was
cheaper.
listed in yen.
It was
So it's
in
like,
yen,
yeah, it's over $100 cheaper. So fucking Duolingo says, gamers, learn Japanese to save $133. Like,
Yeah.
straight up
Now
Duolingo.
it's not just that you have to know Japanese. You also have to have a Japanese Nintendo account, and I believe in order to have that, you have to have a Japanese credit card, and you
Yeah.
can only buy it from the Japanese store, which only accepts Japanese credit
Mhm.
cards. And I
Well, it's not
believe you also
just
have
Japanese credit cards. You have to have a Japanese address as your billing address.
probably that too,
Yeah.
and a Japanese phone number. Like they are
Mhm.
restricting this shit
And you
to
need to also
only.
have like a Japanese AC adapter.
Well, I mean
I'm pretty sure that's the same as North America.
Even if it wasn't, like you can buy that. That's not a barrier to entry. But everything else, they are trying to limit that to only be sold in Japan for Japanese people. They do not want this lower
So,
priced
that
version of the
aside-
console getting out.
That aside, are they not literally just charging you $133 extra for a patch?
Yeah, for the language patch.
Yeah, essentially. Well, so we don't know why they are doing this yet. They haven't said. There's 2 theories. One theory is tariffs, and so to get around to spread the pain of tariffs, they're going to raise the price of everyone else.
Mhm.
But then to not affect the Japanese market specifically, they're going to make a Japanese specific one.
Mhm.
And with it being that not a lot of people speak Japanese, and they can restrict it in such a way that they're only going to sell it on Nintendo's thing and have all these, address and phone number and all this stuff.
Mhm.
They can restrict it to the point that, okay, if some do get out, it's not crazy. And so they've accepted that loss in terms of like, well, that could have been a multi-language one, whatever.
Mhm.
So that's one theory. The other theory is that the yen is so weak right now that they couldn't afford the multi-language one. But again, they don't. If they made all of the consoles like that, they'd be taking a loss probably. So they just want to take a loss on this to help the Japanese market out specifically.
Mhm.
Those are the 2 running theories. We don't know why for sure yet.
Kotuji says, random. I don't just mean upgrade graphics. There are Switch games with performance issues due to the hardware. I'm asking if those will still bottleneck without the upgrade.
So basically,
so-
will your Breath of the Wild still give you
Yeah.
28 frames average if you don't
You're
upgrade?
still gonna need the upgrade.
Why would
So-
Nintendo artificially kneecap the performance?
So
Well, hold
Okay.
on. Someone says that it uses emulation to run the first
it does.
Switch 1.
Well, it's not necessarily fully like emulation as you would think it, but it's going to be a translation layer because the CPU does not operate the same structurally as the Switch 1 CPU. So the only way around that would have been to literally do the same thing that they did with Game Boy Advance and DS, right? To make that backwards compatible. They basically put a whole Game Boy Advance in your DS. Whoa.
Other camera. What do you think? Julie, you're on Game Boy
Julie
camera.
Cam.
Smile, you're on camera.
Look, I have another camera.
Get rid of that. Why are you on that?
But my hair looks better from this angle.
No, it looks
Oops.
like
There's
garbage.
the best camera. Yeah. All right. Anyway, you're still on this camera at least.
And now I forget what I was saying.
I apologize.
Emulation.
Oh, yeah. So there is a translation layer, and so that is causing. So the instructions of the Switch 1 games have to get translated to the equivalent of in what they are in Switch 2. It's not 100% compatibility. There is a list that we should have
Mm-hmm.
in the doc of Switch games that
It's coming.
have compatibility
It's
issues.
actually the next thing if we want to address this real quick. So Switch 2 pre-orders have been delayed in the USA while Nintendo assesses the impact of Trump tariffs. So your $450 console is probably going to cost $700. Is what they're
You don't know yet. We don't know. However, I
I'm
do know
Canadian.
that Canada,
Japan, there's an easy solution.
it's not
Drop
delayed
the
in Canada
tariffs
yet.
on the US.
Mm.
All right, here are the Nintendo Switch games with startup issues on Nintendo Switch 2.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Look at how long the fucking
It's
page
literally
is.
like 99% of the.
Look at this
games
publisher:
are compatible.
hamster, 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 hamster,
Nah,
hamster.
I went through this list and it's like there was like 2 games on there that I have.
Yeah, like Doom
I got
Eternal.
isekai'd into a shmup.
Wait, Hamtaro worked on these games?
No, just hamsters.
No, I know. I'm just making a joke.
Yeah, I think
NIS
there's only one
America.
of these. Maybe 2. Yeah.
And also there was the news that they were holding dev kits out, like they were holding them back from some developers. So these might get all patched for free. Obviously they want their games to work on this system.
Yeah.
So
They want
I
to
think
make
it's
it
literally
look
just
as
going to be up to the third parties to do it, and 100% of Nintendo stuff is going to be compatible.
no, that's what I'm saying. The
Yeah.
the third party devs are going to have to update their game. They're incentivized to do that so that they can continue to sell their game on the Switch 2. And if it takes a significant amount of resources to make that patch, then they have the option to also sell an upgrade pack for that
Yeah.
game, right?
the Switch 2 version.
Is there coffee?
And so for games like Breath of the Wild, I don't know, but like we'd have to see. But I would expect there to be some performance benefits without the upgrade pack, just in terms of lag issues. But if you buy the upgrade pack, then you'll get the higher resolution and the higher frame rate, like the base frame rate and the added features. So
Your light pole almost lines up with that white over here.
you're very distractible
I
today.
am. I am so damn tired. I decided so last week when we did this at 7 o'clock, like we are doing it tonight. I did not sleep at all. I got in bed and I rolled around all night, and then I got up for work, and I'm expecting that to happen again. So I did not have. Actually, I already had 2 energy drinks today, to be honest. So I just didn't want to have a third. So anyway, Quantity says, I thought both Switches were x86 hardware.
They're both ARM, actually.
Mm.
I'm pretty sure. But they're different types of, like, they're slightly different. I'm not an expert on it. There is a video by Modern Vintage Gamer that goes over it. He recently uploaded one that said, I was right, it's emulation, and it's not really emulation. It's kind of a baity thing. It is emulation, but it's not like it's running an emulator as if you would on a computer. It's a lower level.
Not like they're running
emulation.
Yuzu.
Yeah. It's a deeper, lower level emulator, essentially translating the calls to what they would be
So
in
I love this.
architecture.
Luigi says backwards play needs to be free, just like the Game Boy family handhelds. Nobody is stopping you from playing your old ass Game Boy. Nobody.
Yeah.
Does
This is
anybody
just
here
an
not
upgrade.
have their childhood N64? I have mine. I have my GameCube, my PS2, the PS3 somebody gave me. I have fucking all of them. Okay? Nothing is stopping me from being able to still play the old games I haven't thrown away. Right? The point is that it's really awesome that Nintendo, of all people, whereas everybody else is trying to sell you the same fucking game for $50 or more, Nintendo is giving you a chance to play the games that you already own for a very minuscule nominal fee on the new console.
Just to
Nobody's
upgrade.
stopping you from still playing the game on the Switch. You
No, you
could
can
sell your old Switch
You can still
for
play.
$60 or so, and now you've got $60 to take your 6 favorite games and transfer them over to your Switch 2. It's not that fucking hard.
You can. No, you can still
here's
play
the thing.
them, but you just not. You can.
Here's
get
the thing.
paid to upgrade.
Xbox, ironically, is like the most back compat friendly. I don't think they have upgrade programs and all this crap. You can just take your Xbox One game, pop it in your Series X, and then
That's
it works
cool.
and it has the enhancements.
Well,
PlayStation introduced.
That's semi-true. You're right, but there were some games that just didn't work, and it was because they decided to offer the third-party ones. That it was because they decided to make a new version. But yes, for the most part, if it was an automatic upgrade, you automatically get
Whereas
the better version.
PlayStation, like in the first party, I'm pretty sure they had upgrade packs. They pretty much started
It's
this
$10.
trend. So it's like, oh,
No,
your PS.
that's Nintendo
wait.
did it before too. Like they had upgrade packs for the Wii, to the Wii U. Yeah,
Look, all I'm saying,
specifically for the virtual console games.
all I'm saying is that Nintendo has actually made a favorable way of doing this to the point where I can still play the old Switch with the Switch games. But it's really cool of them to make it so that I can also have the option to play them on the new game or on the new console, and that it'll support the company so that instead of me needing to go out and buy a whole bunch of new games in order for Nintendo to be able to earn back their investment on developing the new console, that I can support them by simply moving my old games over to the new console. I don't have to do that. I can still play the old Switch games on the old Switch. It doesn't require me to do it the other way, right? I'm not being forced to do that.
For most of the games, you can play those old games without paying for the upgrade on the new Switch.
Yeah.
That's what
It's just you won't get the added features.
You just won't get
and
the added features. Yeah.
performance.
So I'm just saying, it's really
Yeah.
amazing for them to go to the trouble of doing this. And I still have the option to boot up my old N64, which is still plugged in up in my kid's room, and play GoldenEye if I fucking want to. I still have these options. Nobody is holding a gun to your head, forcing you to pay $10 to play the game. You can still use your old console. Nobody's forcing you to throw away your Game Boy. It's retarded.
At least I should say I'm pretty sure that you can still play your Switch 1 game without paying for the upgrade.
Yeah, we don't technically know yet.
I'm not 100%. Like there might be some games that force you to buy the upgrade, but
Mhm.
there are games that will not. There will be Switch games that you can play on Switch 2 that will not require you to do anything. For sure. Guaranteed. But the ones that have the upgrade pack, I don't know, maybe they
still
will
just
force you to
optional.
upgrade, but I'm pretty sure it's optional.
I feel like
Um,
the thing is, oh god,
It's so good.
I feel like this is kind of one of those things we could be letting in the door that's like could be more egregious and outright turn into like, oh, that's $40 to upgrade your game.
Well, what's more
for the
egregious?
latest-
Saying like,
No,
okay,
hold up.
well, oh,
Let me
okay,
finish.
yeah.
So the alternative is I have my PS4 game, and then
Mhm.
you throw it in to the new console, and it's like, well, it's more powerful. It should be able to run, and it's my same game.
Mhm.
But it's like, oh, well, you need the upgrade pack, and then some developers, it's like you're literally just giving us a patch so it can run at 60 FPS, which is basically the PS4 Pro. Essentially, was that you got. I don't think there was any upgrade packs. You got patches that was like, oh, now you have your performance mode. Yeah, here's the new hardware. So that's kind of like the way that I'm seeing it for a lot of the cases.
I guess
I do think the Breath of the Wild one is drastically different.
I guess
But,
Nintendo is uniquely positioned to be able to do this because they stuck with cartridges so long, right? Like I can still play a PlayStation 1 game, but because of the infrastructure surrounding how those games worked, most of my PS1 games, even if I am so fucking careful, are scratched to all hell. Like when I played Breath of Fire 3, I had a copy of the game that I borrowed from a friend where there is a spot when you're leaving the very first part of the game where the game freezes when it loads the next area. Now, fortunately, I had already gotten past that part before this scratch introduced itself. But at the very fucking end of the game, you have to go back to the very first part of the game, and I couldn't beat it, right? Now, look, for forever, I will not be able to get past that. But if I'm emulating the game, I easily can. And because of the way that Nintendo built their systems, like cartridges have a much longer shelf life
do they?
and are much more durable than CDs. When you know you grow up as a kid and you're playing fucking frisbee with them or whatever the hell, or you don't put them back in the correct case and they get a little scratch because you turned them upside down. I'll get to it, kind of thing. You know, the cartridges have managed to live much longer, and they're pretty easy to clean when you end up needing to, like with an NES game, right? With rubbing alcohol and whatnot. So I don't know. Maybe that's just a unique infrastructure that they have, and the ability to emulate that shit's way easier. Of course, GameCube being an exception with the smaller discs and everything being on optical media. But I don't know. I just think that Nintendo is built an ecosystem that has served them very well, and I'm glad that they get to reap the rewards of that. And that again, if I want to, I still have my NES. I still have my Super NES. I still have my N64. I still have my GameCube. I could always plug that shit back in if I want.
I will say that I think that the games that are just getting like here's a patch so it works on Switch 2, or here's a quick patch so that it unlocks like normal refresh rates,
Mm-hmm.
and that refresh rate won't kill the game. I think those are the ones that are free for everyone. Like I don't think Nintendo's gonna. I can't speak for the third party people, but I don't think Nintendo's gonna like screw you for that kind of
This
stuff.
issue is being investigated for everything except for Fortnite. Hey, a Nintendo Switch 2 version is planned.
Yeah, and that one it doesn't matter because
That's literally the only one.
it's gonna be free anyway, right?
This section doesn't matter at all except for that one fucking game.
So far. But like I said, dev kits, they've been holding on to the dev kits. So a lot of these companies don't have dev kits and they're probably waiting on them.
So this one says, good.
Just to answer this question, I thought
Mhm.
compatibility issues were due to the missing hardware sensors. So that's what I thought initially, that the hardware sensors and also the size of the console would block Labo. So I thought when they said, oh, well, it won't be backwards compatible for all games, I was like, well, there's definitely going to be these games that it won't be compatible for. Turns out, the compatibility for the original Joy-Con is actually there. So for the sensors,
Yeah, that was surprising.
it would, those games could work. So then it's just literally the Labo games that require the size of the Switch to be a specific size for
Okay.
physical restrictions.
So
And
quick,
then,
he says,
but it turns
I'm
out,
sorry,
no, there are
continue.
actual software issues that prevent some games from running. So
Kotuchi says, I don't mind them charging for additional added features. I was just checking that they wouldn't keep the performance issues in. I mean, I don't play a lot of Switch, but what games had like performance issues?
Breath of the
Wild. Yeah.
I don't know. This is the first time hearing of it.
There were sections in Breath of the Wild where there was too much going on the screen and it would start chugging.
Literally, I have put off on actually continuing to play it because I'm waiting for the Switch 1.5 refresh so it actually runs the game at a solid FPS.
I mean,
never
it's
had
in
any
one.
problem when I played
It's
it.
literally in one spot.
Every
But no,
time I play it, it hurts my eyes. I'm like,
What
Okay.
spot was it?
The Deku tree.
Oh, the Deku tree. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So this is also where I'm looking at this new one that says Nintendo Switch games that start up on Nintendo Switch 2, but include some in-game compatibility issues. And there's another list here if you guys want to look at it. You can see it's in the doc. All of it
Not a
shows
whole
these
lot.
issues being investigated. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and I expect most of those games to be updated. Like maybe not all of them, but most of them are probably going to get updated so that they are more compatible.
So the Switch Pro controller can be used by pairing it wirelessly to the Switch 2?
Yeah.
I'm really happy about that because
So your old controllers are all going to work.
I need to buy a new one because my daughter has chewed the fucking like D-pad off of half of them.
Well,
You can
that's
just buy like
difficult to
the
do.
No, just buy dog toy, Jesus.
So if you scroll up, there is one thing to note. If you were someone that has, well, actually, for the original Joy-Con too, the original Joy-Con and the NES controllers use the rails to charge.
Oh yeah.
So because they won't fit on the new console,
you still need to charge them on the old console,
or get a specific separate charger for them, which they sell.
Oh yeah, they do sell those, don't they?
Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
So your charge kickstand won't work on the new console. The GameCube controller adapter does work if you have original GameCube controllers. The dock will not work, and the power cable will not work, and the HDMI cable will not work. Which was odd.
because it's not 4K compatible. It's not 2.0.
Yeah.
It goes 1080p. Is it because this one only goes to 720p? These cheap ass ones.
That one will
No,
go
they went to
I just
1080p.
bought Rocketfish ones anyway. So
The other thing you got to consider though is this is a higher frame rate, so it also has to support 120 FPS and stuff.
Yeah,
Totally.
and it's also
But,
variable refresh rate as well,
Oh.
which means that it's going to match the frame rate of that game if your TV supports it, as opposed to trying to output a 60 FPS signal. It'll output whatever signal the actual game is running at, so that your TV is actually refreshing at the same rate that the game is, instead of always refreshing at 60 hertz and being a mismatch anyway. But your TV has to support that.
Regarding the GameCube controller, I'm curious if it has analog. What are they called? The triggers.
It does.
It does. Okay.
Well, okay. Hold on. Correction. I assume it will. The GameCube adapter for the Wii U that was now also compatible with the Switch and also now Switch 2
converts it to digital.
No,
For the game,
it supported the fully analog triggers.
Oh, okay.
So if they bother to add in the support for the fully analog triggers to that, I have to assume they will keep the fully analog triggers for the new wireless controller. It would be silly.
Now that you bring that up, it kind of brings up a secondary question, which is part of my next question. Well, I was going to say, so Super Mario Sunshine is going to be added to the GameCube Classic lineup or whatever.
Yep.
So that version, I wonder if they're bringing back the analog thing, because that was like the thing that
So-
people complained about with the 3D Master Collection.
Well, they were stupid for complaining about that, because if you had that the GameCube adapter, you had analog triggers. It worked.
Hmm.
Oh, I guess they. Okay, I was gonna say, are they gonna patch that in? I guess it's already a feature.
I mean, it might require a patch still because it's technically a separate controller. But I assume they will patch that in because it will just be a flag essentially.
Because if they
It's-
do that, then they will have fixed one of
Yeah.
the biggest issues of that.
It
Apart from
already
being-
works with the controller adapter. It would be silly if they didn't make the wireless controller also work.
Okay.
Cool. Let's move past this and read this next headline. Nintendo says the Switch 2 lacks hardware gimmick, so more devs will make games for the new console, which I find hilarious because there is a hardware gimmick. It's a mouse, dummy. Like, which I think is funny because that actually seems like it would be totally useful for like Call of Duty and stuff to aim with the mouse.
Well, you can
Oh,
play
shit.
RTS
Yeah.
games, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I remember they tried to make The Sims for like N64 or maybe it was even Super Nintendo. And it was like a pain in the ass to play.
Mhm.
They also tried to make StarCraft, although
talking
I
about
think that one
Sims or
failed.
SimCity?
Sorry,
they made
SimCity. It was
SimCity for Super Nintendo was fucking
yeah,
shit.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
yeah. I meant SimCity.
Yeah.
SimCity. And it was really a pain in the ass to play
Yeah.
because you didn't have that mouse.
Oh my god.
Um, And they also tried StarCraft. I can't remember. I think they made it, but it was like just give the people a mouse.
Cool.
And then also, ironically, actually now that I think about it, maybe SimCity did SimCity for the Super Nintendo support the Super Nintendo mouse?
It might have. I don't remember. I never played.
Because
My friend had it when I was growing up, but I never.
Yeah, I never
actually
had the
played it.
mouse for
I
Mario
had it for
Paint.
PC, and SimCity was fun as shit on PC.
Yeah, I also had the game
I
for
think-
PC.
Was Bowser the natural disaster in just the Super NES one, or in all of them?
It was definitely not on PC. Or
Yeah.
at least I played SimCity 3000 Unlimited, so
Oh.
in that one, Bowser was not a character.
Yeah, no, yeah. So in the original SimCity, the one before SimCity 2000, I don't. I think it was on the PC one version too. I can't remember. But when a natural disaster would strike, literally Bowser would show up, like Godzilla sized, and come out and destroy towns and stuff. Anyway,
Yeah, so it's a benefit that they're not making it a gimmick. It does limit the amount. Like,
oh, JT Vegas says it has HDR. Maybe that's why they needed the other HDMI cable.
We explained the other reasons already. It
yeah, there's
includes
multiple
HDR too.
reasons.
I'm ignoring it then. Okay, SimCity was a SNES launch title, so I don't think it supported the mouse. Huh.
Ooh, there you go.
All right, cool. So I'm going to move into the next topic here, unless you guys want to still talk about Switch 2.
I was just gonna quickly say that sometimes the gimmicks do restrict the console, right?
Mhm.
Like
Totally. The Wii.
the Wii U had everyone trying to come up with a reason for that
for the other,
gamepad,
yeah, absolutely.
and then
I mean, the
and
Wii in
then
general,
towards-
the first Wii, like with the
Yeah.
Wiimote and everything, was kind of a pain in the ass too.
towards the end of the life cycle of the Wii U, though, even Nintendo games were basically just making the Wii,
Yeah.
the gamepad blank,
Yeah,
right? Like the Zelda game, the Breath of the Wild came out on the Wii U, and the Wii U gamepad screen, instead of being like a map or something,
Mhm.
was basically nothing because they were like, it's now hindering our
over.
development to
Mhm.
make this thing. So
Cool. All right, move
sometimes
past
being
this.
normal is good.
Yeah. All right. So that was you. Okay. Sorry. Sweet
Do you wanna
baby.
go with that link that I sent you in the private chat?
Well, fine. Fine. It can. Good. Thank you for interrupting because this is the time to do it. Thanks.
Says the person that's interrupted so many times.
All right. Let's do this real quick. What do you want to say about it?
Prices.
So-
Just the
so
prices of
The
things.
prices, looking at the price comparisons.
The
Yeah.
accessories specific.
$89 for the Joy-Cons. You gotta be goddamn kidding me.
It was already 89. Oh, I'm thinking
Scroll-
Canadian.
Scroll down. Like this is also like
That's
there's also
happened to me a lot, but like, oh, you're complaining about that price? But the Canadian, it's been that price.
Can't wait
That
to see what
carrying
it is
case,
for you.
I want
Actually
that.
cheap.
That carrying case is expensive as fuck, but I want it. It looks so nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look nice.
Can fit
You know what it
your
is? It's the
controller.
size of basically a GameCube.
Who
Yeah.
buys these fucking wheels for these consoles, man? Like,
No, seriously.
Hey, those Wii wheels were great.
Wii
The
wheels.
OLED model.
When you played Mario Kart, it's not 7, is
Like
it?
the adapters still the same price.
for the Wii, yeah, it was 7, I think.
Okay, yeah. Those are great.
Yeah, what's the
The
price?
Alarmo. Hey, at least the Alarmo is more expensive than anything you actually
So
want.
the Switch 2 Pro controller is like $10 more, I think.
Mhm.
Oh, and
Cheaper.
the Switch
Or-
2 Pro controller has buttons on the back. Like
The Switch 2 one is $10 more.
like click on that. I don't. Did we look at
$10
this?
cheaper than the Joy-Cons is what I was thinking.
Click
What's
on
the
that
buttons on the
controller.
back for?
You can customize them, I assume.
Yeah, customizable buttons.
So then when you're playing Call
Just
of
like
Duty, you
Elite-
can have both your thumbs on the sticks the whole time and just hit the
They don't have
paddles.
a
They don't have
picture of the.
Back.
No,
Yeah,
you missed it.
back
You
of it.
skipped it. It's the
Oh,
second
you're-
last one. There you go.
Oh yeah.
These buttons.
Oh,
So yeah, buttons on the back, which are customizable,
Mm.
kind of like Elite controllers, and the Edge controllers, but to a lesser degree, I suppose.
I think the Steam controller also had those.
Probably.
Now, the other
They're
thing about
popular
the
now.
Joy-Cons and the Pro Controller 2 is they have HD Rumble too. So I don't know how different that's going to be.
Oh. Also, doesn't the new Pro controller have a microphone jack or microphone or like
Yes,
a
it has a
headphone jack?
It has a
Headphone-
4-prong headphone jack, so it'll support mic and headphones. 4-pole, not prong. Sorry, 4-pole.
Yeah, so like the other ones, it can be a
3.5
headset.
millimeter.
Cool. Are we ready to move on?
I think so.
Cool. Sweet Baby Inc. has reportedly been dropped by Sony as the gaming giant cancels several projects with SBI involvement. Real quick, before we move into this. Wii U version of Breath of the Wild sucks because it obviously was supposed to use the screen as a menu, but they removed it last minute since they didn't want Switch users to feel like they missed out on features. Yeah, probably. Anyway, so Sweet Baby Inc. reportedly dropped by Sony as gaming giant cancels several projects with SBI involvement. So this is going to be a little bit of recap, but there's actually a bunch of stuff in here that I didn't previously know that I thought was pretty interesting. So it's been a long time coming, but it looks like the industry may finally be waking up. According to a verified insider, Sony has allegedly begun canceling contracts specifically involving controversial narrative consulting firm Sweet Baby Inc. The insider claims these weren't random cuts. They were deliberate, targeted terminations of in-development projects that had Sweet Baby Inc. embedded in them. If true, this could mark a significant turning point in what has become known online as Gamergate 2, the rising backlash against forced narratives, identity politics in game development, and the shadowy consultants who reshape beloved franchises to serve political messaging. Over the past year, Sweet Baby Inc. has come under increasing scrutiny for its behind-the-scenes role in some of the most divisive projects in recent gaming history. From Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League to Spider-Man 2, their fingerprints have been all over scripts, character arcs, and tone. They've proudly boasted about centering marginalized voices, but gamers have repeatedly pointed out that what they're really doing is homogenizing content, gutting it of risk, edge, or authenticity in favor of bland moral lectures and identity checklists. Kim Belair even told a story about starting Sweet Baby Inc. because she was upset that gamers had a choice in their protagonist in titles like Mass Effect 2, citing a desire to have everyone experience her specific choices. She noted that her black female Commander Shepard first interacted with Jacob Tyler, another black character. She was so moved by the representation she was experiencing, but soon realized it wasn't what everyone else was going to see. She then decided to try to change that. Quote, the general idea was, holy moly, representation is cool. But in my Mass Effect experience, this is almost an accidental form of representation because it's something that's a possibility. It's not guaranteed for any player depending on the kind of character and the Commander Shepard you make. So I thought, wouldn't it be amazing if this wasn't an accident, but it was actually the intention of the game designers? The narrative-first controlling forced diversity approach has become a lightning rod for criticism, especially as games under the influence repeatedly underperform, get mocked, or fail to resonate with audiences. This backlash has evolved into what many now call Gamergate 2, not a revival of the original controversy, but a broader cultural pushback against activist consulting firms, DEI mandates, and corporate interference in creative storytelling. Sweet Baby Inc. has become the face of that movement, not because they're the only ones doing it, but because they've been the most vocal about their goals. In turn, gamers have been just as vocal about rejecting their methods. Now, with the latest leak pointing to Sony, this movement may be achieving its first real industry victory. I mean, I think there have been many major victories, but in terms of actually getting the woke companies to ditch the thing that is increasing their wokeness tenfold, yeah, I guess we can consider this the first major victory. According to The Insider, one of the projects canceled may have been a follow-up to God of War Ragnarok. The source couldn't confirm whether it was DLC, a spin-off, or a full sequel focused on Atreus/Loki, only that it had Sweet Baby Inc. attached and that Sony may have pulled the plug. This is significant not only because of the franchise's importance to Sony, but because Sweet Baby Inc. had already publicly acknowledged involvement in Ragnarok. If the sequel was similarly influenced, its cancellation would be a major blow, and possibly a clear sign that Sony no longer sees narrative consulting from activist firms as a value add. Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement in God of War led to race-swapped religious figures from Norse pagan mythology and a whole lot of Kratos sitting around reflecting on his toxic behavior. Similar, Sweet Baby Inc. consulted on Spider-Man 2, a game that leaned heavily into social justice causes and identity politics, much of which focused on cultural appropriation, teen sexual preference, and an entire mission where you played as a black deaf girl in a Spider-Man game. There were even cringe-inducing lines, like Harry Osborn proudly stating that he, quote, installed a diverse board to keep us on the right track, end quote. The end result was Spider-Man 2 selling 50% less than the original PlayStation Spider-Man game on the PlayStation 4. Sony has reportedly canceled multiple in-development games in recent months.
They didn't bother talking about the gay escort mission where you help a gay couple get together?
Teen sexual preference. I assume that's what that was.
Oh.
Sony has reportedly canceled multiple in-development games in recent months with no official explanation. The idea that some or all of these projects involve Sweet Baby Inc. lends credibility to the insider's claim. This also raises the question, if Sony is cutting ties quietly, how many other studios are preparing to do the same? GDC appearances and virtue signaling speeches aside, the bottom line still matters. If working with Sweet Baby Inc. means alienating players and tanking franchises, studios may decide the inclusion optics simply aren't worth it anymore. Curator tools like Cabrutus Rambo's Sweet Baby Inc. Detected have been created so players can actively avoid games that have Belair's fingerprints on them. Kim Belair's recent statement at GDC that AI should be used for, quote, empathy and inclusion, not profit, was already mocked by many online. But if this Sony rumor proves true, it may be more than a punchline. It could mark the beginning of the end for Sweet Baby Inc.'s unchecked influence. It's too early to declare the company finished, But if this rumor proves true, it means the tide is turning, and players are making their voices heard. If major studios are starting to pull back from narrative consultants who prioritize ideology over storytelling, the message is clear. Rewrite the game, and gamers will rewrite your future. So again, we hadn't really looked at the full details of the whole thing about Mass Effect. I don't remember looking at that before.
Yeah,
that was pretty nuts. So just giving credit where it's due, the Insider was speaking to the Gothic Therapy YouTube channel. They're going to be a major segment of this next article here that was also kind of, I mean, this is the kind of thing where like you fucking know this is happening. You just don't have proof yet. And now you have proof. And this is basically what USAID was doing for many different sectors of the government and whatnot. So Sweet Baby Inc. connected devs appear to approve taxpayer-funded grants for themselves in government game funding expose. So a new bombshell investigation by Gothic Therapy has revealed what they described as a closed circle of game development elites in France funneling millions in taxpayer-fueled government game funding to studios that they themselves operate or are closely affiliated with. This latest expose builds on the channel's previous reports into Wings Interactive, the indie game fund tied to Landfall Games and Sweet Baby Inc., but it dramatically widens the scope of alleged influence and self-dealing within the European gaming industry. The first cracks in the narrative appeared when Gothic Therapy exposed Wings Interactive as what appeared to be a front for Landfall Games, despite public claims of independence. The fund, which it promoted itself as a champion of, quote, diverse developers, shared staff, office space, and funding ties with the very studio it was supposedly separate from. Gothic Therapy also highlighted connections to Sweet Baby Inc., a controversial progressive narrative consulting firm whose CEO, Kim Belair, sat on Wings' selection board. The revelations led to Wings Interactive scrubbing its online presence, deleting its Twitter account, removing board member listings, and erasing past game projects from its websites. But that wasn't the end of the story. It was just the beginning. Quote, Wings may have disappeared, but the money trail didn't. The deeper Gothic Therapy dug, the more troubling the pattern became. At the heart of the issue was France's Centre National du Cinéma et de l'Image Animée, a government agency that funds film, animation, and video games with millions of euros annually. Decisions about how this government game funding is distributed are heavily influenced by the Syndicate National du Jeu Vidéo, blah, 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 an industry board composed of top game developers and executives. According to the report, the SNJV, which is that thing I just butchered in French, operates as a kind of gatekeeper, and many of its board members have received CNC grants either directly or through the studios that they oversee. Gothic Therapy tracked more than 3.8 million euros in public funds flowing to companies connected to SNJV board members. Many, while they were actively serving on the board that helps decide who gets government game funding straight from the taxpayers. Gothic Therapy presented a detailed list of board members and the grants their studios received, including Audrey LaPrince of Wings Interactive and Game Bakers, who received 10 grants, 5 while serving on the board, including for Women in Games France and her own projects, and then a bunch of other people I'm not going to bother to read because it's mostly French and I don't speak it well. Only 2 of the entire board were confirmed to have not received grants during their tenure. Gothic Therapy concludes that the frequency of overlap between board membership and grant approval is no coincidence. Quote, if the people deciding who gets the money are also the ones getting it, how is anyone on the outside supposed to compete? Although Gothic Therapy could not find direct CNC payments to Wings Interactive, they discovered that at least one Wings-funded studio, the Moon Pirates received 90,000 euros in CNC money for their game Don't Forget Me. The studio had previously been listed on Wing's now erased website. In other words, even if Wings didn't take the grants themselves, their networks did. This adds further weight to the growing suspicion that Wings Interactive was not an indie charity, but part of a broader effort to reshape the indie game landscape through ideological influence and self-serving funding mechanisms. The report also revisits earlier comments from Audrey LaPrince, which is the name I bothered to list off of that whole list I didn't read, who tied Wing's mission to Gamergate and expressed the goal of building a more, quote, socially fair and just gaming community. Gothic Therapy interprets this as a deliberate ideological slant, claiming that grants and support are selectively offered to projects that align with specific activist frameworks, potentially at the cost of merit or player interest. This would explain why some of this government game funding is going to, in the host's words, quote, games with no players and companies with no teams. Quote, if this is happening in the French government, who's to say it isn't happening elsewhere? Again, USAID. The implication is clear. The same model of narrative-driven gatekeeping and internal funding networks could easily be replicated in other countries, especially where the industry intersects with government game funding and public institutions. With Sweet Baby Inc. already operating across international studios and appearing repeatedly in these funding spheres, the overlap between ideology, influence, and funding may be far wider than previously imagined. Gothic Therapy stops short of accusing anyone of outright fraud, but they argue the conflict of interest is systemic. If board members are allowed to approve grants to their own companies or those of close collaborators, the industry becomes a self-reinforcing echo chamber, locking out independent voices and favoring connected insiders. Their investigation raises serious concerns about how government game funding is allocated, who gets to create games, and whether diversity-driven missions are genuine or just PR veneers for deeper control. Anyway, I thought that was something we should have in the cultural zeitgeist of the podcast because it's just one of those things where, like, we all know this is fucking happening. It's just great to actually have it uncovered and a name put to it. You know what I mean? Good.
A lot of companies like to shove money at things and then, little siphons bleed that money off as it's moving down the track, right?
Totally.
It's like when you're taking a shit. Not when you're taking a shit. When your body's making a shit, right? You put your food in, and your intestines siphon off all the good stuff, and then by the time the product gets made, it is a shit.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
Great analogy.
Weird analogy, but yeah, whatever. Okay.
Accurate though to what we're describing here. Sorry, I'm just gonna put these in the doc.
Very anal.
I mean, if your intestines didn't work properly, right? Like with corn, your intestines can't metabolize corn. So when you shit out corn, it's still corn.
You chew it up.
Yeah.
No, even if you chew corn, I think you only just recognize it because it's still whole, right? But I think the chewed up corn isn't getting digested any easier.
My point is the non-digested corn is there in the finished product. You can see it.
Yeah.
Right? Because there weren't the leeches in your intestines leaching off all of the nutrients.
Yeah.
So that's what we need in gaming. We need more corn games.
So the game where you play as the girls without panties, is that a corn game?
I don't know. I haven't played it yet, so I can't say.
Oh, we haven't made it yet. I'm sorry. You know? The idea only came about an hour ago.
We'll,
You know?
we'll see how the product turns out.
Everything Animated says Sweet Gaming Inc. Chichi Vega says it claims to also play 4K up to 60 FPS. Regarding what? The Switch 2?
Yeah.
Because what we read.
So
said,
yeah, the Switch 2 can do 4K at 60 FPS when
Or
docked.
1440p. Actually, did they say it could go up to 120 FPS 1440?
I don't know what the dock can go up to. The system itself can go 1080p 120 hertz,
Yeah, that's
and the
what
dock can go 4K 60 frames per second. I would assume,
as long as you have a 4K TV.
yeah, obviously, I would assume, and it supports 1440p, and it supports 1080p and 720 or whatever. I would assume, because it's a bandwidth issue, I would assume that if you ran it at 1440p, it would be able to do 120. That's my assumption based on
the
bandwidth
HDMI 2.0 spec can handle that. I typically associate 1440 120 with 4K 60 in like similar bandwidth. So
I would assume it would work, but I don't
happy
know.
301st episode, my guy. Thank you. I know it's amazing. I never thought we'd get this far. He also said, I loved Ragnarok though. Good for you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Because he says major God of War spoiler. What? That they put black characters in it? That they race swapped the pagan religion thing, or however that Park Place felt that was necessary to incorporate that into the article. Everything Anime says Spider-Man 2 gameplay is a 10 out of 10. Story, though, absolutely sucked. First Spider-Man was better.
I agree.
It's not a conflict of interest or anything. Those French weirdos are at it again, says JG Vega. God tier analogy random. Thank you. A corn game. This is a corn game.
Did you have a typo? Do you mean a porn game? Is that what you're looking for?
No.
They're creating a sex cult in the video game industry in order to make their fetish acceptable. Pretty much, right? Oh, let's not read about that again for the 50,000th episode. All right, you guys ready to talk about Assassin's Creed?
Oh, wait, hold on. I need to get ready.
Oh, yes, please.
Okay.
Yes. Almost gay.
Wait, hold on.
Can we get the gayest? No, gayest gay. Reese gay.
I didn't keep the final form.
No, your name, Reese Gay.
No, I'm Reese Gay.
All right.
Wouldn't it be Risuke?
No. It can be pronounced that way, but in Japanese, the su is usually pretty soft. So,
just like Yasuke.
Yeah, it's not quite like this young man's penis. All right, so we're going to speed through this.
You're fired for that.
I said it's not like the young man's penis.
I'm
fired for saying you're rock hard. God, what have I done? Why are you at the top? You're the gay one. You should be bottom of the totem pole. All right. Media touts Assassin's Creed Shadows as a success. It's not. Yasuke Simulator, 49.7 thousand players. Assassin's Creed viewers, whatever.
This is on Twitch.
Yes, on Twitch. Assassin's Creed Shadows, 32.8K viewers. Oof. More than 10,000 more.
Just
like
showing
almost 20,000 more, right?
Yeah.
Also,
nice.
In memory of Shinobi 6, you fought the Takeda clan bravely. Hashtag Yasuke Simulator. A game made entirely to mock Ubisoft has fan art. This
Good
gives
fan
me
art.
hope that no Panty Simulator could get fan art. All right. If you can believe it, be Ubisoft. Bet 500 million on a single game saving your company. Launch and get beaten by a banana game 2-1 so far. 40,000 in-game players. Meanwhile, 114,000 in-game for the game called Banana. Oh, what is this? Banana is a clicker game in which you click a banana. In Banana, you click the banana to gain even more bananas. Every 3 hours, you get dropped a banana. Each banana is also made by the community in Discord. Come hang out with us. Wow. That game is beating Assassin's Creed Shadows. Oh, Ubisoft
to be fair,
announces...
banana is probably free.
It
but
doesn't
still.
fucking matter. Reese, you're missing the point.
I know.
It doesn't matter if the game is free. 114,000 people are playing it. Over 4,000 for Assassin's Creed Shadows.
There are like marketplace bananas.
I don't know
like you buy the special banana.
It's like CS:GO skins.
Yeah.
And that changes things how in regards to the number of people in game.
No, I'm just Reese is saying it's free. I'm just saying it's not
okay.
like
So it's not free because you buy your CS:GO skin banana. All right. Ubisoft announces
Can you buy a black banana?
Ubisoft announces new subsidiary via $1.16 billion investment from Tencent. Is that how winning is done?
It's so weird because it's like, oh, that company is doing bad. Honestly, Twitter did the same fucking thing with XAI. It's that company is doing bad. We're gonna spin up a new company, sell all our shit to that company, and let the husk of Ubisoft die.
Yep.
Like, what
effectively,
are you doing?
Yeah. AC Shadows is a financial success. Really? 6 billion players, not sales, and the biggest ratio in history. Be honest, we sold the company to China.
I think they meant million. But
well, even so, I think the joke is that it's like 6 squirrillion, right? Like it's just a made up number.
6 billion people would be like,
yeah,
the entire
most
planet.
of the world. Yeah. China owns Tencent. Tencent buys 15% of Ubisoft. Tencent uses this position to push for ESG. ESG tanks the studio. Tencent buys them. Anyone who denies China are the foremost funders of ESG and are doing this to subsume Western game studios is not to be taken seriously. I think we covered this previously. I felt like it was important to bring it up again. Just a reminder that this is a lesbian romance in the game because there are only one straight romance. And it's with a living, breathing, actual, honest-to-goodness, real person who has ancestors alive today. And that character
has descendants.
Descendants, thank you. That character in the game is married to somebody else. Therefore, you're telling the descendants of this person that great-great-grandmama was cucking their real grandfather, right?
Cheating on their relationship, yeah.
Learning the Law said, Far Cry, Chaos at Tiananmen, Watch Dogs, Shanghai Circuit, Assassin's Creed, Fall of the Queen, Rainbow Six Panda Protocol coming soon, and they photoshopped the Fu Manchu beard onto Guillermont or whatever. All still better than Chojin Gaiden. That's pretty good.
Wow. Where's that game coming out?
That's Yasuke Simulator. Ubisoft sells off. All Assassin's Creed was doing was setting the sale price of the IP to the new subsidiary co-owned by Tencent. The deal was rumored to be pending before launch. This is how it works. 1. Create a new subsidiary co-owned by both Ubi and Tencent. Assign it your best IPs. Watch the sales and set the final valuation after Assassin's Creed ships. Profit by owning even more of the new entity, valued higher because it doesn't carry Ubi's $2 billion in debt. As I said before, the owners make bank and avoid the anchor that is Ubisoft. Devs and mom and pop shareholders get nothing. Mark Kern also had this to say: "It's the 1-year anniversary of the 2-year plan to fight the woke mind virus and for better quality and monetization practices in gaming. When we started, I laid out the plan for Ubisoft, pointing out that it was possible to get them to change and not buy their games. It seemed impossible at the time, but bit by bit, title by title, gamers gained ground and had their voices heard. Ubisoft is changed forever, and the new shareholders, Tencent, I am told, are not interested in woke games from now on. Their billion-dollar bailout money will speak loudly. Let us hope for a better Assassin's Creed in the future."
This post comes off as LARPing and very cringe.
What do you mean?
The whole like, oh, it's 2 years to stop the bad thing. Like we're in a war. Like I don't know,
Two years
it's
to
just,
flatten the curve. Or
Just so we're clear, like, and I'm pretty sure we covered it even a year ago, but Mark Kern did lay out a 2-year plan.
no, I remember. Yeah. And I think it's cringe as fuck.
Okay. It's been successful, though.
Well, I mean, regardless of that, I think it could have been successful had he said nothing, right? But
I don't think so.
I just think his post specifically.
I think he may be taking slightly more credit than he's due, but I think that he also is probably I think he's probably more responsible than most people realize in where we're at today. Right?
Give him 100% of the credit. Give him 100% of the credit. Make it 100% the reason why this industry is going in the direction it is. Even assume that the industry is like I'm still not 100% like, yes, we're seeing movement, but I think that the movement is a false movement. But anyway, like I don't think companies are really changing.
A false value.
We'll see in a minute, but
Yeah.
I feel
But
like
just let me finish.
Sure.
Give him all that. The post is still cringe as fuck. The way he's talking,
I hear you.
It's still cringe.
I hear you. I will say this. I think that what Mark Kern has done has been dramatically important for the movement. But had he done that and Assassin's Creed Shadows not been the trash fire it turned out to be, we wouldn't have had nearly as much momentum. Right? Like, if he had just said that, but then the Assassin's Creed game was completely respectful to Japan and didn't have a bunch of woke nonsense and half the characters are gay, only one straight romance, all that shit, then it wouldn't have had the same effect. The numbers would show very different, right? So I 100% agree with that, right? But I think that he called it, and it turns out he got lucky and called it right. You know what I mean? And of course, you can see it, it being in the industry and stuff a little bit better than I do because I'm not a huge gamer or whatever. But I just think that credit where credit's due at the very least. Now, Ubisoft employees fear layoffs after Tencent deal and new subsidiary formation. Ubisoft Leamington officially closes as layoffs accelerate and Tencent restructuring looms. Now, we also have this. Ubisoft is using Babel Media to help their online image. We employ a team of native guerrillas to infiltrate forums and message boards. Paying people to shield your game won't make those 10 million sales you need at full price to break even happen. How did they respond on forums and shit? Oh, here's Ubisoft's response to a negative review of Assassin's Creed Shadows on Steam. Not recommended. Microtransactions in a single-player game with a $70 price tag. Why? Here's their response. Period. That's it. Like, I'm guessing there's like a ratio on Steam or whatever that shows developers' response rate. And so their response is just not going to say anything, enter, right? As a way to actually respond so that number looks a little bit better. But this is the kind of shit that they're doing,
Did we have the response that they did to Mark Kern?
Yes.
Did we cover that already, or is that coming up?
It's coming up.
Okay.
It's right here.
Randy,
So Hassan tweeted about, I'm going to be playing Assassin's Creed Shadows once more. Get in now for gaming. Buy it here at this place. You can tell a lot about Ubisoft with how much money they are throwing at terrorist platforming streamers. To which Elon Musk said, Hassan is fraud. He's a fraud. Oh, well, actually, sellout will probably be more accurate. Objectively, he is promoting a terrible game just for the money. To which Assassin's Creed's official account, fuck me, I almost bought the game after this. Is that what the guy playing your Path of Exile 2 account told you? To which Mark Kern tried to come in and clap back with Assassin's Creed Shadows isn't the hit Ubisoft, quote, desperately needs, analysis says. To which they slap back. Oh my God, our game is out. Credit where it's due. Holy shit. That was an apocalyptic burn on both of them. All right, so Mark Kern said, the real reason I tweet so much about Assassin's Creed Shadows and Ubisoft is one of the biggest DEI proponents in AAA gaming. They have only 2 tentpole games this year that must succeed. If you vote with your wallets, Ubi will be forced to change. Both games have problems. Assassin's Creed Shadows makes a mockery of Japan for the sake of Western virtue signaling, and Star Wars Outlaws is pushing the defeminization man-jaw of current AAA female character design. Both are overcharging for games with less and less content and originality in gameplay. Ubisoft should be gamers' primary target this year to make a difference. I'm asking once again, 2 years to stop the spread. Look at that, Reese. Stop buying games from companies that hate you, right? Now, let's talk more about the mockery of Japan. First of all, remember how they had a day one patch where they had to remove the ability to desecrate shrines? Well, apparently they missed one. As you can still desecrate this one. And hilariously, Vera Dark has been playing this game. And I just want to show you the glitches she's experiencing.
That's okay. I can't assassinate.
Huh?
Oh, don't. Love finding doors that I can't actually go through. Looking for other loot, but don't really see much around. No! Stay dead! He won't die! Shh, Vera, they're listening. Guys.
Feudal Japan. Press cross button to access.
Is that on for the whole PlayStation? It's not. Why is this on for here?
What was that last thing?
I don't know, like an accessibility feature got enabled when the game crashed or something. Anyway, Mark Kern said, I found this pretty tasteless given how Japan feels about the game right now. If the Yankees can upgrade their bats, then we can upgrade our katanas. Assassin's Creed Shadows Torpedo Katana, as seen in the MLB. Find your sweet spot.
And in the UK.
Yeah, right. 40% more effective in knocking off heads. Plus 35% damage against heavy enemy armor. 55% higher chance of slicing enemies clean in half with every swing. Okay. Little tone deaf. All right. Now here's how they handled Assassin's Creed music when it came to Valhalla. They had a Danish composer and a Norwegian musician with an American composer and musician. Here's how they did it for Assassin's Creed Mirage. They had a guy conducting the New York Arabic Orchestra. Here's what they did for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Tiki Tiki, a Japanese-Canadian psychedelic rock band whose music blends Japanese rock and surf rock influences. Oh, and what? Tiggs the author. Wow. Such Japanese. Much wow, right?
I know Tiggs. No, I don't.
So Endymion tweeted this, and I honestly thought this was an April Fool's joke, and maybe it is. I'm nearing the end of Assassin's Creed Shadow's main plot. I kid you not, Akechi Mitsuhide, who historically killed Oda Nobunaga and threw away Yasuke to the Jesuits in real life, just got on his knees in-game in front of an entire village and admitted that Yasuke is the greatest samurai in Japan, and he is, and I quote, the best of us all. You can tell this game is fan fiction written by liberal white women. I wish I could say the plot is good, but frankly, there barely even is one. Now I gotta kill some Portuguese guys, I guess, because big shocker, of course, the evil white man is the main villain in your game set in Japan. I'm having a hard time finishing this, man. What a disaster this game is. Damn.
He should have waited till the next day to post that, because I have to assume that's an April Fool's Day joke.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like it could be true.
So here are some differences and historical inaccuracies in Assassin's Creed Shadows. They placed the Takeda Akiyama clan's flag inside the Yamato Akiyama clan's Uda Matsuyama castle. So Takeda Akiyama instead of the Yamato Akiyama clan. They placed the Furinkazan flag used by the Sengoku period daimyo Takeda Shingen inside Takeda Motoaki's room. So basically, again, just like, close enough. I don't know, whatever, throw it in there. Takeda Motoaki belongs to the Waseda Takeda clan. Takeda Shingen belongs to the Kai Takeda clan. The Wakasa Takeda clan and the Kai Takeda clan split over 100 years ago before the events of the game. Using Atago Hyakuin for Akechi Mitsuhide's death poem, but it's a poem he said before the Honoji incident. In real life, he already has a death poem. Ubisoft just chose not to use it. In the game, Alessandro Valignano is depicted as a typical racist white man, but in real life, he respected other races and cultures. Somehow, Yasuke wears fancier armor than his master, Oda Nobunaga, including the horse armor. Kamizumi Nobutsuna, a famous samurai, teaches Yasuke swordsmanship in the game. In the year is 1581, but in real life, he had already died in 1577.
I think Nobunaga just needed to, pay for the DLC, and then he would have had the better armor.
Hozuin Ine, the founder of Hozuin Ryu Sojutsu, the art of the spear, is turned into a kanabo wielder and master so that he can teach Yasuke how to use a kanabo. And a kanabo literally means metal stick or metal club. It's the spiked studded mace that you've seen him use in the game. Asari Nobutane was a busho, a general / military commander who served under the Takeda clan. In real life, he died in 1569. In the game, he becomes one of Yasuke's duel opponents in 1582. Other than that, he becomes a disciple of Kamizumi Nobutsuna in the game. He uses teppo, literally iron cannon, meaning a firearm / gun, despite being a disciple of a kenjutsu master. Lastly, Asari Nobutane being a teppo master is pretty ironic, since in real life, his cause of death was a stray bullet from a firearm. Nagano Saemon, who is likely based on Nagano Norimori, a busha, which a busho is the general military commander, right? Who held the position of Saemon no Taiyu. In real life, he committed seppuku with his family after being defeated by Takeda Shingen's army in 1566. In the game, he is alive and a disciple of Kamizumi Nobutsuna in 1582. He is an archery master and one of Yasuke's duel opponents. Hey, Reese, Ishikawa Goemon, known as a legendary Japanese outlaw hero who stole gold and other valuables to give to the poor. He and his son were boiled alive in public after their failed assassination attempt on the Sengoku period warlord Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Despite being one of the best historical figures for a Japanese Assassin's Creed protagonist, he is instead turned into a Kanabo master, another, by Ubisoft, and you can't even fight him. And lastly, Yuki no Kata, a Naginata-wielding female warrior, is one of Yasuke's dual opponents. In the game, her future husband, Tomita Nobutaka, also appears. Here's the thing, though. She is the adopted daughter of Ukita Hideiie, but in 1582, Ukita Hideiie was only 10 years old. In Ubisoft's version of Japan, both adult Yuki no Kata and young Ukita Hideiie exist at the same time. You know, adopted by a 10-year-old. You know? And lastly, I just felt like I should have covered it took Stanley's Halloween costume from The Office and turned him into
Ghibli.
Sasuke. I thought that was funny. Now, lastly, I'd love to cover Ubisoft has frantically patched nudity back into Far Cry 4. Fal, I hope you're watching. After accidentally patching it out. Can't wait to hear how that happened.
Bro, what the hell? I played this game and I remember that. They patched it out.
It was accidentally. Accidentally, they made coverings for the boobs. Accidentally. That was totally accidental. Original story. Maintaining games, especially old games, is a real minefield. Even the oldest, most beloved classics have some issues in them. But what should devs do about that? If you go in and fix them, you might cause new, bigger issues, setting off a maintenance spiral that just produces headache after headache. And all for a game that, let's be honest, not many people are even playing anymore. That is what Far Cry 4 has got me thinking about. Anyway, in the wake of a minor controversy surrounding censorship of a topless lady and bottomless gentleman, in an unexpected patch, the game received yesterday, a decade after it first released. The issue was first S-speed. Why are we using this word? Nobody needs this word. Some asshole on Reddit noticed it, who observed yesterday that a formerly topless female character at Shanath Arena was suddenly wearing a bra after 10 years of letting it all hang out. Quote, "Why did they do this after 10 years?" they wrote. The post was backed up by other posters. "For the record, this isn't bait or a mod. I just checked. It's real," wrote modder Lord Antheron, who also noted that inexplicably, the protagonist AJ now wore a loincloth in the actual mission in that area rather than exposing his junk for all to see. The cover-up, which I have decided to name Boob Fall, seemed to coincide with an April 3rd patch, which you can see on the Steam database that had no patch notes, but sure seemed to touch a fair bit of the game. To fans, it looked like Ubisoft had suddenly had a puritanical moment a full decade after originally releasing the game, and conspiracies as to why abounded. Surely, mused posters, this had something to do with the recent Mondo deal between Ubisoft and Tencent. No doubt, they theorized, one of the key terms that the Chinese conglomerate demanded before it put pen to paper on the contract was that Ubisoft immediately obliterate boobs from its games from 2014. It was not that convincing a theory, but nevertheless it took hold. But don't worry, gamers, because I have, in the last hour, downloaded my own edition of Far Cry 4 and wandered over to Sanath Arena. You'll be relieved to know that as of the time of writing, the woman who calls the protagonist Mr. Stares at My Tits still has, a reason to call him that. I don't have a save near the Shanath mission itself, so I can't check on the status of AJ's genitals, but I have to imagine they're safe and sound too.
Yeah, I was gonna say she actually has lines that address like, "Oh, it's for staring at my breasts," and it's like, why would she say that? It's still a stupid line. It's like, why would you be topless if you're gonna be like, "Oh, why are you staring at my breasts?
Eyes are up here, big boy, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle." You know. So what happened? Well, I reckon the fact that I still got a face full in my own game probably has something to do with a second patch Ubisoft quickly put out for the game. This one, a follow-up to the one that seemingly caused the cover-up yesterday, hit less than an hour ago and touched quite a lot of the same parts of the game. Here's my theory, says writer for PC Gamer. Both patches futzed about with the Japanese and worldwide versions of Far Cry 4. Japan's game rating board, CERO, is infamously a little skittish, about nudity and sexuality. Gasp. Are they? Really? I mean, I guess for the genitals, maybe, right? And I suspect the Japan-specific version of Far Cry 4 covers up those bits and bobs that might offend its delicate sensibilities. I reckon that yesterday, someone got files from the Japanese and worldwide versions of the game mixed up, briefly leaving innocent gamers. I just find that hard to believe. Did you open the game and she's speaking in Japanese saying, no stare at the tittos? You know, like, come on. That seems like a weak excuse to me. You know, all of a sudden it's written in katakana. Like, I reckon that yesterday somebody got the files for the Japanese and worldwide versions of the game mixed up, briefly leaving innocent gamers in a world of bras and loincloths. Then, when the news started to circulate on Reddit and games media sites, Ubisoft frantically went back to return everyone to a state of nature. It's just my theory, but it seems solid to me. Regardless, I've reached out to Ubisoft for comment on its magical reappearing breasts, and I'll update this piece if I hear back. Oh, please do. Thanks, Josh Wallens. You really came in clutch there and gave us a theory that seems totally logical. Anyway, I can't imagine that the Japanese game needs the titties covered. Maybe the junk. Maybe. Although it'd be real funny if it was just mosaic pixeled in the patch. Right? Any thoughts?
If they go bankrupt,
okay. Yeah.
If they go bankrupt, no one will be there to fix the patch.
Why stop at 2 years? I'd say go for the long haul regarding Ubisoft. I agree with Random. It's very cringe. It has not been successful at all. Normies are just now feeling the squeeze. I don't know. I think it's been plenty successful. I think it's largely been because of Sweet Baby Ink Detected, you know, and it's just sort of been like the behavior of the people involved has created a scenario where it's amplified the message, right, of the people against them, right? So like the effort to stop Cabrutus has only made it worse, like Streisand effect wise, right? Did Hassan give the Newegg link with the discount link at least? I don't know. Defeminization sounds cringe, just to be honest. It's an anti-heterosexual agenda. Yes. Did they ever release Magical Senpai on Blu-ray? I don't know. What is this? That sounds funny.
You do know, because you answered and you said no.
I didn't say that. Thank you. See, because if I had said that, I would have capitalized or put a period or something. I would have found a way to not start the sentence with a proper noun that was uncapitalized. If I wanted to respect Unkono's choice to use full lowercase for his username, I would have said, the answer is no, comma, Unkono, period. See, because that's how I roll. Or I would have just capitalized his name because it's at the start of the sentence, and then it would be okay. I know who did it. It was Reese. It was the grammar Jew. No. What a wonderful world. Ready for an $80 Switch 2 games? Yep, sure. Put them on Bra Edition DLC. No. You're going the wrong way. That's not what we're fighting for in this 2-year war.
Imagine that was the case, though. Like, we made a nudie game. You have to pay us $5 to get the censored version.
Mm.
You think it would sell?
No.
Well, I mean, like, I want to own some of the TV edits of movies. You know,
that's different because when Spawn says, "Oh hell yeah," and it seems like a pun on him being a hellspawn, instead of saying "Holy shit," I agree. That's much better, right?
I don't know.
Do you like
Someone
when
might
they
I
want-
know.
fight Snake?
I know his
When they
username is
fight-
all lowercase, but if it's the start of the sentence, I get to fudge those rules and disrespect him in that way. Otherwise, I would find a different way to start the sentence, as I suggested. All right. You guys ready? You better get ready. Rock is a Lady's Modesty manga, and more Licorice Recoil are coming from Yen Press. Lilies blooming in 100 days. What do you call this trash? Akira is the girl of Yuto's dreams, so maybe he's got a shot now that his big brother dumped her, but Big Bro ended the relationship for a reason. Akira is an obsessive, clingy stalker, a total trash fire of a girl, but Yuto still can't resist. Brother's sloppy seconds sounds awful.
Whoa.
My beloved supper. Yoru is a vampire, but compared to a meal of fresh blood, he'd much rather partake in human culinary delights. But he can't stomach human food unless he drinks blood as an appetizer, which is why he sinks his teeth into evildoers and criminals first. Gay. Don't know how to love. Rock is a lady's modesty. Wow, moving past it. Let's go into right stuff.
Yeah.
Done.
Just those two.
But you can't guess which one I'm going to add to cart. Oops, did it already. All right, so we got the Season 1 Blu-ray Collector's Edition.
And you get go to the other shot when you get done looking at that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Digipack, 32-page book.
Nice.
Art cards and a sticker.
Wow.
I don't
I'm
think
gonna
it's
use
worth.
that sticker.
I don't think it's worth the price.
Does the standard version come with the golden ball discs?
Yeah, most likely. Yeah.
I'm not going to risk it.
So the issue with this is, this could be a double-edged sword we're going to be dealing with here. Because what did you previously think was like a holdback from Japanese releases to United States releases? Like the time frame. Like how much time between like the Japanese release to the US release?
A year or something?
I don't know. What? I don't
Are
know.
you going to suggest we're going to get the green tinted cinema masters?
Well, because
Worse.
Geek is releasing it, we fucking will.
So, like, my previous thought was like maybe 6 months minimum.
Okay.
After the final Blu-ray release for a series.
So, are you suggesting that they aren't going to have time to upgrade the Blu-ray cut?
Let me get to it. So the final Blu-ray volume comes out April 25th. This is releasing
June 10th.
46 days.
And what that means is that they will have had probably 15 or so days, if even that. Maybe even just 0 days.
Unless the Japanese side sends them the file before they put their disc
So
out.
they need... So when the discs get authored, what I have experienced in my research has shown that it's usually 1.5 to 2 months before the release date that the disc author file gets created, and you can see it in the metadata for the disc.
But like Funimation is usually like right around when it gets first solicited. When they put their solicitations out 3 months in advance.
I'm actually kind of amazed that the pricing is not being affected yet.
That's also the thing. Like this is
the tariffs. The tariffs should dramatically increase the price because, well, maybe not for G Kids, but for Funimation, discs made in Mexico, bitch. You know what I mean?
This is a game changer, but this could also be a double-edged sword.
Yeah, totally. I see what you're saying.
And so I asked Justin Savakis about all of this, and he says that he did ask him first. I asked him what would be like the general, time between authoring, replicating, distribution, and getting it to the street date, and he said there wasn't. He says that there's not really an answer to that. Every show is different. And I asked him if he had any thoughts on like the quick court turnaround. He said never heard of it. I don't know what he means by never heard of it. Like there's no rule even best practice. Like I always assumed that there was a holdback for like reverse importation because we sell our anime far cheaper than what it is in Japan.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, totally.
Like, and then but he came back and then I asked him. I told him like I was just always under the assumption that like 6 months, whatever. And he said the thing with certain licenses, he says that was a thing with certain licensors that hold back, but there was I can't like there's no hard and fast rules. Sometimes that hold back was as much as 2 years, but these days he's like, and he goes on to say, but these days with disc sales dropping in Japan, they don't seem to care too much, which is kind of weird to me. Like if disc sales are dropping in Japan, part of the problem is probably reverse importation, and like this being, this being such a fast turnaround only expedites the problem even further. Mm-hmm. Like they should be hard on this, like pushing it even farther out, like forcing them to not be able to do 6 months and push it to like 8 months or 9 months or something, right?
Can I ask a really stupid quick question?
Please do.
If I wanted to buy, I'm just sorry. I was trying to check out, and it said I needed to add $16 more to get free shipping, and I just wanted to ask if I wanted to buy the My Hero Academia season 7. Part 1, I would buy the standard edition, and then part 2 is where the okay, double checking. It's funny. I went to spend $16 more, and I somehow added $200.
I'm pretty sure you already bought this. I'm pretty sure you already bought the My Hero Academia one too.
I don't think I did. Did I? Fuck. Okay, I'll remove those from the cart. How about that?
Go check your orders real quick.
I'm just gonna remove it. I'm gonna buy Dungeon
My theory
People,
is probably
Armor Shop for ladies and gentlemen, and Dandadan.
So my theory is probably that how in the same way that it's like allegedly Japan tried cheaper releases and they sold the same amount of copies, so they just went back. Maybe in this case they're realizing that kind of like how DRM is just meant to prevent people in the first like however long from stealing the game, because inevitably it is going to get cracked. So maybe in the same way they tried before, like seeing how the different lengths of how long we hold back from region 1 getting it, and maybe they determined that only for what did you say? How many days?
46 days, a month and a half.
Days. So maybe they determined, honestly, anything after a month and a half is like diminishing returns, doesn't make a difference. So why don't we just let it out to the free market and just get money earlier from domestic sales
but also going back to like the BD masters versus broadcast masters.
So did you? Sorry, when you were talking to Savakis, did you mention to him about Dandadan, or did you just say the 6?
Yeah, it was about. I mentioned Dandadan. I mentioned the month and a half turnaround. That was all in the.
Okay, that was in the thread. Okay.
Yeah, that was in.
Very bold of Reze to be leaking DMs. Oh,
it was in this first. It was in my first paragraph.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I see. 46 days.
I mentioned it, like obviously, but like I did. I tried looking to see if there's like any difference between the Japanese Blu-ray and the broadcast, and it doesn't look like there was anything for volume 1. I don't know about volume 2.
Because typically what Japan will do then is, in order to make sure that you don't reverse import, that they'll give you some special feature to make it so you get FOMO about not, getting the OVA or whatever, some shit,
Well, also, I mean, the thing I was looking for was the touch-ups, like animation fixes.
Yeah, totally. And I'll tell you right now, G Kids does not have a good track record for putting out on disc. Right. Like they're gonna give you the shit version compared to.
Well, what did they put out the theatrical cut of?
Was it
Bluebird?
Liz and the Bluebird. They put the theatrical cut instead of the.
I think that was Shout Factory, but still basically the same thing.
Well, I think I mean, they Shout Factory. It
G-Kids
wasn't
is
just that.
subsidiary. Yeah, G-Kids is subsidiary of Shout Factory, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Or like they're basically under the same umbrella.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, just to speed things along because it's getting quite late.
I am speaking of being late, I'm actually going to take off.
Okay.
Wow.
Soldier, you
Sorry.
have earned your rest. Maybe not. Maybe ridicule. I don't know. Thank you for being here for the Switch.
Even Gundam's still here.
Damn.
But I'm not going to be. Good night.
Good night.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye.
Fools, if you wanted to shop at South Weeb, you could try. I don't know if it'll work because I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing with my life anymore. Like I said,
I thought you said it was getting better.
I feel I mean, I just look. So much shit has been happening in my life right now.
Yeah.
Last week, I screamed at the top of my lungs on the phone at my boss and called him a fucking retard. Okay, like legitimately, it's all reached a boiling point. It's hard to explain. I won't go into too much detail on it, but at my company, we do these accountability calls that people pay us to be a part of. And we have clients in the UK and Australia and the United States and Canada. And I've been screaming since November, hey, we need to figure something out. Because when we have our time change in March, the UK has theirs 3 weeks later. And then Australia has theirs tonight. So all the shit that's going on here that we're doing is about to get royally fucked up. And we have a couple months to figure out what we want to do. And I said this over and every fucking week for months. And it fell on, the best I got was my boss going, I know. Oh shit. Like that's going to be that. Can you fucking try for once in your goddamn life to address a problem before it's at our doorstep? Guess what happens? Fuck all. Then our time change happens. And this fucker sends me a text saying we have to, people are complaining about the time of the call changing. And I respond back, I don't know what the fuck you want me to do about it when I have been screaming that this was coming since November. Right? And and then of course he always pivots, right? He always will throw something at you and then pivot and act like he wasn't actually throwing it at you. And be like, I know you've been the one on top of this. I'm like, yeah, so you fucking figure it out. Well, guess what happens? We have a call that is at 11:30 on Wednesdays in Australia. And then, well, it's 11:30 in California, but it's with people in Australia. And then at 12:30, we have a call with people in Europe. Now, here's what happens. When America has their time change, the 11:30 call becomes a 12:30 call. And the 12:30 call becomes a 1:30 call. Then, at the end of the month, in March, when the UK call, when the people in UK go through their time change, they go the same direction as the US. So that 1:30 call becomes a 12:30 call. The same exact time as this other call for 1 week. And then the following week, because Australia goes the other direction because they're underneath the equator, the 12:30 call, instead of going back to 11:30, becomes a 1:30 call. So it leapfrogs over the other call. And I've been screaming about this for fucking months, about the fact that there is one specific week where we are fucked if we don't get one of the groups to not meet. because we can't host 2 calls simultaneously on our Zoom account. And I've given plenty of options. Bitch, you can upgrade your Zoom account. It's going to be $290 a month because in order to upgrade, you have to go to business. But in order to go to business, you have to have at least 10 business accounts. So it's going to cost you $290 a month. So we can fucking do that. Or you could just get off your goddamn ass and make up a decision for what you want to do for this fucking call. Nothing. The week before this travesty is going to happen, my boss assures me next week we're going to give every single group. By the way, they're not all on the same call. There's a curriculum for some of the calls. The 12:30 call with the UK is a completely different thing that he's doing specifically for this one fucking group. So it can't be like moved around and shit. So he says, look, here's what we're going to do. Next week, I'm going to assign them other members of the group. They're going to call each other during our normal meeting time. They're going to role play different events. They're going to get the reps in, and then we don't have to meet. We're going to take a full week off of doing the calls. For the first time in months, I take a breath because finally this asshole is addressing it. And then that week, we do our Tuesday calls, and he only tells 3 out of the 5 groups that we are not meeting the following week. He comes out of the first call after the first 3. He goes, shit, I think I forgot to tell them. I'm like, better get on the group chat and let them know. Yeah. Does the next call, the 5. So we have a 9 a.m., an 11 a.m., a 1 p.m., a 3 p.m., and a 5 p.m., right? So he goes on to the 5 p.m., does the same fucking thing. Then on Wednesday, fucks up, doesn't tell anybody. Same thing on Thursday. It's like, dude, are you fucking serious? Right? So then the next week comes, right? We don't have any calls on Monday, although we will tomorrow. We're starting 4 new calls next week. This fucking week, last week, Monday rolls around. My boss does not talk to me at all. Granted, he's in Australia, and that was part of the plan, is that because he and the normal guy who substitutes the calls are both simultaneously in Australia, he thinks to himself, he doesn't reach out to me. He reaches out to Nick and tells Nick that I'm going to do some things, but he never tells me to do those things, so I choose not to do them because fuck you, talk to me. Don't just assume somebody else is going to tell me, because my boss has this thing where he texts you, tell somebody else this. And it's like, bro, it would take less effort for you to have just sent that message to that other person without the part that says, tell that other person to do this, right? So I choose not to do the thing because it has never been presented to me, and I specifically asked Nick so I could see his phone, and it doesn't tell him to tell me to do the thing, so I don't fucking do it, right? Then I go home, I go to the grocery store on the way home, I pull into my driveway at 6:02 p.m. My boss texts me asking me to do the thing. Now, this is a big complicated thing. We have 2 podcasts going for this company. One of them is his podcast, and one of them is a podcast he runs with another doc who we built an entire workshop around. That one is doing really fucking well. This one, not at all, right? Now, they both were hosted on podcast.com, which is free. We moved this one to Spotify because this one never got on to the Apple Podcasts. And this one is on Apple Podcasts. So this one gets moved to Spotify because for some reason, the podcast.com is not publishing the RSS feed out to the other places. Whole big thing. Anyway, so I know, based on what he's telling my coworker, that he is not understood that we only moved one over to Spotify because this one is actually on Apple Podcast. And if we move it to Spotify, we might lose that connection and lose half of our audience, right? Anyway, he tells me in the text, hey, I need you to send an email with this episode of the podcast. Upload it, sends email. And I say, I will do it as soon as it ends up on Spotify, because this specific episode of the podcast, which he is just trying to jump over the fact that Joe Rogan just had this guest and he wants to get this episode out to try to ride that wave, even though we're like 2 weeks late on it. I'm like, I will do it as soon as it shows up on Spotify, knowing full well it ain't going to show up on Spotify. And he gives me a yay, thank you. Like, I got him to work after hours. Awesome, right? And in my mind, I'm like, that's just not going to be up for like 4 weeks, if that, right? Now, I noticed during the day that my boss did not message any of the groups that we aren't meeting tomorrow. And I've been sitting with this pit in my stomach all fucking day. And I text this asshole and I say to him, did you remember to remind the groups that they aren't meeting tomorrow? He responds, doing it now, which is code for, no, I didn't. I totally fucking forgot, right? So he says, doing it now. So I'm like, fucking great. At least he's doing it. Then 10 and a half hours later, at 4:30 in the morning, I get a text telling me that the guy who normally substitutes for him may have to do the 3 p.m. call. This guy, by the way, who was in Australia with my boss, had just had surgery because for some reason, something happened to him while he was down there, and he was like green in the face and completely out of commission, to the point where my boss told me that he was driving around looking for an emergency room. Of course, when I talked to this guy, turns out my boss didn't go with him, and he made him do it all by himself in Australia. So I go to work. My boss said in the text, I'm quoting here, so-and-so might do the 3 p.m. call. Again, it's 4:30 in the morning for me. Believe it or not, 3 p.m. in California is like 9 a.m. in Sydney, which means that my boss has just told me so-and-so might do the call. There is nothing in there that says, let him know. There is nothing in there that says, tell him, there's no instructions whatsoever. And then at 3:11 p.m., my boss starts blowing up my phone saying, is so-and-so on the call? And I respond back, did you tell him to be? Fucking lost it. All right. Like, unbelievable. I was not asked to tell him. My boss told me, doing it now. Long story short, I go out on the patio eventually. I tell him, like, you better fucking call me right now before I walk out the door, because I'm literally about to quit over this, you fucking idiot. Right? He calls me, and he's a complete manipulator, right? And I unload on this asshole on the patio. And the way that it works, we have the chiropractic side of the office, and then there's a corner patio.
Oh, I remember this. Yeah, you mentioned this in Mod's chat.
Yeah, and then there's the upper side for seminars, which is the part of the office that I'm in, right? I'm yelling at the top of my lungs on this patio about how fucking stupid this guy is, how he's running away from work, because he's seriously 10 and a half hours before. And it's like, it's 8:30 p.m. in Sydney when he texts me that somebody else might do the calls. It's like, you have had all fucking day to talk with him about doing this. You're literally in Sydney in the same hotel as him. And you tell me at 4:30 in the morning that he might do the calls. So I unload on him. And then the next day, this asshole tells me, I thought you were in your car. Look, if you need to unload, I totally get it. In fact, I encourage it. I just thought you were in your car when you did that, even though it was fucking 3:00 in the afternoon. You can't be doing that. I got a call from the doc in there, the associate doc who sees all of your patients that you claim to see on a regular basis because you're still in practice. The associate doc told me that patients could hear you and they were concerned. And he's like, what the hell was happening out there? So I need you to write an email to everyone on both sides of the office and CC me in it, apologizing and letting them know it will never happen again. I flat out told my boss, that is not going to happen. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, you fucker need to write them an email apologizing for being a fucking asshole, or I'm walking. Like, that was running through my head at the time. I tell him, I'll do this. I will talk individually to the doctor over there And by the way, when I say doctor, I mean a student who freshly graduated, right? And so this guy talks to me on the phone for an hour and a half. And then eventually I'm like, okay, I'm going to go talk to the doctor. And quite frankly, I think he was keeping me on the phone, hoping that I would forget. But I tell him, all right, I'm going to go talk to the doctor. And you'll never guess. The doctor, I ask him, hey, when's the last time you talked to our boss? Oh, man. Must have been before he went to Australia. Oh, so like more than a week ago. Right. Huh. I thought so. Hey, I'm just curious. Did you hear any yelling yesterday? What do you mean? On the patio. Any raised voices? You hear any weird noises in here? No. I thought so. Thanks for your time. Yeah. So my boss thought that it would be a good idea to try to scare me. You know, like you have to write this email. Look, you can yell at me all you want, but you have to apologize over this because patients could hear you. So he tried to get me to write an email telling the entire office, I'm bad. I'm wrong for doing what I did. And it was all my fault. And I'm ashamed. And I'm so sorry. So that when he came back and spoke to people in the office who might ask about what happened when I was calling him a fucking retard on the phone at the top of my lungs, that this asshole would be able to tell them any fucking story he wanted because they were pre-framed with me looking like an idiot saying, I'm so sorry for yelling. I was bad and I'll never do it again. Fuck this guy. All right. So quite frankly, I have had it up to here and I have had the worst goddamn weeks of my life. All right. Like this right now, I'm currently dealing with this. I have other clients that are trying to get me to start working for them on a basis where I don't make any money until results are seen. So now I have to invest actually even more effort to try to get money, you know, so that I can even leave this original job in the first place that's just fucking toxic and bullshit. And quite frankly, I'm sick of it, right? Like this has just been the absolute worst. And then of course I come home and I'm already, you know, spread too thin. And I find out that my kid has a history project that's due on Tuesday and I can't help him on Monday. That would even already be a nightmare to try to get it all done on Monday, but I can't help him on Monday because we have 4 new calls starting this coming week. And 2 of them are on Monday. And the last one of the day starts at 7 p.m., which means I will be getting home after 9 p.m. So quite frankly, like I said, I'm stretched too thin, right? And this is the thing is when you're pulled in a million different directions, you work all the time and you don't get anywhere because you're being pulled in every direction all the time. Pulling this back to Stealth Weeb, quite frankly, no, I have not gotten Stealth Weeb off of the last place I got it to. And I don't think I will. Sorry about that. Likewise, I haven't got any new merch, even though I've made some, as you guys looked at last podcast. It was pretty amazing, right? You loved it. I haven't got anything on here too. So moving past that, let's look at random merch. Cloud's Final Fantasy Buster Sword is now a cat scratching pad. Fuck yeah. That's awesome. There's also a bunch of other bullshit in here that nobody gives a shit about. Like the sword chew toy, whatever the fuck this stroller is.
Damn.
Anyway. Also, Studio Ghibli beanbag plushies let you bond with animals of Princess Mononoke, Castle in the Sky. So these have long existed, just not as beanbags.
Yeah.
Because I literally have this one.
Oh, you do? You can?
Yeah, cool. Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're cool.
And then the fox squirrel.
Oh, right. I forgot about that thing.
Anyway, this is not a joke, although it came out on April Fool's Day. The Silent Hill white pillow with glow-in-the-dark text that reads the letter from your dead wife who you smothered with a fucking pillow.
Oh, no. Did you show Julie this? I assume you did.
Not yet, but I bought one.
Oh, my.
$50, by the way.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Anyway, also, I saw this. I thought this was pretty funny. purification salt for gamers who can't handle horror games have been released in Japan. A pyramid of salt a day keeps the pyramid head away. So, a fun thing to do. A fun thing to do when visiting Japan is to keep an eye on the entrances of shops while walking along the street. If you do, there's a fair chance you'll see a little dish with a cone-shaped pile of salt sitting by the door. Those are called morishio, literally pile of salt, and are used to ward off evil spirits because nothing is worse for business than evil spirits. Salt has been considered a purifying substance throughout Japanese history. Sumo wrestlers famously throw salt onto the ring before matches, and if you go to a funeral in Japan, you will probably be given some salt, which you are meant to sprinkle on yourself before entering your home to repel the death vibes you picked up during the ceremony. Morishiro are just one more way to use the seasoning to make sure all the right energy is flowing, and although they're mainly used by businesses, anyone is welcome to make one and place it in the proper location according to Feng Shui. And now that includes gamers too. Yes, the Morishio makers at Shizuoka Moko have teamed up with the game makers Dai 4 Kyokai to create Kyofu Kokofuku Morishio. Fear overcoming pile of salt, only $11 US. As the name suggests, this Morishio is designed for those who struggle to get through horror games by purifying those chills of terror you might get when playing them. Also, in the spirit of the long-running Japanese gag that anything made for gamers must use loud colors, often found on custom gaming PCs, this salt is also given a vibrant yet calming blue hue. It also comes with a dish and mold so you can shape your pile of salt beautifully while keeping your hands and controllers free of it. I thought this was just like the container it comes in, but I guess it's to shape it once it gets put on here. I don't know. That's strange. Reaction to the product online was mixed, with some interested in trying it out and others worried that dabbling in the mystic arts might make matters worse if not done properly. It is believed that placing a Morishio in the right spot will repel spirits, but putting it in the wrong spot will have the opposite effect and attract them. It'll probably attract ghosts of deceased gamers. If you don't replace it regularly, it will have the opposite effect. Silent Hill F is coming out soon. I might get it for that. Is it coming out soon? Because we still don't have a release date, but we assume it's coming out in June, based on that one website from the Danish website. I just know that salt will turn black and crumple when I beat the game. Oh. Won't it affect the humidity in the room? Finally, I can play Silent Hill. It looks like a bathroom air freshener. Does this also work for Western horror games? I thought this was a Morishio simulation game, but it's real salt. Oh. A Morishio simulation game might actually be a good idea. You have to correctly build, position, and maintain your Morishio while protecting it from threats like gusts of wind or weasels. And if it degrades, the environment around it will become increasingly eldritch. It wouldn't be a AAA title, but a nice addition to games like the ones where you unite the ramen oil bubbles or grill meat. Wow, that was a way to end it. It started off strong. A pyramid of salt a day keeps the pyramid head away, but sorry it didn't stick the landing. It's okay, though. We're not done. A Kanagawa man has been arrested for pouring instant noodles into a train ticket machine. There's video. Show me the recreation. Oh, here it is. Oh, man. Who wastes their cup noodles like this? No. I hope he tips the whole thing and all the noodles are in there too. That'd be funny. If you just pouring out the broth, I don't care. You might as well have just dumped water in it. Oh, you know what he was probably doing? He was probably dumping out the excess water. You know, like when you make it and you like dump out the water and just have the noodles and then the last bit of water if you don't like the broth.
Yeah.
Dumbass. We can only hope he didn't also put money down his throat. Oh, I don't care about that, actually. I've always marveled at the ticket gates in a Japanese train stations by the way you can just toss a ticket in at any angle and it comes out perfectly scanned and straightened in a second flat. The machines to buy the tickets, however, are a little less elegant in design. Trying to decode the map while selecting the right ticket and number of people can be quite stressful at times. It might be enough to make some people snap, though we can't be sure that's what's happened in the case of a man who was arrested for the destruction of a train station ticket machine on the 26th of March. On the 12th of December last year, police in Matsuda, Kanagawa, received a call from the staff of Shin Matsuda Station saying that their ticket machine had been vandalized. A review of the security camera footage found that at about 11:05 p.m. the day before, a man appeared to pour his instant ramen into the coin slot of the now inoperable machine. I'm kind of surprised that the coin slot would be so susceptible, to be honest. I mean, if you stuck noodles and shit in there, yeah, totally. If I were the man's lawyer, I'd probably mention that those coin slots do look a little bit like where you throw away leftover liquids by the trash cans in restaurants and food courts. Do they? I don't know. I need a picture of that too. A further investigation found that witnesses saw the man hanging around the station and eating noodles at the time of the incident. It took some time, but police were finally able to arrest him for the destruction of property valued at 1.5 million yen or $10,000 US. Upon his arrest, the suspect gave the very difficult to pull off partial denial, saying, quote, "It's not that I didn't do it at all, but it's just that I can't remember the specifics." There might be a mistake. While police tried to get him to commit to a plea, readers of the news online claimed in comments that this problem might happen more than one would expect. This happens in pachinko parlors a lot too. That's just annoying. I'm going to assume he was drunk at the time. He was just being kind and giving soup to the machine. I heard that people do this at arcades too. They pour drinks into games coin slots for some reason. They went without juice. He seems to have a superhuman lack of shame. At least people don't use those machines as much anymore. It's true that IC cards have been in place for a while now, and some railways are converting to QR code scanners as a cheaper method that soup can just be wiped off of. Still, those clunky yet dignified machines have served Japan well during many busy commutes. And it's sad to see them treated this way. Besides, there are lots of fun and delicious things to do with leftover instant ramen that don't involve destruction of property. Damn, another wasted ending to an article. I really want some ramen, and I won't be able to have some till the Anime Expo. God damn it. All right, let's catch up on chats. Oh, good afternoon, Ronan Ja. Please praise and support and spread the word that we need help from the U.S. to volunteer to help and need medical aid for Mandalay earthquake survivors. Did I hear that the voice of Keking from Genshin, Kaylee Mills, new to Twitter account? I did not. And as I just explained, with how wonderful and just full of so many events my week has been, I would not have had time to get through that anyway. Anyway, American senior citizen tourist arrested in Japan for bringing gun into country in his luggage.
I'm curious how it left.
What do you mean? Well, it's legal to travel with a firearm as long as it's in your checked bag.
Yeah, but what you
and it is in a what do you call it, a lockbox.
Yeah, but
right?
wouldn't you have been stopped if you left like, oh, you're going to Japan? You're
No, because what will happen is when you go to check your bag, they say, do you have any lithium ion batteries, liquids, blah, blah, blah. And you say, no. They're like, all right. And they tag it and bag it and stick it on the thing, right? And then you get to Japan and then you get escorted off the plane. It's a trap, really.
I just feel like that would be like go through the X-ray scanner or whatever, and then it's like, oh, there's a gun in here.
I got to tell you, fucking man, I had so many stories about Australia that I didn't get to tell because I got immediately sick afterward. I flew Qantas. So I flew to Melbourne when I first got to Australia. I don't know if I told the story. I'm going to just tell it really quickly again, just in case I didn't. But when I got to Melbourne, my friend Nick and I, we found out that we decided to go to the beach one day, right? And we just wanted to see the southernmost part of the world that we could get to, right? And when we got there, there was a sign that said like animals you might see, like snakes and dangerous things, and also fucking penguins, right? So we were
fucking penguins.
Yeah, right?
I know. I'm remembering our chats from
yeah.
the other
So then we go. We don't see any penguins. So then the next day we look for a place where we might be able to see penguins, and there's this place called St. Kilda's Pier. So we get an Uber. We go there. We don't see any penguins. We go around St. Kilda's Pier, and then my boss at 11, when this is just how it goes. My boss doesn't do anything until at least 11:30 in the morning. He tells us that we're about ready to go meet up with one of the other docs that's in the area that we're going to meet with. And so we go all the way back to the hotel just to find out that we're going back to St. Kilda's Pier. The important part of this story, though, is that when we were going back to the hotel, I saw a Free Palestine mural with a picture of a brown set of hands praying. Right? Just a crude drawing, almost like an emoji. And on the center of the hands, somebody had drawn a Star of David. We get, and this is right a block away from the hotel. So we get back to the hotel and immediately hop into another car just to go back to where we came from. And I shit you not, it had been 5 fucking minutes. And by the time we passed that mural again, somebody had already come out and cleaned off the Jewish symbolism off of it and restored it to its Free Palestine thing. So anyway, when we eventually left Melbourne to go to Sydney, we flew Qantas. Fuck, do I hate Qantas. I will never fly Qantas again. Normally, when you fly in the U.S., the limit of your bag's weight is 50 pounds. Now, my boss has the top platinum level. So if we travel with him on certain airlines, we can carry up to 70 pounds in our checked bags. And this is really fucking important when you put on seminars because everything has to be weighed and distributed properly. And you have to bring on some airlines, we can bring 3 bags each. It's just crazy. We have to logistically plan all this shit out. Well, here's the thing, though. When you fly Qantas, you check your fucking bags, and then you take your 2 carry-ons. That thing that fucking every airline lets you do, and then you try to go through the Australian TSA, and some bitch stops you and says, your bag needs to fit in here and weigh less than 10 kilograms. Fat fucking chance on that, bitch. Right? So your bags have to weigh less than 10 kilograms. And if you have 2 bags, they have to weigh less than 7 kilograms each. So I'm like, fuck, this is a big ass problem because this shit is heavy as fuck. Right? I'm carrying camera gear and stuff. It's fucking heavy. It's at least 70 pounds, that I'm carrying on my back. So we go back to the, area where you check bags. We have to pay more to check our carry-ons. But here's the thing. You can't check lithium ion batteries, of which I've got 8 in the goddamn bag I'm carrying, right? So we have to reorganize this stuff constantly. My bag is still over. And we're running out of time. The plane is about to take off. And eventually, I'm stressed out of my fucking mind. I have to check my bag. My friend has to check his bag. Doesn't make it, by the way. thing is shredded by the time we get to Sydney. And it's literally open and shit's everywhere. And we have to collect it. Right? When we walk back through the TSA like blockage thing where we got stopped before, lady waves us right on through. Doesn't even check. Fuck Qantas. And midway through the first interaction with her, the other lady standing there waved us through. Go this way. So we go that way. The first lady fucking chases us, yelling, "Sir, sir, sir!" Like catching up to us. Like the other lady fucking flagged us through, bitch. And I swear to God, they have a coordinated effort at Qantas just to make sure that they can get you to pay more money to check a bag. Like it is a coordinated system in order to get tourists, especially people who don't look Australian, to pay more. 100%. Anyway, back to the story here. There are a number of things you'll want to make sure to bring when you are traveling to Japan. Obviously, you'll need your passport. A small, collapsible umbrella will probably come in handy, since it can rain at pretty much any time of the year here. Oh, and a hand towel is good to have too, since a lot of public restrooms in Japan have neither paper towels nor air dryers for after you wash your hands. On the other hand, it's much less advisable to have a handgun in your luggage for your Japan trip. This fine point of packing, however, slipped through the pre-departure preparations of a 73-year-old tourist from the U.S. who arrived in Japan on March 22nd, having flown from Hawaii to Kansai International Airport in Osaka. The man, who was traveling with his 80-something wife, actually managed to clear customs with no problems, with officials not detecting the weapon. Dude, customs is a fucking joke. It is a joke. When I was a kid and we flew to New Zealand when my dad was working on Lord of the Rings, it was a pain in the ass coming back. But going there and back this time, it was just like, it was on the honor system. You don't have any like fruit and vegetables or like species of animal in your bag. No. All right, come on through then, mate. You know, like, just fucking ridiculous. This is what I'm talking about earlier in the podcast when I said the entire system of you literally just trust that there is some check and balance in these systems, and they are literally made up. Like fucking bullshit.
Out of curiosity, what's the deal with the fruits and vegetable thing?
What's what?
What's the deal with the fruits and vegetable thing?
I think it's like invasive species and whatnot. Like you can't bring certain species of fruits and vegetables because they could cause like illness among crops in the States, or they may be harboring parasitic animal or like insects that could then start breeding in a place where they don't normally naturally exist, and you can cause famines and stuff. I think that's the idea behind that. I'm not sure.
So
of course, in America, we spray everything with glyphosate, and that shit's killing us and making us obese. So those bugs don't stand a chance, you know.
Yeah. So you just can't take a banana with you for a snack.
Right. Dude, in Sydney and in the UK, they sell sushi in the airport. Like full on, like restaurant grade sushi, but packaged like gas station sushi, right? In fact, I don't know if I showed it, but I got like those little like soy sauce packets that are shaped like a little fish with the red cap. I don't think I showed that, but I brought one of those home from Australia this trip. Anyway, surprised I didn't get stopped for having liquid in my pocket. Anyway, it wasn't until the couple arrived at their hotel in the town of Izumi Sano that the man noticed that he had a pouch inside of his suitcase that contained a revolver and ammunition for it. The couple was scheduled to board a cruise ship in Kobe the next day, and the man waited until they reached the boat to inform the staff that he'd inadvertently brought a gun into the country, later explaining that he avoided going to the police directly as he thought the cruise company personnel would be better able to communicate in English. The cruise company in turn contacted the police, who conducted a search of the port's passenger terminal and found 3 bullets in a restroom trash can. The man admitted that he had disposed of them there, saying that he thought he would face more severe penalties for being in possession of both a firearm and ammunition. Should have shoved it up your asshole, dummy. The man was officially placed under arrest the following day, March 24th, on suspicion of violating Japan's firearm and sword control law. During questioning, he said that he has the gun for self-defense, apparently leaving it packed in a suitcase to take with him when traveling, and neglected to remove the weapon before his flight to Japan. This sort of pre-packing, though, is inadvisable for anyone who's thinking of traveling internationally. Gun control laws vary vastly by country, and you can't always count on the airport/airline staff at your departure point to catch your mistake, as evidenced by a comment regarding the man's case from a public relations representative at Daniel K. Inouye International Airport in Hawaii, where he departed from. Quote, as long as a firearm in passengers' luggage is properly packed, said the representative, we do not take any special countermeasures, even if their destination is a country where possession of firearms is illegal. You fucks. You're not even going to tell the destination country, hey, by the way, a nuke got in. You know, like come on. In other words, it's quite possible that your departure airport will wave you on through with things in your bag that simply by possessing them mean you're breaking the law the moment you'll be breaking the law the moment you arrive. Good job in Japan. By extension, this is also why you shouldn't pre-pack swords in your suitcase, and also part of the reason why wandering samurai accrue so few frequent flyer miles. The Hyogo Prefectural Police referred the man's case to the prosecutor's office on Wednesday, which was also their first formal public announcement of the man's arrest. On Thursday, the prosecutor's office declared that they will not be pressing charges without giving a reason as to why that decision was reached. Wow. Got away with it. I wonder how many dicks he had.
Sounds like it's one big-ass accident.
Most likely, the leniency is a product of the man coming forward and admitting what he'd done, his attempt to secretly dispose of the bullets notwithstanding. But it's still worth noting that for nearly a week and a half, he was under arrest with some very serious charges. He probably missed his fucking cruise with some very serious charges hanging over his head. So remember, not only to pack the things you'll want to have with you on your Japan trip, but also to unpack anything you should. All right, you guys ready for the final SpongeBob article here tonight?
Definitely.
Police chief defecated in office. Put Viagra in the office coffee. New Jersey cops claim.
Why? That shit's expensive.
Is it?
Like the actual brand Viagra, it's like $800 a pill, isn't it?
Is it really? Damn. Several police officers filed tort claims against the New Jersey police chief, saying he defecated on the office floor, according to legal paperwork. Damn. A group of North Bergen police officers said their chief defecated in department offices, stuck a hypodermic needle into an officer's penis.
Jesus Christ. I think you should start with that one.
Burying the lead, are we? And spiked coffee with Viagra, according to legal paperwork obtained by Patch. Attorney Patrick Toscano of Fairfield has requested in a letter to Attorney General Matt Platkin, dated March 26, that the state take over the police department in the Hudson County town, saying that the officers now fear for their safety. Yeah, fuck yeah. Oh my God. Perform a goddamn arrest. How did the hypodermic, did he go like, ha, right into your goddamn nuts?
Not $800, $91 a pill, but it's still expensive for Viagra. $91.
Toscano sent various notices of tort claims in January and March to the town of North Bergen on behalf of Lieutenant Alex Guzman, Officer Michael F. Darren, Officer Michael A. Darren. How the fuck does that happen? How are there two Michael Darrens in the same precinct, I should say? Officer Rashid Siam and Officer Christopher Bowen, according to legal paperwork. Quote, our clients now genuinely fear for their on-the-job safety, Toscano wrote in his letter to Platkin on Wednesday. So request is hereby made that the New Jersey State Attorney General's office immediately take over the day-to-day operations of the North Bergen Police Department. The accusations and the claims filed on behalf of the various officers range from on-the-job harassment to pranks, including Chief Robert Farley defecating in department offices and on the bathroom floor and leaving it there, and chasing one officer around a room and stabbing his penis with a needle, drawing blood. You stab my penis? You even come near me with a fucking hypodermic needle, and I'm dropping you, kneecapping you immediately.
Kneecapping would be enough, to be honest.
The claims also accuse Farley of sending a pride flag and masturbation cream to another officer's home, which his family saw, exposing himself at work at random times, and dropping drugs believed to be Viagra and Adderall into coffee. A claim also says one officer's fish were believed to have been poisoned with the drugs. The claims also accuse Farley of placing dangerously hot peppers in officers' food and heating them up in the office microwave, which drew first responders to help one sick officer. In an email on Wednesday, a township spokesperson said in a statement, is this an April Fool's joke? Like, fuck me. March 26th. No. In an email on Wednesday, a township spokesperson said in a statement, quote, the township of North Bergen has full confidence in Chief Robert Farley's leadership.
Your boots, sir.
My God, they have full confidence in Chief Robert Farley's leadership of the North Bergen Police Department, and we strongly deny these false and outrageous allegations made by disgruntled officers who are resorting to attacking the reputation of a dedicated public servant to further their own selfish goals. Is that what they're doing? Come on. The spokesperson added, quote, if these claims are advanced in a lawsuit, the township will vigorously defend North Bergen taxpayers against these blatant cash grabs and prove that the allegations are false and defamatory. In order to avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest, and because we are fully confident that these claims will be proven false, we have proactively referred them to the Hudson County Prosecutor's Office for review. The Hudson County Prosecutor's Office said they were aware of the allegations and directed questions to the Attorney General's office. Patch will update when the story comments. No, come on. That's it? God damn it. What a horrible way to end the show. Damn it. There can be no mistake. It was an accident. Fuck, man. You guys need to help me find out what the finale to that was. Regarding, I need to know. I fucking have to know.
How old is the article?
From March 26th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Only a couple days old. I saw Tim Pool talking about it. I'm like, yes, Googling that now. All right, guys. Well, this is it. Goodbye. Make sure you support us. I want those super thanks. That needs to start happening.
No place to hide. The Titans come to protect us. Mama, stop this. Can't take anymore. Who will save us from this horror? Roar! He tears through walls with rage and might, no end in sight, just endless night. Oh, save us from the beast. Our hopes have turned to shattered dreams. Mama, hold on, I'll fight for you. Our shadows cast on crumbled ground. The Titans roar a deafening sound. No, Mama, I'll stand my ground. Won't flee to honor you. I'll fight valiantly. Roar. destruction in its wake of furious